Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. What's going on? No volume. Welcome to live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. I hope everyone out there is having a great day as we start our way, not yet into the offseason. We've got a little bit of playoff action left, and due to what was a major request here, you guys want a little bit of some of the wildcard action streamed through here as we're heading on into this offseason, and a chance to not only watch these games, take into account a little bit of what's going on for some of the upper crust of the NFC, but also an opportunity there for us to talk Seahawks too as well. So we'll be watching the game tonight. Hopefully we're going to get a good matchup, as there was not a lot of great matchups this wild card weekend. It was kind of a lot of, if not blowouts, just teams getting out ahead of teams and running away with it. There was a good one the other night there with Washington, of course, and that was nice to see. But this action tonight, we got the Vikings and the Rams in our NFC West. So we'll see how this game will go down. It's a pick'em game, basically, and how Vegas has looked at it. The game has been, of course, moved. If you're confused by my thumbnail, the game has been moved to Arizona due to the massive wildfires out here in California. Hopefully yours truly won't burn down tonight. We'll see on that. We'll see. That's we're gonna have to just see. But we're getting some flames out near my area now, so it's getting everybody just a little nervous here. But we'll see how this game goes. And again, a lot of open discussion tonight as well, I'm sure, about our Hawks. We've got an open offensive coordinator search, decisions to make on major contracts. I'm getting deeper in my prospect outlook for this upcoming draft. As you guys know, if you've not been here before, that we go very deep on the draft here at the Hawks Nest. So we'll be going all 3 days of that, of course, this off season. And so just already getting prepped for that. It's never too soon to get a look at that. But appreciate everybody watching tonight. Hope everyone's having a good night. I know it's already looking like it's going to be a long off season in next Seahawks football, and we definitely appreciate that. Let's have a little fun here and try to enjoy a little bit of football and see where the game goes. See where it goes. Megan, how you doing? War Chief Space. Good to see you. Adrian X. Brian Myers in the house. Nicholas. Hello. Board Skylar says, I like turtles. Doesn't everybody like turtles? Who doesn't like turtles? So the geese, that intro kills me every time. I definitely am going to, at some point, update it. I don't know. I still always like that one myself, so it's going to be hard to let that one go. Zombie Central, you don't live in Seattle? That is the bigger shocker to me. Lap my ass off. I may eventually get back there. I may. And I've lived there for most of my life. But, sometimes you gotta make decisions on if you want to be around family or be up in a particular area of the country, and right now making the latter decision on that one. But I still consider Seattle home. Daniel, let's go Brandon. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Daniel. Earl, how you doing? Says, hey Earl, it's good to see you. Yeah, I might be back in Washington here if this thing burns down. They got a fires out, I guess, in Mira Mesa now, which is that's a little too much on the doorstep. It's a little bit too much like, oh no, that's over towns away. It's like, oh no, that's out on our doorstep. Yee. Donnie, how you doing, mate? Interesting to see how this plays out for the home field advantage. The Rams were hoping they have as much as they can have it. And that you're in Arizona now, and see how these crowds kind of travel down there and see if it's a mixture. And looks like a lot of purple right there on the screen to me. I see a lot of perp. We'll get Pumpkin back up here. He's up on the bed. Thank you, Albert Nickus. We'll be all right. We're paying attention to it. LA's got it much worse, so I'm nowhere near in danger like they are, but start getting nervous, man. And these winds are a-blowing. Maybe the Rams also burned down on the field in embarrassing fashion. One can hope. One can definitely hope. Nathan says game should be in Seattle. Blown chances. That would be kind of cool if they did it in Seattle as the in-between on that one. Rams would hate it, though. Yeah, I'm in San Diego. Mark Sanchez, how you doing, man? Thank you for the $5. Says, fun question. If Peyton Manning chose the Hawks over the Donkeys, how do you see the 2012-2015 seasons playing out? I mean, it's a very good question. Part of it is it's hard for me to exactly see Peyton finding the same kind of success in Seattle that he was able to find going to Denver. Because when you go to Denver, one of the benefits that you get as a quarterback going into that environment is the thin air. And it's easier to throw in that thin air. And Peyton Manning was always an indoor quarterback throughout the course of his career. He had games out in the outdoors where the elements, could, some of those games against New England, for instance, kind of snowy, blustery weather. That he would really struggle in. And kind of what I'm getting at is that he wasn't always the guy with the greatest of arm strength, and he didn't throw the most perfect spiral. So in the elements, when you're throwing a duck, you're going to just kind of catch more of that wind, than you will if you're kind of cutting it through. And so I've often wondered, as an aging guy coming off the surgery like he was, I think he would have been very good. But I also wonder about how that would have necessarily worked in that stadium with especially the passing attack he'd want to bring to bear in there and all that. I think that the team would have looked a substantially different too, because I think that would have informed Schneider and Carroll that there would have needed to be more put into even the offense than maybe even they did. I think that they would have dialed it up even more, and you obviously have Peyton taking more of the money, so now you're not necessarily making the defense as strong. You're not Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill kind of signings. Those things probably don't happen. So it's on the surface of it, it's very easy to say that, yeah, you definitely go get yourself a couple Super Bowls if Peyton's in here. And it may have been the case. I could see definitely the pathway to where that would have happened, but I could also have seen where, your defense wasn't able to be quite as strong. And if he didn't work out as good as he did in Denver, the combination of the two, I still think you probably, if I was a betting man, say you're at least getting one. But, I don't know if it's a no-brainer that you're getting multiple Mark. It's kind of like, yep, you get one. You get more, I don't know on that. Because that was not the best pass protecting offensive line either. He obviously would have gotten the ball out of his hands much quicker. It's a little bit at the heart of some of the stuff we're talking about Mark now about. I dropped a video on my Clips channel. We were discussing it on the B&B show last week about, the nature of the type of offense you want in this stadium. What works best in the stadium, what doesn't work best, that type of thing. Thanks for the $5 donation. Don't have a lot of confidence past the one. I don't know. Seems like that might not be the best of fits, especially with Carroll, the way he likes to run. Look good on the surface, but I don't know. Orgy says, from Seattle, but I live in Hawaii now, but my 12 spirit has never faltered ever. It's not where you're at. It's where your heart is. And when it comes to Seahawks football, that's right. I agree. I agree 100%. It's in the blood. Everyday Rams win the division and get a home playoff game. Also Rams, LA on fire, and they have to move to a rival stadium. Yeah. It's not a good look. Not the best of luck. Ethan Carroll says, hey, Brandon, I was having a DK versus Joey Galloway debate with my dad. Who you got? I would probably take... I don't know, that's tough. That's a tough conversation, man. I mean, Joey doesn't get a lot of respect, but what is Joey at? I think he's well over 10,000 yards. I think I'm receiving. Yeah, he's at 10,950 yards receiving. I would probably say DK Metcalf when it's all said and done. There's some similarities to their games, and there's some very distinct differences. But there's a lot more, okay, so there's, one's taller than the other. Another one could do some more things after the catch than the other. The other's bigger with the longer catch radius. But, when you really boil down to the bottom line on the player, they're probably much closer, Ethan, than they are different. They're probably going to finish up when it's all said and done. If DK might a little bit outpace him, but I mean, Joey's got almost 11,000 yards. DK is like halfway to getting to where Joey's at with 77 yards receiving, 77 touchdowns receiving. I think DK probably finds his way to get more closer to 100. But it's very close. I probably would take, DK by a nose on that. But it's a good debate. I like it, Ethan. It's definitely on those kind of ones. It's so close. Can almost flip a coin. I was in San Diego a couple days ago visiting Saturday. It wasn't that windy, but today my area has been pretty windy, so I'm assuming most of SoCal is pretty windy today. Yeah, it's blown today. It's been coming and going a little bit with that. We just need some rain. Zombie Central, I just started a Madden 11 rebuild of the Seahawks. Man, TJ Ushmanzada was a name I hadn't thought of about in years. And oh man, what a young Cam and Earl fun to play with. I bet, man. I bet. Those guys on that game were, especially getting the first couple of years, they were well ranked. And Earl back there flying around, picking balls off in the deep secondary with that speed. Got a little bit of the opening Star Spangled Banner. Save the Geese if I were the Cardinals owner, I'd not be lending my stadium to the Rams. I'm sure he's getting a little. That Arizona team could use a little bit of that money. Sure, there's a couple $1 million getting thrown his way. Megan, I missed your dono at the start. My bad. Oh, there you are. Sorry, Megan. I'm sometimes with the donos before the chat. I'll sometimes miss those. They don't show up on my feed like I would like. But thank you, Megan. Appreciate the $20 donation. She says, "Let's go Vikes. Skull. I agree. Please come on, Vikings. Skull it up tonight. I do not want to go into my roundtable discussion on tomorrow, Megan, listening to Jake tell us all about the C. We're heading to the Super Bowl. C? No, I do not see. I want to see them put into the playoffs into Cabo, and they can have their measly, worthless little division title that meant nothing. But let's go Vikes tonight. I do agree about that. No Rams. No rooting for Rams. Sorry, my Ram brethren in the chat. I'll call the game as I'll call it, as I see it play by play, but, rooting interest is rooting interest on this one. You don't have to sit in that chair every Tuesday and hear Jake pontificate about the beauty and wonder and essence of his beloved Rams team. Sorry I missed that dono though, Megan. Thank you for the $20 drop. I appreciate you for that. Yeah, we're dropping Skull tonight. Come on, Skull. Come on, Vikings. Please. Makes Aussie here, but was in Seattle in 22. Man, yeah. Dan says, "Oh man, San Diego and Oceanside are gorgeous. Yeah, they're really nice. It's really I do love living in the area. It's different of LA than how LA used to be. Yeah, we'll see how it goes going in the future. But just a little bit different kind of feel down here, even though it's just down south. It's kind of strange, but Sanchez, thank you for celebrating 27 months. Man, almost 3 years as a Hawks Nest member. I appreciate that, Sanchez. Have we traded DK yet? Not yet. Not yet. We will see if that's going to be something that's potentially on the table here this offseason. I mean, it's the Geno DK decision or the 1-2 punch that starts off our offseason, and the team has to decide which way they want to go in those two. And I don't. We can all guess, and there's certainly a lot of people out there saying, no, they're going to say, oh, wow, this maybe a guy be on the move. Jordan Babineau yesterday on the radio saying that he felt like both in case of Geno and potentially DK especially, that might be on the move. And, I think Babineau's point's a good one in the respect of everything's on the table right now. It doesn't mean you're going to move off of everybody, but it just means that, hey, how do we get this thing to a contender? What decisions are required to make that happen? And, when that comes to the case, that's not about who's our sacred cows. That's about, look, we're stuck. We've been stuck here for 10 odd years. How do we want to get out of this? How do we shake out of this? Is it naturally just going to happen? Does it just need a little more water and a little more sunshine and one more off season and all will be well? Or does this require a bit of a kick in the pants? And that's the part I'm not even as sure about. I just think that it is smart, to Jordan's point on this, and that everything's to be correct and right on this. You want to be exhaustive. And that requires considering all of the possibilities of play here, in my opinion. So we'll see how it goes. It's going to be a decision on deck, though. Geno, DK. And I think that the team's going to make these decisions fairly quickly early on in this offseason. Mark Sanchez with another $5 donation. Thanks, Mark. Joey Galloway was my first Hawks jersey that I got. B-Day, gift from my grandma. I cried when we traded him to the Cowboys. Fastest Hawk ever. Hey, a pick that you got, a receiver that you take in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's where we took him, who was exactly what you hoped he was going to be when you selected him. Because not only was he a guy that walked in the door as a 1,000-yard receiver, and in his first 5 seasons as a Seattle Seahawk, pretty much 4 of those years he had 1,000 yards. The 1 year he missed was 987. So he comes in and he's instantly productive for you. He has, what is it there, 24, we got 35 touchdowns, I believe it is, in his first 4 or 5 years there. First 4 years there. And we got the opening kickoffs, going to go to the Rams here. And then you also look at the fact that this was a guy back in that time, they were doing, he was actually doing fly sweeps. He was getting carries. 154 yards rushing in 95, 127 in 96, 72 to 26 the years after. And he was a returner. So you go down, you look at what he did as a returner as well. He was dynamic in that way as well. And so really good player. Really, really good player. Underrated kind of Hawk history because he was traded so quickly into his career. But ended up having a real good, strong career overall. Never really could kind of crust through that, get past that sort of 1,300 mark. So I say him and DK is kind of similar on that. Stafford dropping back to throw on first down, finds Puka Nacua wide open down the field against the Vikings defense. And in one play, the Los Angeles Rams are already onto the Vikings side of the football field. But he was a do-it-all kind of player. Try to look for his punt return stuff because he had some crazy stuff too on his punt returns. First and 10. Ball at the 43-yard line in Viking territory. Stafford right back into shotgun here. Handoff inside to Kyren Williams. He's going nowhere. Knocked off his feet there. 1 yard gain. Oh, here we go. So yeah, he had he was a punt returner. So he had 4 touchdown returns for punts in that 4 years too as well. It's a hell of an opening there, Mark, to a career, Stafford walks up the line of scrimmage. He's going to back out of it here down to shotgun, 3 wide. He lips it up over the top. Wow, what a throw in there to Higbee. Beautiful throw by Stafford. He just absolutely layered that thing in over the top. I mean, he just softly layered that thing in so Higbee could, just to get the angle right on it so it's coming down over the top. And Higbee with a wonderful catch. Little bobble, but doesn't touch the ground. Stafford liking his mismatch there. Boy, there was no separation there. That's just a perfect throw. Coverage isn't even that bad. Just perfect throw on good coverage. Rams the 19-yard line. Stafford dropping back to throw. Bubble screen here to Puka. Puka knocked off his feet for a loss of 1. Well defended there by the Vikings. I think Sanchez, mine was Sean Springs. I think that was technically my first jersey. I would have gone to Galloway if not that one, though. I think it was between those two. I think at that time I knew that Joey was going to be traded. Yeah, that would have broke my heart though. We really had to take some blows in Seattle over our sports history as far as losing star players. I can track it back to like Tom Chambers in the 80s. Tom Chambers and Langston and Griffey and A-Rod and Randy Johnson, Sean Kemp. Quick throw here out, caught, down. We've had a lot of them. We've had to learn about loss quite a bit. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. What was the deal with Aaron Curry? I'm curious. It's a great question. I will give you the goods on Aaron. 3rd down and 7. It kind of boils down to every time the Hawks pick in the top 5, usually we've had some hits in there. We've done great, but we've had a few times in our franchise history when we're picking top 5 and the prospects suck. Stafford and shotgun. 3rd and 7. Vikings running some games up front. That's what they like to do. This is just the situation. You know, the Rams don't want to be in here with the Vikes. We saw it when we played them. Boy, there's a lot of Vikings fans in that stadium. Woo! It's all purple, folks. It's very purple. There's like a little sprinkling in there of Ram fans. The Rams had to take a timeout. Stafford didn't like what he looked and saw here. Nice opening drive for the Rams. Almost taking 4 minutes of the clock up here. 3rd and 7. A lot of people, they're showing cover 0 are the Vikings. They're going to drop out of most of it. Throw here out into the flat. Caught by Kyren Williams. He tries to Superman dive for the pylon to get the first down, but he's out of bounds before that. He'll be about 1.5 yards short or so. So maybe a bit of a decision mode here for the Rams. What do you want to do if you're McVay? Do you go for it here? Kind of a tough decision. Yeah, he's going for it. It's a long yard. It's not the longest yard. All right, heavy look here. 1 wide receiver, 3 tight ends, and they got him to jump offside. Stafford is a master. He is a master. No, I am the master. Gets Bullard to jump off sides. Yeah, that's you. No, duh. I hate that when they do that, when it's an obvious penalty on them. They're like, you can read their lips now. Yeah, no, duh. We're all standing still. You move. No, duh. And yeah, you know that pisses the coach off. Like, you got to be aware he's a vet quarterback. He's going to do that in those moments. Don't let him get away with it. 1st and goal. Those kind of mistakes can determine these games. Ball on the 5-yard line, play action pass, rolling to his left is Stafford. Looking back to his right, finds his running back, touchdown, Rams. Kyren Williams. Nice job by Stafford. Those kind of sprint option looks there where you're rolling that quarterback out so hard to one side. All the defense's eyes go to that side of the field. Then you have that back kind of leaking out of the backside through the middle of the formation. Everyone kind of gets lost in the trash there a little bit, lost in all the bodies. Comes out of the other side of it. Nobody's picked him up. And remember, you're working off play action to Kyren on this to set it up there. So it's easy for them to get loose track of him. Like, oh, he doesn't have the ball. Where's the ball? You look away. So great design there by McVay. I think that was meant to go to Kyren the whole way. Very nice play design on his part. Femi, thank you for the $2 donation. In regards to Aaron Curry, the first thing you got to understand about is that was a draft that was very, very bad. There's just no other way to put it. It was one where there was not a lot of guys who I think went on to great careers. I want to go look it up here real quick if I can while we got a commercial break. So if you look at this, bring it up here for you to kind of see on these guys. But if you see, you got Stafford's the first quarterback that goes. Funny, he's still freaking playing. Holy crap. He was the one good guy. But Jason Smith, not very good. Tyson Jackson was a run defending 3-4 defensive end. Aaron Curry, of course, we'll talk about him in a second. Sanchez didn't exactly go on to have a prolific career. Andre Smith didn't do a lot with Cincinnati. One of the worst bad body prospects you'll ever see in your life. Darius Hayward-Bay could run really fast. This was quintessentially one of the last Al Davis BS picks. Like, all he could do was run and not really catch. Eugene Monroe had a moment before he kind of fizzled out. B.J. Raji for the Packers, similar, a moment kind of before he fizzled out. Crabtree, we know what sorry-ass receiver he is. Aaron Maben, Noshawn Moreno. Arakpo was at a good career. He had a solid career. Jenkins had a solid career. Cushing's was good until the steroids, kind of like Brian Bosworth, broke down his body. Larry English, Josh Freeman, Robert Ayers, Jeremy Macklin he was all right for a few seasons there. Got himself a contract, and then it just didn't quite go as well. Brandon Pettigrew was an okay tight end, but you can see, I mean, Alex Math, good career. Percy Harvin, good. There wasn't that they're all bad. Clay Matthews did pretty good, but there's the Donald Browns, the Vontae Davis, the Pariah Jerrys, the Robert Ayers. These kind of picks, Evander Hood, Beanie Wells, Kenny Britt, Hakeem Nicks, Eric Wood was a pretty good center for a while. But it was a draft that first and foremost just wasn't particularly good. And then in Aaron Curry, you had a guy that was looked at as like one of the safer picks in this draft of so much uncertainty. All these guys were saying, I don't know what this guy's going to do. I don't know what that's going to do. You got Brian Cushing as a freshman. He looks like the pre-Captain America body in the first movie. Like that's how Cushing kind of looks in his freshman. And then you get to the end and he's just, veins are popping out of his neck. And so you go, okay, well, Aaron Curry's he looks physically, he moves physically like Lawrence Taylor. That's the best way I can kind of say it. I don't think there's been another linebacker prospect that quite had people as frothing at the mouth making that comparison. But there's always this part that you've got to build in, and it's something that I go to in quarterbacks often. But I think that this definitely factors into linebacker. For instance, the big reason that we went with Tyrese Knight and selected him last year was that Macdonald looked at him on tape and said that he's always stepping in the right direction to where the play is going. His instincts are always there. And if you want to sum up Aaron Curry, I would say it's just a complete and utter lack of instincts on the football field. 1st and 10 for the Vikings here on their first possession at the 30-yard line. They're going to go with an outside stretch play that gets snuffed out very quickly by the Rams defense for a loss of 1. And so you had this outlook of a guy that could be a will linebacker who could also line up as an edge like LT, sort of do it all. But instinctually, he just couldn't read things. If the play wasn't simple and telling him right where it was going, if there was any kind of misdirection, he was going to get misdirected. And he never really developed as a pass rusher with his moves. He was more just going to lean on his physical capabilities. I just think he was a guy that was probably very, very talented who just, once he got paid as a top 5 pick, and remember back in 2009, if you're being paid, we got a sack here on 2nd down. Wow. Kobe Turner back there. Fine young defensive tackle for the Rams, right back in the breadbasket there. They're operating off a wide 9 on the Rams here with a fire zone blitz. And then they wow, great defense. So they show the fire zone blitz is a 5-man blitz. It's going to be usually with one of your inside linebackers. So they stretch out their 4-man front. They bring the Mike down in as the 5th man. The Mike starts with a pass rush, but then he leaks out to the running back in the flat to take that hot away from the quarterback. 3rd and 20. Jefferson will make the catch, and he'll be brought down well short of the 1st down. So a bad opening drive here by the Vikings. Not what you wanted to see there. Not what you wanted to see there. That is for sure. So Aaron had kind of all that stuff going on. I think that remembering back then, they didn't have as much of the 1st-round picks locked in the way that they do now, feed me, and that those guys back in the day were the highest paid players in the sport when you're picked in the top 5 the second you walked in the league. And there wasn't as much of that draw there to be as hungry to fight it out and to, you know, have to go out there and earn that contract like you're on your cheap rookie deal and you've just got to grind to get to that place. So I don't want to cast aspersions on him, but that's just the general feeling I get off Aaron with what I saw from him, what we were hearing in the background of it. Had a lot of opportunities, and I think at the end his body was starting to kind of maybe physically kind of break down on him. But the development there just never really came with him. He really was too big to play Will, too heavy, just couldn't change direction well enough to, and but you know, then wasn't good enough as an edge. A little bit of a tweener aspect going on there. Wasn't good enough as an edge as a pass rusher. Just hadn't done it long enough to be as refined and being able to do it. Kind of all that stuff came together on that one. Sanchez, thanks for the $2 donation. He says, I'm underwhelmed by the OC choices. Well, I can get that, Sanchez. I have a bit of a feeling of that same kind of sense of direction myself on this one. You know, when people ask me about some of these names, I just kind of find myself shrugging a bit and going, it's all right. He's fine. But they don't certainly elicit a ton of excitement to make you jump up and down and go like, here's our answer. To your point with that. And yeah, that's the part that I'm in the same kind of boat of. I don't think it doesn't mean that they can't find a really good option here, but it does mean that you are left a little bit underwhelmed. You know, you'd like there to be some more better choices. You'd like to see some more of these offensive coaches, not to hope for anybody to get let go, that there'd be more available on the market here to be able to pick through and sift through than there is. You're just like, oof, okay, it's a little bit lean. Little bit lean. Sean Lee, I like Kubiak. I think Kubiak's my leader in the clubhouse right now. We're rounding, maybe we're getting up to the 9, and we're about to round the bend here before we maybe get some more candidates that give, you know, as we starting to get some more trickling of some firings going down here, get a bit of better understanding of who's available out in the market. But Kubiak is the guy that stands out to me, and that he checks enough of the boxes for what I'm looking for. I think in looking and trying to do a little research about the job he did there in New Orleans, I find myself very impressed. And be okay with it. Or Chief B, I remember when Aaron Curry came out, he was super good in college. I just have a thing about Alabama defensive ends, never really turn out. I was so mad we didn't take Cushing. Well, he was Wake Forest, War Chief. Curry was Wake Forest. Cushing's would have been fun. What a catch by Puka. Another great throw by Stafford right down the field. Rams being aggressive down the field against this Vikings defense, looking for chunk plays. I think that was Robinson. Sorry, not Puka. But another just baller throw by Stafford right on the spot. Rams sitting down on some shorter routes there with their zone across the board flat, and the Rams attacking deep behind the zone. McVay's right now catching Flores. He's ahead of Flores right now with his play calling. Higbee out in space, nice catch and run. Evades the first tackler and able to extend the run to get a first down after the catch. Rams are freaking locked in right now. And Flores is just a step behind McVay. You can feel that here a bit too. Rams 1 rush, 8 passes to start this game off. But it's how they're passing and attacking, where it seems like the Vikings definitely came into this game with we're going to sit down on the shorter stuff. And the Rams have been able to take a couple, not their intermediate strikes, not deep strikes, intermediate strikes. 1st and 10, another drop back, quick throw by Stafford, another catch. This time into Parkinson. Yeah, slice and dice is right, Space. Stafford dropping back to throw. Do we have a timeout there? Oof. Rams took their second timeout. He must not have liked what he had seen. Feed Me with another $2 donation. Thank you, Feed Me. Says, I believe Ben Johnson will be Raiders head coach and general manager. Ooh. Wow. Wow. Well, I mean, I was going to say when I first saw your message casually, I was like, that's a bold prediction because, he's got his pick of the litter of where he really wants to go. Why choose the Raiders, unless the Brady factor just carries forward so much on it. But then if you're going to give him general manager control, that's one thing that would maybe be a bit of a bargaining chip that you could throw in other teams wouldn't. I don't know if Brady would sign up for that, though. Kyron handoff inside, spinning around, still on his feet. Poor tackling here by the Vikings. Ball bounces away, but Puka Nakua's Johnny on the spot. Rolls up around it, but a nice game by Kyron. Good hole opened up there. Wow, just well blocked there. Rams ran right into the sort of teeth of the formation there from a body's perspective. I almost think the Vikings were like, they're not going to run into this many bodies. Yeah, we will. Puka with a great block, pulling back across the formation there too. Play action pass by Stafford here on first down. They got a little bubble screen here out to Higbee with his third catch of the game. Now he's right at the first down marker. Rams are a well-oiled machine at this moment. Phoebe, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Brady said he was okay with it in the reports I saw. Oof. Kind of blows me away with Brady. I mean, it's... look, I mean, from their perspective, Feed Me, the Raiders last year went with Daniel Graham because of the fact that, partly you're one of those organizations that's not going to get the best of the best. You're not going to get the bright-eyed top of the line candidates because they look at the organization and they say there's some dysfunction here. And it's the reason you haven't won in many years. Ooh-wee. Andrew Van Ginkel got blasted at the end of that run there. He was kind of like, bro, what's up? Why'd you hit me in the face? Bo Limmer came in and got a good little hit. And that's going to be a penalty, I think, there. Yeah, 2nd and 16. Late shot by Bo Limmer there. Doing a little too much. Rams living with the football in this first quarter. Little bubble screen out to Puka Nacua, ain't going nowhere. So, I mean, if you're going to get the best candidate and you're looking through what's out there and available from a Raider perspective right now, what else is bright and better and shinier than potentially getting Ben Johnson as any other candidate? And this is going to make you give that up. I will say I think that they're going to live to regret giving Ben Johnson that kind of control. A first-time head coach, and you're going to give him general manager control, that's a recipe for disaster. For being a complete and utter disaster. I can see why this is where I always say to it, desperation driving decision-making is never right. Quick throw inside on 3rd and 16, back into Higbee here. Rams just trying to get some yards to get down to field goal range and extend this lead out to 10 points. Clock's just been winding and rolling through this first quarter, already down to 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Like I said, they've just sat on the ball. Vikings have had 3 offensive plays here. But it's going to be disastrous for the Raiders if they do this, I think. Or if not disastrous, it's going to be limited in what it can bring about to them as far as that potential upside. Strange move on their part to give them that control. I get it, but this is desperation driving their decision making, and it's never a good thing. You can see it. Gerbicide. God, I hate the Rams. Yeah, it's a legit penalty. You can't thunderstruck a guy's face after the guy's just been tackled. Paul Coppin says John Gruden as a sideshow for OC. People have not liked it, but I've been like, hey. But Kubiak, Sean, back to your thing with your question on that. I like Kubiak, man. As Sanchez said, underwhelmed by the OC choices. Yep. Still doesn't mean that it wasn't the right move to move off of Grubb and get to something, that's going to be more in alignment with Macdonald. I think Kubiak would be in alignment. I think he's creative in using his playmakers. He didn't have a lot to work with there in New Orleans. He elevated what they were and what they should have been probably offensively. And I think he's as interesting as anybody. Part of this too, of course, is the interview and the meshing with Mike and those type of things, and making sure you're going through all of the potential guys out there to get the best guy. See, Lord of Bravo said, I did a mock recently and got Jonah Savania and Kenneth Grant with our first 2 picks. Sign me up for that. I'd be all right with that. Reinforce those trenches. And I like both those 2 players. Yeah, Rams are looking unfortunately good. Gotta hate Puka. Save the geese. Would you get ejected if you double leg kick someone on the chest? I mean, there is the moment a couple of years ago, Save the Geese, where we had Antonio Brown returning the punt return. And remember, he went up and he totally put his cleat right in the face. I think it was at the face of the chest of the punter. Punters always catch, remember what Sean Taylor did to the punter in the Pro Bowls? Punters always get unnecessarily blasted when players get the opportunity to do so. But I think that you get the 15-yarder, but I think you'd still get away with it. I think you could just be like, I was trying something. Because you also got to be careful there where your cleat slips up and hits the wrong area. Look at that hockey player, that got slashed. 10-0 lead here for the Rams. Vikings are going to fair catch this ball and take over the 30-yard line. And their defense needs a blow. Definitely could use a little bit of a blow there. Bill Anderson asked about Scott Turner as OC. We got an inside carry here for about a yard or 2. The interim offensive coordinator for the Raiders. I don't think he's offensive coordinator for the Washington football team, 20-22. Not a lot of history there. Play action pass by Darnold, drops back, checks this down underneath to his back for a gain of about 6. There's not a lot to go on there. I mean, Washington Commanders football team's offense wasn't particularly good from 2020 to 22. He's been with Raiders here for recently. Raiders haven't had a lot to work with there, so it's hard to make Bill much of an assessment on him. I don't want to say, well, he's not good. He's been the Raiders. Like a lot of coaches have been with Raiders, haven't been good recently. But that's one of those parts we go to. You'd like to get the quick snap here by Darnold. He's going to throw a high throw up. Addison's got to climb the ladder there and extend his arms up to make the catch. Nice catch there by Addison. First down. But that's where I'd like to have a little more of a track record if it's possible. It might not be possible. But then if it's not possible and we're picking through guys kind of like a Scott Turner or a McCown, who has even less, history, it then becomes kind of a coin flip for me. It's more about the philosophy of the offense they run than the individual guy. And I very recently really got in on this thing about playing a little bit more to the stadium we play in a little bit at times here. Another throw underneath here. Darnold's just trying to kind of hit running backs underneath here against this Rams defense. Kind of working. 8-yard gain there to the fullback Ham on first down. I'll probably shrug. I won't be like against those guys necessarily if one of them hired, but it certainly isn't going to elicit a lot of excitement. And I'll probably you'll get kind of a shrug. Hopefully it'll work. Nice throw here by Darnold on a comeback route to Jefferson. Good throw to the spot there, leading Jefferson in front there. Throw it to the spot, not at the man. It's a long developing route here. Kind of an out route. Jefferson comes back in the ball in there nicely. It's a good throw there. Vikings offense starting to come alive. 1st and 10. 1:12 to go here in the first quarter. Ball at the 29-yard line. Darnold drops back to throw. He's going to be sacked. Is that Kobe Turner again? Kobe Turner again. Look out, Kobe Turner. Whew. That's his second sack of the game. He's such a good player for them. Underrated, doesn't get talked about a lot, but boy, he's been good for them. Kind of weird there. They had a bubble screen going. Why didn't Darnold throw the bubble? Kind of like a bubble screen with an option route other places, and just throw the bubble quick, then you don't have the pressure under you there. Darnold drops back to throw, comes back underneath here to Hawkinson. Get back some of that yards. It'll bring this up to a 3rd and down. Clock ticking here. We'll see if that's going to be the last play of the first quarter. Vikings trying to get a quick snap off here on 3rd and 10. Rams, 2 high shell on the backside, 4-man front. And they're just going to let that wind down. Prime says, 0712 is not watching the game, but stopping by to show love. Y'all slap the like. I'm going to tend the garden and lurk. Hey, thank you for that, Prime, and appreciate you reminding me that. If you can for me, folks, do please hit that like button. We'll be doing a couple of these probably definitely in Conference Championship weekend. We'll be doing both of those 2 games, and we'll probably be doing some games next week as well. So we'll keep these kind of going here. As I like to watch this playoff action, I always think there's a little bit of some things you can always kind of take away from. Making the hockey player was decapitated with the skate to the throat. Accidental, but still still scary as hell, man. You talk about something that I hear that happens once on hockey. And like, I think let me put this away. And there was somebody else that got sliced too, that they managed to get the thing closed up somehow. Like they had a literal surgeon on just off the ice or something. Sean Lee says, I'm going to be salty for a while that the big cat didn't get an all-pro. I'm putting on, I know I've been promising, I've been working hard on trying to get this one out, but I've got a big cat video where I'm going to make the argument about, this guy's not just, all-pro, Pro Bowl, whatever, but as a legit argument, in my opinion, looking at the players in this league and who did what this year, to say that he's got as good as argument as anybody to be a defensive player of the year this year. It's like, you can keep your Pro Bowl and keep your all-pro, but he should be that. But goes to show you that these voting systems are definitely skewed unfairly against especially West Coast teams in general, not just us, but West Coast teams. Even more Seahawks. Thank you for another $5 donation, bro. I appreciate all of the support, man. Appreciate that. You're very kind. I feel like we offer more than other teams, most head coaches. I feel like we offer more than other teams. Most head coaches are offensive guys, and we offer not a lot of head coach offer. One second, let me get back to that. One sec. Here's the action. Start right back up here on 3rd and 10. Darnold dropping back to throw. He's under pressure, falling away, finds Jefferson. Jefferson trying to grind his way forward here. Can't quite get to the first down. He'll be just short. The Vikings will have to take a field goal. I feel like we offer more than other teams. Most head coaches are offensive guys, and we offer not a lot of head coaches offer full offensive control with balance, of course. It's a good point. It's a very good point. I say, you got offensive head coaches, feed me, that are play callers as well. So you're there as an OC, and you're an OC in only name. Snaps down, kicks up. That will be good. So 10-3, a little bit closer on the Vikings. But to your point, you've got these coaches that'll be play callers, and they just have their OC relegated to figurehead a little bit, kind of the inverse of what we're doing with Allen and Dirty as our DC right now. And so this may prove to be a bit more of an enticing prospect for those kind of coaches that want to just have the head coach stay out of their way. And they know in a guy like Mike Macdonald, I don't think he's going to be some dictatorial guy when it comes to, you need to run the ball 50-50. And the whole point of him in the first place being open to bringing on a spread conceptual guy like Grubb was that he was willing to, throw the ball more than he ran and throw the ball at even a high rate. It's just that Grubb took it to an extreme level of things. And that's what I think probably, and especially with some of the lack of recognition of what was happening in the game winding down, moments like that where you're hoping he's more kind of reading what's occurring and instead kind of sometimes gets lost a little bit in that stuff. There was probably a few reasons here. That's a lack of alignment thing. But I don't think other head coaches in this league, understanding what kind of undertook here, will look at that as something as a dissuading factor. They'll know, I think, based on that hire before, that he'll be willing to let them run their offense. And I think if anything here, Mike wants this. He wants the offensive guy in there that you say, take the full offensive control. I'll give you some things that I want you to be aware of from time to time. But my whole thing here is I'd like to be spending more of my time on my defense and buttoning down the hatches on that rather than having to watch your back and make sure you're doing your job. And so I think this could prove to be a little bit better of a place than other spots in that way. Especially if your coach is looking as an OC, maybe going to a place that's a new head coach going to be hired somewhere, and you don't know what you're going to be like working with him and whether he's going to be the fit there. Here in Macdonald, you've gotten some also proof, in addition to your point on this, Feed Me, of a head coach who's walked in his first year as a first-time head coach and grabbed 10 wins. And you could say, well, hey, I've also got what looks to be a very bright up-and-coming head coach. His star shines brighter. We all shine brighter with it. Good points, man. Very good points. Zombie Central says, why draft another tight end? I mean, we could use another, but Barner was solid all year round. Well, there's been a lot in the last 2 days of watching football here in this sport, Zombie Central. There's been a lot of offenses I'm watching that are really embracing 2 tight end sets. And while 3 wide receiver looks are still going to be the thing you're going to see more often than not in football, even we here in Seattle recently with some of the Waldron stuff that he did at his best was the 2 tight end stuff. So you're going to release Noah Fant this offseason. You're going to save the money on that deal, which in Barner, you have an inline guy who's very good, but there is an opening now for an H-back tight end, more of a move guy, more of a, in-between wide receiver and pure inline tight end kind of guy. And there's a lot of guys in this draft that are very talented that fit to that mark. So it's one where if you're looking at the next guy you bring in, if there's a guy that is a kind of got some run-centric stuff to him, if something happened with the Steelers and Arthur Smith suddenly became available and they jumped on Arthur Smith, well, Arthur Smith's going to want to run 2 tight end looks. He's going to maybe say, hey, if we can get a talented guy in there in that number 2 tight end role with Barner, we can really make this offense hum for what we want to roll. But there's going to be some kind of need there, I would estimate, on this zombie. Farrell Brown's on a 1-year contract. I mean, you're going to have to do something at the position. And if we're letting value run our board, a lot of people like Warren higher than I do, but I still like Warren quite a bit. And there's about 4 tight ends I have in the second round and where they're graded right now. So you could find that guy in this draft too from a value-based standpoint. We've got quick pressure on the play on Stafford. Fumble! Ball's picked up here by the linebacker. Touchdown! Vikings. Cashman walks it on in. That ball bounced right into the waiting hands of Cashman. Stafford is indicating he thinks he had thrown it, that it was a forward pass. Let's see. So Stafford's falling down and he just kind of flicks the ball sort of sideways. It's the most casual kind of little flick, though. That was a choice. I don't know if I've ever seen a quarterback quite do that. He's trying to avoid the sack, kind of, but it's also... This is going to be a weird... Ooh, let me see where the chat's at on this one. He tried to do a thing. So he's falling like this, folks, you know? He's falling like this, and then he just kind of it looks like there is definitely a tangible a releasing of the, but he's also kind of in the act of being pulled down. It is intentional grounding, Jordan, if they're not going to call it a fumble. Yeah, they're going to call it. Wait. Now that's got to be an intentional grounding. There was no player near him. Like he threw the ball. He did throw the ball though. That's intentional grounding, right? That's got to be intentional grounding. Who's near him? Okay, they're showing a 22 shot right now, so I can see if there's anybody near him within 10 yards. Oh, his running back's right over there. So they're going to say the running back. Running back's blocking and not even turned around to look at the ball. But technically, I guess an eligible receiver because he's within proximity of the football. Rams get a lot of calls. I ain't gonna start no. I ain't gonna start none. There ain't gonna be none. Okay, but they get a lot of calls. I'm okay. Yeah, the intent was clear. The intent is to ground, not to throw at anybody. Your intent was to spirit of the rule. Third and 10 for the Rams. Stafford drops back to throw here. Knocked free on the play. They're back to Puka. Good coverage by, looks like Gilmore was right there, tight in coverage. Good play by Gilmore there. It should be intentional grounding on that. I'll let it go. Let it go. Trey Griff, thanks for the $2 donation. I'm late. Any new OC names or news? Only the 3 guys that we've got published that they're interviewing. So Thomas Brown and with the Bears. We've got Hank Fraley, offensive line coach with the Detroit Lions, Trey. And then Clint Kubiak, who was the offensive coordinator last year for the Saints, / I think took over for interim, I think, too, there. So those are the first 3 guys that they have posted out that we've heard anything about. So one guy that's done some things, 2 other guys that are, more of, you're going for the up-and-comers, I guess. But it's been pretty quiet so far, Trey. I think Kubiak would be the name in the, if I ran a poll tonight, I think Kubiak would be probably the guy that would be who Hawk fans would probably lean towards more of any of the early names here. But let's see, too, is that I think this is going to be a bit of a process because we are still getting coaches being released and that with them staffs being released. And we might come to find a little bit more information out here in the next couple of days here as this starts to get sort of rather than being Black Monday, sort of black week and a half as everybody gets cleared out. Cowboy situation is completely weird. So they didn't let him, McCarthy, interview with the Bears like they were going to keep him, and then they just suddenly bailed out on him. So sorry, I don't have anything else. I've been looking for some more updated news. Just those three guys are all that we've got so far, Trey. And with two of those guys, of course, it's kind of a question mark of exactly what you're going to get with them, what their philosophy would be, how they'd be, what they want to do offensively. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, I think Tyler Warren we're going to find, as I'm seeing mentioned a lot in the chat. See Lord Bravos mentioned there, and Jack. I think he's going to be a guy that's going to be very much a fond guy for many Hawk fans. I can get the sense that he seems to be sort of a bit of a favorite here coming out of this, which he's a really good talent. I like him a lot. I don't know if I like him quite in the first round place as some do on it, but I do like him, and he's a really good talent. He's got some attributes that might allow him to become potentially next level special, but keeping in mind, you pick him at 18, you're not picking him far from where Brock Bowers went. I do think that there's a little bit of a different talent level between Tyler Warren and Brock. I don't think he's quite on that same level. See if the Geese had Tyler Warren mocked in the 7th round last year and now be a top 15 pick. Crazy. Yeah, it's just a little bit. It's getting a little bit too high for me. He's a 2nd round valued guy for me, but handoff inside here by the Vikings after the punt. And nice carry there by Jones for 12 yards and a first down. He's a good player, but he's not a perfect player. And again, he's not kind of into that Brock Bowers side of it as far as a pass catcher, keeping in mind that he is more H-back. He's not as much a blocker to me. Like, he's fine, but he's not going to be a plus side blocker as in pass protection or run blocking. Yeah, so you're going to have to lean on what he does as a pass catcher. And he is good, but I like that more 2nd round than I like that in the 1st round. I don't think he's going to go out there and run some 4.45 time or something either. So he'll run a fine time, but it's not going to be blazing fast. Paul says, riddle me this. We are over the cap with few true Pro Bowlers. Our team has some really cool position players, but we need core guards and rookie contracts. Would trade for next year's picks and later picks in. Paul, I've been trying to sell the fan base a little bit on the potential of the 1 step back for 2 steps forward, for more 2 certain steps forward, not just 2. Maybe we could take a couple steps forward, but true, now your steps are going to be able to take those steps forward, Paul. There'll be less of a question, less of a, if this can just work out just absolutely perfectly, then this can go. And we got a blitz by the Rams, catching the Vikings unaware there. Stam didn't think it was coming at all, and corner blitz by Durant. Sacks Sam Darnold. 3rd sack of the day here for the Rams already. This is one of the problems when you want to run play action under center for a quarterback, is he's turning his back to the offense, to the defense. And so in doing that, then if the defender's coming in a blitz like that as a corner who's going to be really quick and really fast, by the time the quarterback comes back out around from that play action stuff, he's going to come right back around to come face-to-face with the blitzer and not have any chance to go to a hot route read. He's just sacked. Unless he's really escapable. And almost an interception thrown here by Darnold. So that will bring up 4th down. It's where you can't lean on it too much. You definitely want it as a part of your offense, but all this stuff comes down to don't get so predictable at it. It almost kind of seemed like, to me, I wonder if there was not maybe a side adjustment the Rams have made defensively, where if they read it in a certain formation for the Vikings, where he's coming off the blitz there, knowing that Sam's going to have his head turned if they guess right. Interesting call. But here we come from Paul. I share similar feelings in looking at this team at times and saying, look, we got to do some more firmer steps here to firm this up. Keon Lund, thanks for the $2 donation. Getting the Tom Brady treatment. Add one to the list. Yeah, I guess so, Keon. Woo. I'm trying not to complain about it too much. I'm just trying to be like, okay. All right. But you shake your head with this Rams team and the amount of calls they get. And they don't want to Rams fans don't want to hear about it. They're like, no, yes, yeah. We're well familiar with this. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I mean, it's the Rams. We got to give them that. Yeah, I guess we probably should anticipate this stuff a little bit more. Be calm. Got to win by a little bit extra. How'd they get to first down? What the hell just happened? Did he hit the punter? Punter got whacked. Wow, they hit the punter. Wow, that's a huge play. Bro, you weren't even near the punter. What are you doing, man? Hummel just completely boneheaded that one because he's arching himself to the punter. He can't say he's being blocked into it there. He's trying to arch out and get a hand out there to go and pull that in. That's a huge break, but that's dumb play by the. I saw it the other day, one of the other playoff games here too. I don't know if they're bubble screen out to Jefferson on 2nd and 8. It's cut right down there by Kelia Witherspoon. Let's bring up 3rd and long. I don't know if these coaches are just telling them to go for broke right now because it's the playoffs with trying to get the punt blocks, but you're blocked up. You're trying like late to get that hand up as you don't have yourself under control because you're so sold out to try to go get the block. Christopher says ref saying sorry for the fumble call. Could be that. It's definitely a possibility on that one. 3rd down and 8. Darnold dropping back to throw. He's looking, staring down his target, and he gets picked off there by Kobe Durant. Woo! Darnold just, I mean, he laser locked his vision in on the receiver on that one the whole way. He decided from the snap to the drop back where he wanted to go with that ball, really allowing the corner to feel the eyes and jump up on that route. Yikes. Where's the progression read there? And he cuts it inside rather than getting it on the outside shoulder. Durant made a good play. Thanks for the donation. Be calm, Keon. Appreciate it. Be calm. Also, becoming Hawks Nest Pro Bowler. Appreciate you for that. Be calm. Hawks Nest members, just want to let you guys know. I know we haven't done a show here recently on for pro members. We're going to be doing some member shows based around I'm going to take you guys into a little bit of the background with me on some of the scouting stuff I do. So we're going to be looking at some players individually together on some of these guys in this upcoming draft. Show you some of the scouting I'm going to be looking for on them and what we're looking for on them. We'll do some of maybe some free agent looks at some potential guys we could look for on that too. So do keep an eye out on your community post as a Hawks Nest member. I'll be getting those benefits continue to be published out over there. And we'll be doing some looks. So we'll doing some video breakdowns and looks at some of these potential free agents and draftees of our Seahawks. Thank you, Be Calm. Ryan Eddie Brando, just coming in. Are you going to add that BS call in your markup of the Rams penalties? I probably will. The video is getting longer by the moment, Ryan. It's continuing to extend. Ada says, yep, I remember all right. Or, yeah, I can't forget about the BS call that was called for DJ Dallas when he was with us. Oh, you mean, hell is this thing? Oh, I had the picture all ready to go and then I lost it. Ain't that just the way it goes? Oh, here we go. You mean this one? You mean this one right here? To end the game, game on the line. Russell makes a nice throw. Ball in the air above the shot. You can see it right there, just above DJ. Defender, head not turned to the ball, making contact and tearing down the arms of DJ Dallas. You think that was called a PI? God, he had a guy wide open on the in-cutting route. If he wasn't so busy staring down the F, he had Naylor on the in-cutting route. He was just so busy staring down the outside. There was Darnold. He got too locked in and his hand hit the top of the helmet on top of everything else. Eek. Stafford dropping back, going through some reads, pirouettes around the back. He's going to hit Kyron as a little safety outlet. Kyron cutting back across the formation. We've got a flag. Looks like a holding call on the Rams. Kyron run out of bounds. Ada says, who would you want more if you had to choose right now? Big Hank or Kubiak? I'd go with Kubiak, Addis. Hank's never had any play calling experience. And I think he's done a good job. He may be one of the great new awesome offensive line coaches in the sport. It's possible. But in Kubiak, I've got a track record. I've got the lineage there. I feel good about that. I like, for instance, Kubiak more than I like a Schottenheimer. If we're going for like Nepo hires, you know, on a scale of 0, to 10, when Schottenheimer was hired, it was like a soft 6. Kubiak would give me about an 8.5. Stafford first and 20 after the holding call on the Rams. 3 wide to the far side of the field. Puka goes in motion. Dropping back to throw. Under pressure, Stafford sidesteps it, trying to get back to Puka. Can't get there. Puka kind of dropped that there. I think he got it in his hands. A lot of targeting Puka here. 5 targets already of the 16 passes of Stafford. Double A gap pressure there. They drop out of it. Yeah, that's a catch usually Puka makes. Ivan Pace there, I think, on the blitz. Well, that's Cashman. Cashman there on the blitz. Nice job. Vikings going right back to the double A gap pressure here again. Back-to-back plays. Let's see if they bring them both this time. They do. It's a handoff inside here to Kyron. He'll be brought down. Double A gap pressure kind of helped there. Not really bringing the blitz, but just stacking up the bodies in the line for an inside A gap run. 9:18 to go in this second quarter. 10-3 Rams. Defenses have definitely put some of the clamps on here. Game that started out, it seemed like there's going to be a lot of offense. 3rd and 15. 4-man pressure front from the Vikings. Stafford with some time. He's going to find Kyron out of the backfield. Kyron. Shake and bake a little bit there, but Byron Murphy makes the tackle, pushing him out of bounds. Well short of the first down. Rams will have to punt again. Vikings doing a good job of giving their offense some time to find some footing here against this Rams team. Video Games Sports. Thank you for the $10 donation. I know we have a lot of cap room available for 2026, but we also only have 11 players under contract for that year. I'm not sure how much money will actually be there for us to improve significantly. It's a I love we're thinking out ahead of that because I am thinking in very much the similar fashion video game about, okay, you do have the money, but yeah, how many guys do you have under contract? How many rookie deals do you have under contract at that time? And, you're not going to have all of that money to spend with what you're going to have to just naturally add here onto the team, to your point, with that. It is an indicator that you've got some space set up to make that happen that year. But one of the things that I've kind of advocated here, Video Game Sports, in doing is that if we can do the 1 step back for the 2 step forward, if you can stay to this next year, okay, look, it's not that we're going to be non-competitive. We're just not going to do everything we've done in the past, especially when it comes to sacrificing future cap space for the here and the now to try to get to that contending status this year. If it can happen and naturally materialize through the natural youthful improvement we hope we'll get, and Macdonald getting back her second-year returns and all that, then so be it. But that we don't necessarily start robbing for tomorrow for today when we don't yet have a team that we know is ready to contend really, truly. And the point you bring up is a right one, and that point of that money can go very, very fast, and that there's going to be natural contracts that are going to eat a bunch of it. Like I said, it will still mean you have money to spend, but this is why I've also said in the one step back approach would be looking video game to then have money you're actually able to fold over into next year, that you don't even use up all of your cap space this year, that you have a chunk of that cap space that then you're able to throw into next year to help even build that cap up more when you might be in a better position to contend, to then truly spend that money, to truly, really strengthen that team out to the ultimate. So yeah, I think you're probably seeing it accurately in that it's not exactly as much money, but it is a lot of money. It's money that can be utilized potentially this year if the team wants to try to go for it now for that contending status. I wouldn't advocate for that necessarily, but the team could do that, video game. They could. So it's a fork in the road here in what they've got to decide to do this offseason. And I've looked at the situation like you have on it. And if you were walking into this offseason in a position to say, hey, we're walking into this with $45 million of cap space. We don't have to make any moves. This guy's got to be cut. That guy's got to be cut. This has got to be done. We got $45 million. Okay, let's go spend. Let's go be a contender. Let's go push to make that happen. But that's not the position you find yourself in. Like you said, you're in essentially a de facto negative space when you consider the 2 points that put you sort of in negative areas right now are the draft picks that you've got to spend money on, which is about $7.5 million. And you need about $6.5 million for your normal order of business during the year to sign guys off the streets when stuff goes bad. When you have a punt returner that can't catch the ball and you got to sign Jalen Durden at the end of the year, that's what you need that $6 million for. So you're at $13 million. Vikings going to take back over after the punt deep in their own territory. Little throw out here into the flat for about a gain of 2 yards or so. So it's it's tough. It's going to be hard for them to make much happen here. And I keep coming back to it, what they'll have to do, video games, that they're going to have to rob from that 26 space, that 27 space. And that to me is a bit discouraging on this because the team is not quite into that place of saying, yeah, we are ready to contend. We are here. This is the time is now to strike in this way. You got to be sure in the NFL. It's a sport of timing. It's a sport about self-assessing yourself correctly every year as an organization about where your team is truly at, not where you want them to be, but where they truly are at. Handoff inside here to the running back. He'll run inside nicely there, picking his way through traffic. I think that's Akers there for a gain of about 5. These are things that need to be in consideration, video game. And I'm thinking about him as well. And I hope the team has got him a bit at the forefront with this too. And the fans don't, I think, by and large, like to hear any of this because it's not going to make anybody excited to say, take a step back. But you're just caught in a place where the cap's just not in the greatest of spots this offseason walking into this thing. Negative $13 million of space before you've cleared anybody. And we've got a lot of people out there who want to advocate for making some big time aggressive moves and spending some big time money. And two of the guys you got that we're talking about having to maybe sign here throughout to Hawkinson, he'll make the catch and get run out of bounds after a nice gain. Two of the guys also, in addition to this negative, essentially 12, 13 million you're sitting on, or you've got to essentially sign Geno to a new deal, which will be the biggest contract you have on the books. And then you're going to sign DK to the new deal. And that's going to be the second biggest contract you have on the books. Meanwhile, you don't have any real money as it stands right now necessarily to spend to do that. You can clear a lot of space. You can. But we come back to again and again that there'll be a price to pay for doing that, doing those kind of deals for the 26 time period. 1st and 10 here. Kind of an I formation look from the Vikings. Under center here, pitch out wide. Akers will take it here. He's got some space to work with. He's down the sideline. Nice run there by Akers. Vikings going a little bit more to a commitment in the ground game on this drive. And Akers in there instead of Jones is kind of a counter punch. Vikings over onto the Rams side of the football field to the 41-yard line. Play action pass, dropping back to throw. It's his tight end there out in space in the flat, and he'll go for about a gain of 3 or 4. We might have a fumble on the play. There's a pile of bodies hard to see, and the officials are going to say the Rams have it. Viking tight end says he was down. He might have a case. I think this is going to be right on the line, but it looks like he's got a good case. Thank you again, Video, for the $10 donation. And again, well said, man. Well said. Phoebe, thanks for the $2 dono. Says, tell Jake that he called the game refs one-sided on X. Tell Jake that he called the game refs one-sided on X. Oh my God. Is he saying that the refs are in the Vikings' favor on this one? Really? Is he trying to get out ahead of the Rams get the calls thing? Is this his it's not you, it's me thing? Is this the, deflect and attack? Deflect and attack. Oh. Keon, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, folks say Bo and Sam and Mayfield are better than Geno. Yeah, I think that Keon, that I don't think that's true. Number one, I think Keon, environment and stuff, when it comes to quarterbacks, the thing that I always see time and time again is that supporting cast, environment, coaching staff, none of this, what I hear from a lot of fans, none of this stuff seems to ever matter. It's all on you as the QB or not. And so if you fail or you have success in the environment, it's merely, are you good enough or are you not? And from my perspective, that's not the proper way to evaluate a quarterback position that is reliant on supporting parts that have to be good at what they do to make them good. And when they're not good at what they're supposed to be good at, the quarterback is going to then be impacted by that. It's pretty logical. And in a guy like Mayfield's case, for instance, Tristan Wirf has been an all-pro at both left and right tackle. Godecki has turned into a top 10 right tackle in this sport. That's his two pillars. That's where he begins. Graham Barton, that they picked this last draft, has been very good for them. They've built up the rest of the line around that. He gets the benefits of that on top of throwing to a Mike Evans. And so what really comes down to, in my outlook of it, Keon, is that there's those top 5 guys in this sport, 4 or 5 guys that are the true separators at the position, that are those guys that essentially walk on water from many people's perspective. And then there's a good collection of guys from like 6 to probably 12, 13 that are really, at the end of the day, all probably in about the same place. You can separate them maybe somewhat a little bit here and say, this guy's a little better than this guy's got this better, but it's really down, when you really get down to the margins of it, they're all much closer to being equals than they are being one defiantly better than the other. And we got a handout outside here. The Rams are all over it here on second down. That's going to be a loss of 3 or 4 yards. They saw that play coming a mile away. Rams could feel that just all the way there. So I think they're very closely aligned. I think they're all quarterbacks that are on that top 10 place of things, Keon. I think all 3 are 3 guys that can go and win you a Super Bowl with the right supporting cast. I think that's what all 3 of them have done. It's really on the good side in all 3 of their cases. 3rd down and 7. 4:50 to go here in the second quarter. We got to look like a false start. Oh, fumble. Ball picked up here. Rumbling up the field. Sam Darnold with all the pocket awareness of a cow. And it's going to be a touchdown. Boy, Sam has been, I don't know. I might have to go more Geno. Sam's out of the top 10. His pocket awareness today has been awful. Bro, just not feeling the blitz at all. He's just staring down, like he's looking at the ass crack of the center, and he needs to be assessing what's coming up with the Rams and what they're bringing on the fronts. He's not seeing the blitzes coming, but you look at his head, and his head's staring down. I don't know if he's caught up in the magnificence of the tush of his center, but my guy's got to start looking around a little bit and be more aware of what's happening around him. Ew. Fumble return for a touchdown by Jared Verse. Darnold just completely unaware of the blitz there, dropped back. The blitz hit him. He fumbled like he got hit by a car. I think Geno would have caught that blitz, Keon. I think Geno would have seen that coming. Bo Nix is not at the place of those two guys yet. Bo Nix has had a really good rookie year, but he's not to the place of where these other veteran quarterbacks, but he's got the talent to get there, and I would expect at some point or another he will get there. Because he's been the player I thought he'd be, and he's been the fit with Peyton that we thought he would be. And so I think that there's good chance on that one that he gets there, but he's not there at those guys' place quite yet. But Mayfield, you can't deny what he's done with the season that he's had and how he's really, really built himself up and improved his play. But I think that the real lesson from my standpoint looking at him, I don't think everybody's got to look at it this way, Keon, but the way I look at it is just I see those quarterbacks and I go, look, I don't think if you can get one of those magnificent 5 guys in the sport, go get him. Sure. Go make your Godfather offer, go grab him, go pick him in the draft if you're there to go pick a guy to do it or trade up to get that guy. But if you're not in that position, and we are talking about that second tier of guys, then the question is, can those second tier of guys, 5 to 12, 6 to 12, can they win you a Super Bowl in this sport? I believe they can. Does it take a better supporting cast than what the superheroes take? Yeah, sure. It does. But can they do it? Sure, I believe they can. So, it's a good question. That's where I've kind of found myself landing on this one as I've given a lot of thought. It's an important question. Quarterback is your most important position. But I think the rest of the team is important too. And it's not just, one and then the rest of the team's down there at 4. Like maybe 1 is the most important, but these other things are almost just as important when we go down the line of them. Michael Hyde, thank you for the $10 donation, Michael. We get the Lions offensive coordinator as our OC. We should draft Warren and buff the line. With his skills as a line coach, we can implement a deadly ground and pound with Sharps with a little Geno sprinkled in. Well, thank you for the $10 donation. After the kickoff here, Sam Darnold's going to dance around the pocket here and find nobody, just sort of dance around looking, and he is going to get sacked. 5th sack already of this half on the this is twisting badly. So offensive coordinator, he's the offensive line coach right now, Michael. So that's just with Hank Fraley, who you're talking about. He's currently the offensive line coach rather than the actual OC, because of course Ben Johnson's currently the OC. Warren, as I was speaking about, your donation is well timed. I was just speaking about this above a little bit. Shotgun look, 3rd and 14 for Darnold. He drops back to throw here, steps up into the pocket, just run with it. Jeez. He manages to fit the ball in there to Jefferson. 1st down. Could have run for the 1st down there too, it looked like, but decided to fire it in there. Good grab there by Justin. If I'm Darnold here, I've got to be aware of the fact they're not playing your legs. This is one of those things those quarterbacks will do too, where they get too locked into throwing the ball. Remember, you've got your legs to use here. 12 of 14, 108 yards and an interception here for Darnold and a fumble. Hand off inside here to the back. He'll get brought down for a gain of 3. But I was speaking about this before, Michael. I've gotten the sense in doing a few of these shows and looking online, and that Warren is a guy that right now is vastly the most popular guy for the Seattle Seahawks to take at 18 in the Seahawks fandom. I'm kind of blown away by it in that he has really caught the apple of people's eye right now in a big way, where we're early in the draft process, and I've heard more about Warren from fans as far as really being hot to trot. And I could be missing something with it, because quite frankly, the way people are kind of talking on him, Michael, I get the impression that people really see star potential in this kid, that they see a guy that's a Brock Powers like talent. I didn't think I quite saw that same kind of level on the tape, but I'm still got to do a deep dive on him, and I might be missing where he's at. And I do like him a lot. I have him, Michael, just a little bit more in that second round range of things. I think there's a chance he could go in the first round, and some of it's going to be dependent upon how he tests. But you're not alone, and that there is I will say there is a heavy amount of our fellow 12s that are very much in on getting Warren. If he's the pick at 18, you're not going to see a bunch of Hawk fans crying about it and mad and upset. He will be a pretty popular pick at that point if he was, based on what I'm kind of getting the sense for, at least. It's just the sense of things. Michael says, with his skill as a line coach, we can implement a deadly ground and pound with Sharp with a little of Geno sprinkled in. We could. It's a fun running attack too, Michael. It's one that would certainly build upon some of that GT counter stuff that we like to run, the gap stuff. That would be right up the alleyway of stuff that they like to run there with Detroit. It's a varied rushing attack. It can go power. It can go to the edges. You can get the pitch plays. You get the fly sweeps. You get the counter stuff. Pull a lot of linemen pulling all over the place, back and forth and cross in space. They can go heavy and run out of that really well, Michael. So it's a legit good rushing attack there with Detroit. It's not just merely that they have the grade A offensive line and then they got the grade A running backs behind them to make it all work. It's all working in conjunction. Is also the varied way their scheme runs, which makes it very hard to pinpoint defensively and figure out what's what. I like it though, Michael. I'm with it. Megan, thank you for becoming a member again on the channel. I don't know. Hopefully it didn't shut your last member because you've been on for years with it. So I wish it would keep the time on it, Megan, if it does reset on you. Sometimes I know it does with the credit cards get canceled, or expire out or whatever, and then good to douche. Feed Me, thank you for the $2 donation. I've been telling you all season about Darnold, B. Well, it's definitely not his best game here so far. I don't think he's been bad. He's just had some bad moments. I mean, the blitz and with the throw where he's staring down the guys. He's got his own kind of picadillos as far as issues. There's no doubt about that, Feed Me. But you're getting sacked and he's on pace here still with 2 minutes left in this half to be sacked 10 times in this football game. And he's got freaking 15 dropbacks. So 1/3 of his dropbacks, he's being not quarterback hit, not hurried, but he's being sacked. It makes it hard to play the position this way. It really does. But he's not helping matters either. And some of the stuff, he just needs to get, there's a bit of this, what you saw with Geno at times with this, where you start getting hit too much like this. You start getting a little spazzy as a quarterback over the course of the game. You start rushing things. You start being too aware of too much of things that you shouldn't be aware of rather than just locking in on your job. And he is getting a little bit like that. It's getting a little spastic. But I think it's an extension a little bit of the issues this Vikings line is having in pass protection. And there he just fires it out well in front of the sticks there to, you got to go for this. You can't give the ball back to Stafford with 1:45 left in this quarter. Nope. Golly. I don't know if maybe that was just a play call they were going for it all the way with 4th down. They just wanted to get some yards to get it down into a short. 4th and 2, shotgun look. Stafford drops back to throw. God, he's just staring on a 3rd down. Where's the short routes? He's going to get sacked by Kobe Turner again. What is that, Kobe Turner's 3rd one here? Those Ram defensive linemen, man, they rush in a way that's so unorthodox. Like, their line is so well coached and they work so well together, and the defensive linemen don't just try to beat the guys in front of them. There's a lot of sifting and feeling your way through loops and twists, almost like delayed twists and loops at times, where the guy will fully start out committed into the block like he's getting upfield and then loop back around like Turner just did there. Oh man, they make it hard with that stuff. Because if you have a line that wants those linemen in pass pro, you know, they want to kind of get in on their target and they're blocking this guy in this play. That's my job. They don't want to be like, block this guy, come over back over to this guy who's suddenly shooting back off of your outside shoulder. It's given the Vikings nightmare. It's given us nightmares this year for sure too. And Puka Nacua comes up limping after a block there. Did his knee hit? What happened? He just kind of stepped weird. I don't know what happened, Puka, there. He's over the sideline trying to test it out. 1:08 to go, 2nd and 1 after a 9-yard run on first down. Well, you're trying to tell me, feed me. God. 4th and 2. That's what route were you coming up with? Man, Sam is staring stuff, and I know the sacks are getting him, but he is staring down stuff too a little bit here. It's hard to go through progression reads though when you're under this much pressure, man. I'm telling you, this is the same. I give Geno room on. I got to give him room on this too. It's hard when there's this much pressure. He's not helping matters. He's not overcoming it. But the Viking line is getting abused this half. You got a 26-yard run and a 13-yard run from the Vikings' perspective. But you remove those 2 runs, and you got 8 carries for 20 yards. Handoff inside. Vikings are going to piece out this clock and add another score, at least a field goal. Shoot, a field goal puts this one maybe out of reach. Keon, thanks for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. It says, Sam looking like a rust bot out there. Oh, damn. Yeah, he's looked much better this year at progression reads at times than this. I mean, this is New York Jets Sam Darnold kind of look to him almost. And maybe it is just that pressure that the Rams are getting here. 7 quarterback hits, 6 sacks. That's a lot for a half. That's a lot for a half. That's not nothing. $43 seconds to go. Throw out here on a bubble screen back to Puka, who's in the game. And, dude, just running through Viking defenders. Puka with like 1 working knee, fighting through 3 tacklers of the Vikings. Wonder if the Vikings defense is starting to get a little bit of the air taken out of their wins. Like, we played a pretty good half here. $20 seconds to go. Blitz here by the Vikings. Oh, my God. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Vikings bring the blitz. Stafford catches him. Hitting the right player in space. Allen, your 3rd tight end, who catches it, and he runs right up the field for a touchdown. 23-3. Los Angeles Rams. I think the Vikings just got a sense of just deflation after that, after the Vikings' last possession and the giving up for the fumbled touchdown. And Flores just, sometimes there's a time and place to blitz, sometimes there isn't. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. Rams got 1 timeout remaining. Keep it in front of you. Keep it in front of you and tackle the guys. Don't blitz there. You blitz and you sack him, he's still in field goal range. The upside to blitzing there doesn't make a lot of sense. But you know how it is. Sometimes that's just the way it goes with these kind of teams that want to go that route. But Sam definitely is shell-shocked, Keon. Rust spot. I think those are probably pretty accurate descriptions of what we're seeing from him out there here today. You know, weird though too, because it hasn't looked like this throughout the year necessarily. It hasn't probably been under this much pressure in one half all year either, I'd reckon to guess. Mofo says Darnold's lost a lot of money this offseason. Yeah. This is a game, to your point, Mofo, that people talked about it being Darnold's got the money to be made in this game, money to be made in this playoffs, or the money to lose. And if he goes out and can't, has a little bit of what we've seen from him here in this game where 14 to 20, 154 yards, 2 touch, or not, so that's Stafford. 13, 16, 113 yards, an interception, 70 rating. Yeah, they're going to go, okay, well, you're sacked, but this isn't an impressive performance either around it. And if I'm looking at paying Darnold on a big contract, there's a couple of things in this game that stand out to me that I get really worried about. The pocket presence, the locking in on targets, the lack of using his legs in the first half. I mean, the thing with the Rams defense when they're running these twists and stunts is that when you run these twists and stunts, you're going to get a good job of really stretching out the pass protection at times, and they're going to do a good job of getting upfield a lot of times in a way you might not as quickly or be as ably to do if you were just trying to rush straight up on the passer. And what will happen with that then is you're going to widen out those pass rushing gaps, and if you have a quarterback that's smart enough about climbing the pocket, they'll get up in the pocket, and then they can go run for yards right up through the front of the pocket, whereas a lot of times quarterbacks have to go to the back of the pocket if they want to go scramble around. But we saw in that one play in this half where he fitted into Jefferson, where they're dropping all that goes back in pass pro, is that he doesn't seem to want to do that run thing. Chris says, Geno can't even get to the playoffs. Stop, Brandon. Well, that's back to Chris. It's again, and I understand your outlook on this. Like I say, it's many people's outlook on it being that the quarterback does or doesn't do it. It's on his shoulders, and if he doesn't do it, then it's just on his shoulders. And I can respect the fact that there are a lot of fans that have that outlook of it, of the quarterback position. Mine's just not that outlook of it. And in the case of Geno Smith, we've already got confirmation by the fact the Hawks fired the OC that there's definitely an outlook on their case that was definitely an impinging factor, and has been an impinging factor for Geno in all 3 of his years here as the starting quarterback. I'm certainly not a Geno walking on water guy, and I'm not even a guy, Chris, at this point saying Geno's the guy to be here for the long term. But I think to accurately look at where Geno's at, yeah, he's in the place where those 3 guys are at. And this is the first year Sam Darnold's gotten in, for instance, Chris. You would have said that same thing about Sam Darnold prior to this year. Geno's gotten to the playoffs prior to this year. So it's, yeah, they're all in about the same spot. Joey says, Rams got Witherspoon looking like first team All-Pro. Seahawks couldn't do S with him. One of those weird trades that year, the moving of Witherspoon, and a guy that's bounced around the league oddly at times because he does seem to be a very good cover guy. The book on him and the place where you have issues with him is just on the tackling and sometimes not always being the most ferocious of tacklers. And I can only think that's the reason, I guess, that he has bounced around a little bit, because I don't understand. Good cover guys are usually pretty well valued, but you're right. He's been playing really well. Definitely not looking good, folks. No, it says I'm already dreading all the smoke Ram fans we're going to get this offseason. Yeah, they're coming. Prepare yourself. Winter is coming. The smoke Ram fans are coming. Orchie says JJ McCarthy's looking at this like, I'm a shoo-in next year, laughing out loud. Probably. He's like, I got this. John says, I tried to tell everybody Bo Nix is going to be a good quarterback. I did too, man. John says, why don't people run right at the Rams defense? Their line's small and the linebackers are too. You got to stay committed to doing it, and you got to do it. We saw in our game, John, the last game we played against the Rams even, that we couldn't stay committed to it. We ran a little bit early on, and then we came back to it later in the game, but mid-portion of that game, we stopped too. Sometimes teams just get too creative, They overthink themselves. But that's where I would attack this Rams defense, that's for sure. John says, don't you think they just need to sign an offensive coordinator that can attack multiple ways in the running game, under center and otherwise? I'd like to see that as a center point of what they bring. I think people, John, to your point, are going to get caught a lot about on what they do with the passing attacks and all of that. I find myself a little bit more drawn to what kind of running game do you run? The NFL right now in this cylindrical state of the game and what's going on with the cover 2 shell defenses and the adjustments being made by offenses off of the cover 2 shell is a lot more of the running, a lot more of the power running, but also then the ability to be varied and not just go with that one note. So I would be very interested in that part. Metal Dragon, we are not good enough in the trenches. A tight end is not what I would go for. It wouldn't be my pick in the first. I definitely think we're going to need a tight end. And again, some of this depends on the type of offensive attack we're going to run. I mean, if we bring in an offensive coordinator who wants to run 2 tight end sets and live in that way, then it makes a lot more sense to lean to a tight end. But if you're going to go with more of a guy who wants to run 3 wide receivers, 65, 70% of his snaps, well, then maybe it doesn't make as much sense. But I do agree with you on the bottom line that the trenches is where the onus needs to be placed here. Jason says it's funny because Sam is. Oh, sorry, Jason. It just a sec here, Jason. I think you had a good thought there, and it cut me off. Jason says it's funny because Sam is playing a lot like Geno tonight. Meaningless completion percentage, turnovers, and taking unnecessary sacks. That's vintage Geno Smith right there. I think there's definitely some equivalency there, a little bit, yeah. I think Geno would have a little bit better pocket presence on some of these, but we've also seen some of the moments from tonight that have been echoes of that. I went to Block Bars and said not a fan. Sealor says it's quite light in terms of trolls in here tonight. It's very nice. It's nice and warm, isn't it? It's a good little place when there's no trolls in it. I know, I agree. LA Rams, we're supposed to be getting blown out according to this salty ass fan base. I don't know if anybody in here LA Rams. I've read on many of the comments in here. I don't think anybody in my channel at least was doing. Maybe out there in the online world, but I'd reckon and guess nobody in here. Megan, you have a good one. See you in a bit. Kendrick says, Hawks Nest, so we don't have a 4th round pick this year. Do you see Schneider maybe trading down for more picks this year? I could, Kendrick. The other part to consider on this is the compensatory system. You're due to probably get a bare minimum of a 4th and a 6th round pick by compensatory back this year. So there's a couple picks in your back pocket that you'll get extra back that you wouldn't have had otherwise. So there's that to consider here that maybe doesn't push that as much. There's also a potential we get one more compensatory pick because there's some extra factors in here to maybe get you even another 5th rounder there, Kendrick. So you could end up with 3 other extra picks, and at that point, there might be less of a draw to have to do that if you're already still sitting on, 9, 10 picks at that point. The other part that makes this hard is, for instance, trading back in the 1st round in recent history. It looks like, in what I'm noticing as a recent trend in recent NFL drafts, is it's getting harder and harder, it seems like, to get trades done in the 1st round. We're going from 18 to 27 or something. Teams aren't wanting to really give up much capital to move up in that way. And, or if they're willing to give up that much capital like last year, Kendrick, like the Byron Murphy situation where a team like the Rams might be willing to give you the price you want, but the team doesn't want to move back because they really like the player that they're sitting on there at that spot. So that's the part that'll make this a little bit difficult, but I think the compensatory stuff will give John some leeway on this one to not necessarily make it a necessity for that to happen. But we do know that is his track record. He doesn't like losing out on picks. Lethal Land says Geno at $35 million a year or Darnold and Trey Smith $35 million combined. Well, I mean, if Darnold's really going to cost that low, I think Darnold and Geno probably end up making very similar when it's all said and done. Lethal. I don't think they're going to be that much of a difference in price that you can afford a Trey Smith versus not. I don't know what either's going to get exactly at this point, but I think it'll be very similar. Trey Griff says, it looks like nobody's getting J.J. McCarthy this offseason. I think that's probably something that we can, if this game especially plays out to be true with the Vikings and how this is going to go, I think we can say that with dead-on certainty of that those folks that had any hope, no matter whether the Vikings keep Darnold or not at this point, those that had any hope at this point that there would be a McCarthy on the table, this goes out the door with this Viking performance because they're going to want that insurance policy. They're going to not want State Farm to cancel that policy. Be Calm, thank you for the $2 donation. Says joint stream with Brendan, Rob Stanton. Well, I'm definitely overdue to try to get Rob out here on the channel. Be calm. I especially, this is the great time of year to do this with Rob because he is as deep into the draft coverage as anybody else. It's always a little bit tough for me if you get 3 guys, 4 guys, 5 in. I mean, we have this a little bit sometimes on the round table where if you get, too many people in, there's only one mic that can be talking at any one time. And sometimes you get a lot of just, people staring at the microphone, not speaking for 25 minutes at a time period, which isn't always the, greatest for, people doing it. But I definitely am open to having Rob on for sure. So I think it'd be great to do. I'm going to get a little bit more deeper in these prospects, but it's a great suggestion, man. And I'm down to do it. Definitely down to do it. I've thought about as well this year, trying to maybe set up with the draft coverage where we do this more, where I'm operating off of a StreamYard and we can maybe have some people coming into the stream as we're doing the live coverage throughout the day. Have some people kind of popping in if it's possible. Rob would be a great guy to have in that way. Excuse me. About to sneeze here. War Chief Brandon, I love using loadable cards for all my hobbies and online ventures, but they're always expiring. I'll never be able to earn my old Seahawk emblem. War Chief Brandon says, I love using loadable cards for all my hobbies and online ventures, but they're always expiring. I'll never be able to earn my old school Seahawks emblem by my name. Laughing out loud. Well, I think that's the first one you get on my member one, man. That's the starter one, I think. I do have to upgrade. I got to update my emblems, my logos, though. Those were like the initial ones I put up a couple, I think, years ago. I've got to get them. I got to get them juiced up. We got to get some more emojis and stuff, too. That reminds me. Don't tell Santa Cruz is 4th youngest defense in the league, built from the draft. 3rd youngest offensive line in the league, built from the draft, and they are thriving. Schneider, learn something. Well said. Well said. Well said. John says we never use the tight end. That's what scares me about the Warren pick. We don't have a track record of doing that, John. That's for sure. You need to have the right offense that can target it. And we, in recent years, have not, or had just the motivation to use it as much. Seahawks game, imagine the Rams win this game and Aaron Donald comes out of retirement. I could see it. And now I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. And Chris, I again on this, as always, remember with this, sometimes stuff's not always black and white. I see a couple of your comments on this. I get where you're coming from on it. This is going to be a heavy divergent amount of opinion when it comes to Geno on this one. But this is also where I think that there's a lot of room and opening for a lot of nuance and for there to be some open discussion on this in a lot of different areas. I am a big proponent of Geno Smith. I'm a big believer in Geno Smith and what he's done over the past couple of years. But the outlook, like you bring up, of the amount that you got to pay him money-wise, like you say, $45 million a year, where the team is at, and is the team really truly ready to contend? I think a lot of the discussion sometimes around Geno has become, well, what else are we going to get there for the position if we're not him? Rather than it being about the question of, are you ready to contend and are you not ready to contend? But I think that those are two different things that factor into the way I look at Geno with this, where it's a lot of other things that go outside of necessarily his skill set as a quarterback. As I said on this, my bottom line on this, and I think you might have a different outlook on it, Chris, in your look, in that I think that there's a collection of quarterbacks from 6 to 12 in their ranking of this sport who can go get you a Super Bowl, who can win you a Super Bowl with the right supporting cast. Do they also need to be on the right contract too? Yeah, you're not going to be paying those guys who want to be $60 million because you can't be paying them like a top 5 guy if they're not really a top 5 guy. But there's guys in that place that can get there. Geno can get you there, but your team's got to be in the right place to get there. And my assessment of the team right now, no, I don't think that I'm ready to say that I'm going to throw a $45 million a year place out there and that I'm that certain in my heart that they're that ready to go. And I think you got to be certain in your heart if you're going to give Geno that deal. Not because Geno isn't good enough, but because of his age, but because of the cost, but because it's a win now kind of deal if you're making it. It's we expect right now to be a contender in the here and now. And if it's not that, then it's hard to sign up for that deal. So that's really that nuanced place you get into, right, Chris? Where it's like, yeah, I'm actually for the guy. But then when we get to the contract, there's some other factors that come into play. A little throw here out into the flat to Aaron Jones by Sam Darnold. And Sam Darnold is getting very jumpy here to start this third quarter off. Can't even hit a throw out to the flat. That's how jumpy he is right now. Just falling off of his back foot, flailing away there a little bit. Settle down, Sam. Settle it down. Boy, dangerous. Oh, God. Such a dangerous throw by Darnold again. Jeez. Oh, God, Sam. Oh. All right. Sammy. Oh, jeez. He's got to use his legs. He's got to use his legs here a little bit. Nice run on first down for a gain of about 5 or 6. Whew. He's a wild man. I love it about you. You're a wild man. William Leonard, thank you for 33. My goodness, my man. Thank you for that. 33 long months as a Hawks Nest member. Sam dropping back to throw. He gets hit again on the arm, pulls it back, throws it down at the feet of the tight end. Let's just pull the trigger on Kubiak before somebody like the Browns scoop him up. P.S. Love the round table you did with the Hawks Zone and Dan Bienz. Well, thank you, William. And I know I always say this, but definitely going to be trying to be more committed this offseason to getting some more content creators on here and people on the outside in, as I've not always been good about that. And I need to be better because I think it makes for better shows when we get a little bit more of that back and forth rather than me just sitting here blabbing away all the time. And if the Hawks tomorrow want to, looking at the landscape as it is, to your point, shotgun look here for Sam Darnold on 3rd down and 5. Blitz dropped out of it. Boy, he never even looked at the blitz either. If the Rams had brought the blitz there, they would have completely again caught him unaware because he's not taking a second. God, come on, Kevin. You're supposed to be a guy on this. This is the offensive guru. This is where you go into your quarterback's head and you're being like, look, dude, take a beat. I need you to I want you to take a breath pause before every snap. And I want a full Terminator landscape of what you're looking at across the board as far as the pass protection setup is go. Is there a blitz or is there not? I want you from end to end, left to right, read it before you rush to snap it. You're rushing to snap too fast here, Sam. I mean, he is just all over the place in this moment. Just dial it down here on this. Everything's getting really hurried and he's just, right? It's that tense kind of energy he's going. He's got to take the deep breath in. All right, let's relock this in. William, we look around the landscape of OCs that are available, and the magical unicorn is not going to come jumping up out of the cake for us as the solution to all of our ills. And that there is that OC that's just going to be like oh my God, yeah. We're going to have good options. That's the best we can kind of hope for. And to your point on this, a Kubiak guy is a good option here. He is a guy that checks those boxes as far as what you think he might be and being that guy. He is a little early in the career. You like a little bit, maybe more, but you also like what you've seen enough so far to know what you're getting for the most part. And if they want to do that at this point and say, look, we can look around and there's not a lot out there that makes a lot of other sense than this, or is going to make more sense than this. Let's just say that, William. Then why not go for this one? Because there are some ones that, especially to the point on this, William, of those guys that are untested, that have never called plays before. We've been down this line a couple times already, and I'd like to avoid it. It hasn't worked for us recently. Maybe it'll work at some point in the future, but let's take a different track. And finding somebody that's actually called plays, has the track record, up and coming. Kubiak, check. Go get him. Like you say, the Browns are definitely interested in him. We're hearing that, and that's you don't want that to happen where you're out there playing footsies with all these different OCs because you just want to interview a cavalcade of guys rather than just, hey, sometimes the best one's one of the first three that walk in the door. Misfit says McCarthy to the Raiders, book it. Ooh, bold take. Keon Lund, thanks for the $5 donation, Keon. How many more years do they have with Stafford? Are they still a good team with game manager, or does he make them look good? Rams' young defense looks solid. I think Stafford's got as many years as he wants to play at this point, Keon. You know, he's a guy that you are going to worry about at his age with how many years he's played and how many injuries he's had, that, you know, one bad hit away from him being, you know, heavily taken down a few notches and unable to really make it still go at the level he's able to make it go at. But we saw early on in this game, especially, that he's still able to make these high-level throws. I think that the Rams have also leaned into this in recent years by dialing away from what you saw with them at the Goff, you know, when they had Goff there and when Stafford first walked in the door, where it was a lot of playmakers on the outside to throw to. Now the investment's gone into the offensive line and into the running the ball, which is what they do on first down here, and Pace just drills the running back in the backfield on first down. Nice job by Pace. Wow, what a play. I mean, he just shot that gap like lightning. Great job on his part. He was just through there in a blink. So Stafford can go as long as he wants, and then you feel good and confident if you're the Rams in being able to prolong this because, like you say, you are kind of going to turn him a little bit more into the game manager type quarterback as he gets older. And that, you know, this is a little bit runs as an antithesis to what we've seen from quarterbacks as they've gotten older in other places. Brady was relatively balanced in Tampa Bay, still a little bit pass happy. Peyton Manning was pass happy at the end. Yeah, some of these guys still let him throw a lot, where you could find maybe a kind of a magical spot here, Keon, on getting him more into that 30, 33 throws a game, and he's going to make 5, 6 high-level throws over the game that he can still pull off that few quarterbacks can in the sport. And if our defense is as good as they are, and we're running the ball as good as we should be with the investment we put into it, why not? Why can't we compete for Super Bowls with that type of team put together in that way? And I would say, yeah, they absolutely could. 3rd and 6. Shotgun look here for Stafford. 4-man front here from the Vikings. They'll throw in an out route here to Puka, and he's going to get the first down. I think they're a good team, but I think Stafford still has a lot of that same talent he's always had, especially arm talent-wise. He might not be even as mobile as he once was, but he's not a complete statue, and the arm talent is still completely legit. And he's got that ability to still make those throws that few guys can. I mean, if he's a game manager who can make every throw in the book in the NFL, which is sometimes the game managers, there's going to be some limitations from them as far as throwers go. Vikings bring the blitz there on first down. Stafford standing tall in the pocket, unfazed by the blitz completely, seems to feel it all the way there, takes the hit, makes the throw, completes the ball, another first down. There's a bit of a difference between Stafford and Darnold in this game, where Darnold's holding onto that ball. I'm not even sure that Stafford was really aware of the fact that blitz was coming. He just had the internal time in his head, or that timer in his head was spinning fast. And he just kind of, okay, I got to sense I got to get this ball out of my hand. And that internal timer you've not seen from Darnold today, where he still feels like, oh, my pass pro's still holding up. I'm good. We're okay. Just keep rolling with this. We're good. Handoff out of shotgun. A wide zone out of shotgun, going back across the formation. Goes nowhere. They're scary, though, Keon. They're not going anywhere. And Sam is a good player. Or not Sam, Matt's a good player. And if his body can hold up and he's got the will to want to do it, he can still play for another 2 or 3 years here, Keon. I think that there is a bit of a year-by-year decision on this one, but I'm not seeing any diminishing of his skills so far, really. Except maybe a little bit in the way that he moves around just a bit. But he's still making all the throws. He's still standing tall in the pocket. Second here and 9. He whistles that one over the head of Puka. Washington Fist Quest, thank you for the $5 donation. Driving home from Grayland with a limit of razor clams. Driving home from Grayland with a limit of razor clams. Thanks for keeping me company, Mr. Kane. Also, I always love to see the Vikings implode. Well, thank you, Washington Fist Quest. I appreciate you for that, as well as being a member of the channel, as you are. And hopefully those are some tasty clams. Some tasty, tasty, tasty clams. And the Vikings definitely have, I don't know, implode. They have not looked like a 14-win football team here in this game. And throw back shoulder to Cooper Kupp. What an amazing catch there by Cooper Kupp. Perfectly placed football by Stafford. First down on 3rd and 9. That was money. Shaquille Griffin there in coverage. And as we know with Shaquille Griffin, this is, again, just good scouting report. Cooper Kupp goes up the field on a go route on Shaquille Griffin. Shaquille Griffin does not turn around and look for the ball. He has no ball skills or ball tracking. He has never had any ball skills or ball tracking in his life. He might give you like a play here or there where you see it, but otherwise you completely can throw that ball with ultimate trust that it's not getting picked, that the worst case scenario is Cooper is going to drop this pass, and he puts it in a perfect place and fit the type. Shaquille Griffin doesn't get his head turned around. But implode's right, Fish Quest. Thank you for the $5, man. Implode is pretty accurate. Keon Lund with a $2 don't know says your answer to my previous question makes me sad. I'm sorry, man. I want to say it's worse, you know. I want to tell you that Matt Stafford, his back is being held together by glue and medical tape, but you know, he's defied it, and he has kept this level of performance where he's been at here since he's been there. And you know, especially if they go out in there and they have more playoffs, they had pretty good playoff success last year, even where they pushed that team right to the brink there last year. And you go win this game and you get in the next round. How does he not go into next year thinking like, yeah, we're locked in. The defense is only going to be stronger. We're going to get another wide receiver. I mean, what if he gets Garrett Wilson and you pair Garrett Wilson with Puka Nacua, and now he's got, you know, that to work with? Like, I think he comes back just as motivated as ever, Keon. You know, and I think it is a year-by-year thing here, but I look at that and go, I could see him being here. It doesn't make me happy to say it, man. I'd love to just be like, all right, they're going into the Dust Bowl, the bin, along with the Niners, and all we got to worry about is the Cardinals. But this is a well-run organization, and they've made so many very smart moves. They've developed so very well. They've drafted in the back end of the draft really well. You take it all down the line, and this is why they are where they are. Stafford's a big helping part of this, but it's also that internal process, especially when it comes to the defense and how they built this D. This D's not been built on top 5 first-round picks. This is them hitting on those picks, hitting on the first rounder, hitting on the second rounders. That's why they find themselves where they are. So it makes me sad too, man. I as well. Trey Griff, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Trey. Appreciate you for that. Welcome aboard, my man. Taker610, thanks for the $5 donation. Darnold is costing himself millions with this performance, not to mention the Lions game. I don't think Minnesota will commit to him after this. Kind of hard to see at this moment. Kind of hard to see. These last 2 games stand out. Well, season's a bit on the line here a little bit. We can have the opportunity to go get that number 1 seed there against Detroit. And you have a not particularly good game there. And this one today, the pass protection is a legit excuse to a degree here, but you do not look good. You do not look like a guy I'm comfortably giving $45 million a year to. And this has been a good year for him, but the thing I rail on about a lot with this Taker 16 is that these teams give these contracts out. The 49ers are just about to do the same thing here this offseason. We're going to see probably another team do it somewhere this offseason. They give the money out, but they never want to ask the question. Is this really worth $45 million? Do we have to spend this amount of money for the performance we get back in return? And a guy like Darnold today, how the season's closed out, I know he's had a good year, but Kevin O'Connell's a really bright offensive mind. You got Justin Jefferson you're throwing the ball to. You got Addison you're throwing the ball. You got Hawkinson you're throwing the ball to. He lost Darisaw, but there's some other good parts to this offensive line, especially in how they've run blocked. Yeah, he needs to he's going to need to close this game out a much more stronger if there's still going to be a hot market here for Darnold. I mean, shoot, you talking about costing millions. The bare minimum here from his perspective was he'd get franchised on a 1-year deal by the Vikings if they didn't want to give him that commitment. But how do you watch this performance from him and last week off Detroit and go, and I never like to take just 2 performances off a season, but they're kind of big performances at kind of a big time of the year. And you go, yeah, we want to franchise that guy at $40 million next year. We want $40 million of our cap taken up going to him. I don't know. I think you're right, though. I think you're right on both accounts. Ruiz, Super Bowl champs. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, if the Rams win the Super Bowl by prayer, hawk, lion, then Chiefs, goat Super Bowl. I think I got those emojis right. I was trying to the prayer, eagle. Okay, so the Eagles, Lions, then the Chiefs. That'd be a hell of a route to go through if the Rams can pull it off. There's no doubt about that. I mean, this has been a top heavy year. And to go through all of those teams to get this job done that's no easy rock. And then you got to finish with the Chiefs. And if you win that, I think, you probably have as strong an argument to be made as anybody out there that, you've had as tough a path to get to the Super Bowl as anybody else in Super Bowl history. I mean, your first game is against the 14-3 and Lions will be at 15 and Eagles at 4. That's hard to argue with that, man. 9-play drive here by the Rams, just sucking the clock. We got Van Ginkel gets the sack here. That'll bring up 4th down. Clock will continue to roll. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, please Niners give Brock Purdy $45 million a year. Yeah, I hope they do. I'll feel very good about where we're at looking at the Niners situation going forward if they do pull off and go that direction of it, because that is going to really hurt them. That's going to be a lot of pain that they're going to have to feel to make that deal happen with all the contracts that they already have sitting on their books. But they seem to be pushed in the direction of getting it done and trying to do it, and he doesn't seem to be willing to take any kind of major discount. So team wants to get a deal done. Player wants to be paid. This kick is going to go up and go through, so the Rams are going to extend their lead 27-3 against the Minnesota Vikings. 7:19 to go in this football game, or in this third quarter. Yeah. It's going to be an uphill battle here for this Viking team. They better start getting this thing in a gear quick. But I think it happens, be calm. I think that you're going to get Brock Purdy on a deal. He's earned the contract. It's like, how did the Niners not do this? If the Niners aren't paying him, then they got to just move him, basically. That's really the way that this plays out. Is you go, all right, well, he's earned the right. Some team might be willing to even give it if you're not. And that's where you probably have to make the deal from their perspective. So I would be surprised if they found a way to play him. I would be shocked, be calm, if they found a way to play Brock Purdy on the 4th year of his deal without giving him the extension. It seems all but certain it's going to get done. And boy, that's going to really hurt the Niners organization. Not to mention, they might also, the day they find out that they're signing Purdy to the new contract, they might find out that Trent Williams is retiring. Maybe McCaffrey with him. John says, why can't we turn Trey Lance into a Jalen Hurts type player? So hard to stop an offense where the quarterback is a running threat. Simplify the game for him and get great running OC. Lance, Sharps, Walker. It's an approach they could possibly take, for sure. Century Seahawk, have you ever thought about reaching out to Tom Grossi for a video? I think your conversation would be awesome. I would love to do it, Century Seahawk. I had reached out to him in years past. I reached out as well before the start of the year for doing the behind enemy lines with him for the Green Bay Packer game. So I have reached out a couple times, haven't gotten a response. It's in general terms, it's really hard a lot of times to set up these sort of collaborations because people are very, at times, non-responsive, or in his case, it's not non-responsive. He's busy as hell. I'm sure he's got requests coming from every which way but loose, on his side of it there, Century Seahawks. So there's so much those guys, once you get to that level, that height, then, you're getting pulled, I'm sure, every which way. But I'd love to do it. I'm open to doing it. I've tried to do it, but yeah, it's sometimes hard to get response back on some of this stuff. I love it. Grassi does great work. Teddy says, damn, I love how whenever we root for another team to beat a divisional opponent, they always fail stupendously. Mythic says, since this game is no longer worth talking about, who's your favorite draft prospect that we could realistically draft? I think mine is Kenneth Grant. Our defensive line would be unstoppable. Well, Kenneth Grant was Mythic in my first mock draft. That was my my first round pick for our Seahawks. So I think that I'm probably in a pretty similar place to you as far as having, I'd be very excited about him. Will Campbell could be an interesting guy. I have him as a blue chip guy in this draft, but there may be people that look at him, Mythic, as a guy that can't work as a left tackle in the sport. So he's got to be kicked into left guard. And if that's the viewpoint of him, that then maybe he isn't as certain to go in like the top 12 as he would look to go if he was a left tackle. I think that kid's mentally wired the right way. And I think that looking at his tape, he is a guy that could work as a left guard. So he would be a guy that, if you're talking about really good value dropping to us, that is a player I like a lot, that would probably be the one guy that I'd really look at. And probably Booker in the second round at left guard if you didn't go there. If you're looking more second round kind of guy. Tough part too is I don't have a lot of Mythic first round grades given out for these players right now. I mean, I'm 100 deep, and this is usually the first 100 I go through are overthrow here by Darnold. Just a lot of throws to no man's land. I mean, I've got right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I got 16 first round grades, but that's looking at like the first top 100 prospects. So some of this is also just, there's not a lot of first round guys in this draft really when it's all said and done. But I'd probably go with your guy's good, or I'd probably go with that in the first round. A guy like that could kind of drift down. That'd be kind of a dream scenario. But Grant's great, man. He's a one tech that can do all the stuff you want from a nose tackle, and then he also gives you pass rush ability from the nose, which tends to be very hard to find. 3rd down and 5, completed ball inside here for a first down and Naylor. Good conversion there. I think the Vikings don't get a conversion there. This thing's done. And it's a Mythic. It's good too, because it's that place I talk about where value can meet need in the draft, where maybe the highest value guy you have on the board is a Kenneth Grant in that moment of where you're picking at 18th, depending on the outlook of the team and his upside. And so you go, okay, it's also where we have a need for it on our team, and the value hits right, and boom, you make the jump. 1st and 10, throw out. Man, Darnold cannot even throw a ball out to the flat today. What is going on with Sam Darnold? You can't throw a ball that's like the 3rd ball I've seen him just whistle at the ground on a freaking throw to the flat. Goodness. It's a throw to the flat. Oh. Run. Run with the stupid ball, you dumb idiot. Jax is looking at a guy like Darnold today, confirms that we only have 2 good options. Keep Geno or sign a minimum money quarterback. None in between. Defensive holding in the secondary by the Rams. That'll bring him an automatic first down. Keon Lund, thanks for the $2 donation. Says, Viking fans got to feel like Brown fans right now. They probably do. It's a team that's, been waiting a long period of time to go make some noise. And you have a fan base, a bit like the Bills fan base, the Lions fan base, that they're dedicated. They love their team, but they've had to wait a long period of time for a team that hasn't even got to the Super Bowl. And you thought this year with the team 14-3 and the way they played that maybe this would be a one where you go, okay, this will be the year we can kind of maybe find our stretch. And a nice throw there by Darnold on the run. First down catch. Vikings moving the ball a little bit here. But Browns in that realm too as well. Just organizations that just can't ever quite find their way. That was actually not a good throw. He put that behind the guy. Okay, deep breath, Sam. Don't rush this. 1st and 10. Looking under pressure. Whips it back behind. Nice catch by Hawkinson. Hawkinson out in the open field. Touchdown, Vikings. Boy, they needed that fast score like that. There you go. William Leonard, thanks for the $5 donation. Says, Grassi Posse has rated this chat before. We got to return the favor. We tried, actually. We tried once on doing a raid on Grassi, William. The only problem is that, he's got like 20,000 people in there. So we come in with our, 100 or two, and we barely even skim the pond. Like they can't even notice we're kind of there. They're like, what's something? I don't know. Did you hear something? I didn't hear anything. So we tried. We did try there, man. But we're gonna have to get a little bit bigger, I think, to swing that, and make a substantial impact. He's got so many folks in there. He's kicking butt. But yes, Grassi was nice enough. He's rated me a couple times over here, which is very, very kind of him to do that. Good people. Good peoples. Be Calm, thanks for the $5 donation, Be Calm. 2 first-rounders, a third, Geno, Kenneth Walker for Justin Herbert. He'll be throwing to DK and JSN, and a good OC, this team would be special. Well, Hardball talks about Justin Herbert like he's his lost son. They're going to go for 2 here, and they're not going to get it, are the Vikings. So 27-9 is the score. Okay. I don't think that we can get, the other thing with that Be Calm is I think that the Justin Herbert contract is structured a little bit more different than the contracts of Trevor Lawrence or a Burrow, for instance. I think that the Chargers just more purely gave him the bonus money, but I'm checking it out right now. Oh, no, they kind of did the same, man. It's all about this option bonus thing now, huh? So, you could. I mean, from a standpoint, the Chargers could move if they wanted to. They wouldn't be stuck contractually to do it, but I don't know that they would want to. Be Calm. I think that the Chargers would maybe want a little bit more than that, too. That might be enough. But they might want a little bit more. You might have to throw even one more first rounder in that to get a deal done on that. But boy, I've heard Be Calm. I've heard John Harbaugh's talked about him so much, so effusively that I don't think that he's going to bail on Herbert like that after a year. I mean, it certainly is possible, but this is kind of the most talented quarterback Harbaugh has had since going back to Andrew Luck. I don't think he's going to be as quick to want to pivot off of him, especially because you could kind of see like in that playoff game that this is a team that moved on from their receivers this offseason. They drafted McConkey, who's been a great addition, but Quentin Johnston's been a bust. He's not going to work as a receiver in this league, and it's kind of dumb on them watching the game a couple of days ago where it's like, dude, you're going to choose the playoff game to feature Quentin Johnston and throw Quentin Johnston trust balls. What are we doing? But he needs more skilled position players. He needs more guys to throw to out there. And I think Harbaugh's going to have that assessment of it as well. Pass protection wasn't always great for Herbert this year. Harbaugh might look to find some ways to see if they can improve that too. But you never know with these kind of deals in this day and age. Be calm. Football moves fast, and stuff can come out of the ether, out of nowhere that we had never considered would be a possibility on the table. So you never know. You never know. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I forgot TGS used the wheel and the Vikings were cursed by him. Oh, there we go. Is that the Tom Grossi used the wheel? Oh, geez. That damn curse wheel, man. It got us last year. There's no getting away with it. There's no protections you can use. There's no cross. There's no international symbols that are timeless and ageless. Like, if that curse wheel gets pointed at you, Jordan, it's your ass. That's just the way it works. Nobody wants it to be like that, but that's the way it works. A damn curse wheel. Oh. I'm making a curse wheel next year. If we get cursed wheeled, I'm curse wheeling right back. That's going to be my off-season thing that I'm going to do. First down here, the Rams, they go with play action, throw underneath their tight end here for completion quickly. They just want to, whatever they do, they want this clock just running. Run. Taker 610, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Rob Stanton seems to like the Penn State quarterback. What are your thoughts? Drew Aller. Drew Aller, I think, is a really, really good quarterback. I think that if he had entered this draft, Taker 610, and went through the pre-draft evaluation, that there's a really good chance that he might end up even ascending over the two quarterbacks in this draft that are widely considered to be the guys that are going to go in the top 5. Because there's so much of a difference of opinion, and I've heard this in recent days from insiders on this as far as what we're hearing them talk about as far as the viewpoint of the quarterbacks, is that, you know, there's not 30 teams in the NFL that have first-round grades on Cam Ward and Shadur Sanders. This is not going to be a consensus draft as far as these quarterbacks are concerned. And Aller's got things that in his bag that those other two quarterbacks don't, including size and more arm strength. I like Aller as a quarterback as far as the throw of the ball. He can make special throws. He has got a difference-making level of arm. I think his mobility is really depressed. My initial kind of look of him was sort of like I see a Joe Flacco type. And I know Joe Flacco's not a guy that gets a lot of people excited. Oh my gosh, almost a great throw there by Stafford and completion. Back down to he throws a trust ball to his tight end 50 yards down the field. That's how you know Stafford's feeling good. He's feeling real good and almost completed it. Just throws a trust ball in there. I mean, he actually put it, like he almost handed him the ball. He threw it so good. Long just completely dropped it. So I know Joe Flacco doesn't get people excited, Taker, but Joe Flacco was a first-round pick back in the day. And a guy that, yeah, okay, there's not the mobility, a little statuesque, but the arm talent's legitimate. Big-time arm, can make every throw in the book. And that's not to be undersold. That's the only worry I have there, though, with Aller, is that more than him being a guy that to me required as much of another year of real development, which it's not going to hurt him going back to Penn State, because Taker, he has announced he's going back to Penn State as we understand it right now. Every quarterback's going to kind of improve by having that extra year, but my questions with him will not really be about him as a guy that can stand tall in the pocket with poise, that can deliver on time, that can throw with anticipation. That's great with his ball placement on top of velocity, who has a pretty nice quick throw and delivery. Those things will all be already there next year and they're there right now here, and they would carry with him as a prospect. 3rd and 10, empty look here for the Rams. 5 wide. Stafford's going to throw a little bubble screen here to Puka. Vikings are all over it. They're going to drag him down, and that'll be a stop here. So the Rams able to bleed a little bit of clock. 27-9's the score. 2:39 to go in the third quarter. So some good stuff on him, Taker, but that's my thing with it that I wonder is does he at least have the bare minimum mobility that you have to have in the modern NFL now to succeed? Because it is going to be like Jared Goff movement in the pocket. And Jared's made it work. Other quarterbacks made it work. Flacco made it work. Won a Super Bowl, making it work. But you better have your offensive line in place if you're going to take Drew Aller. Don't have your offensive line, or if you're going to start him immediately, especially. Don't have a work in progress offensive line. Wow, what a punt. Holy crap, man. Just an amazing punt down at the 4-yard line. Yikes. Boy, that was a crazy ass punt. But he's good, Taker. He's got a lot of upside to him. And probably comes out next year as the front runner to be the number 1 quarterback coming out of next year's draft, depending on some of these other guys, of course, and how they develop Arch Manning and Klubnik and a couple other guys out there. He's good. Thanks for the donation, though. Appreciate you for that. Ethan says, hey, Brandon, sort of a follow-up from earlier, but game on the line, Lockett or Baldwin, who you got? I would take Baldwin over Lockett. Lockett has definitely made some money catches for the Hawks. He has, and he's a guy that's made a lot of contested catches for a guy that doesn't have a real big catch radius. But there are also times that have been games getting down the line where we've thrown the ball into Lockett where, you know, his lack of size, you had felt. His lack of catch radius, you could feel. Baldwin could really extend his catch radius. You know, he had hops, a little bit bigger than Lockett. I just think Baldwin was a little bit more money in that respect of things. You know, Baldwin had a little bit more of that tenacious spirit of the Legion of Boom, which is just, you know, what was the term back in the day, Ethan? Pissed off for greatness. That's the feeling you got from those guys. And I think that's just maybe a little bit of the finite difference between a Baldwin and Lockett. Lockett's a great guy. He's a pro's pro. He's the second best wide receiver in Seahawks history in the overall outlook of things because longevity factors into this, which is maybe the part that Baldwin doesn't quite have as much that Lockett does possess. But Baldwin was awesome. Mythic says, who are some good interior offensive line prospects projected to go in the 2 rounds that we could realistically draft? I think the thing that stands out about the main guys that you'd be looking at in that area, Mythic, is it's going to be transition guys. And that is guys that are transitioning from the tackle position that you would be looking at as more of a guard at the next level. We're early in the process where it's hard to predict, and different teams are going to see different players as being tackles. So I was just talking about a Will Campbell. Maybe there's a team in the NFL that looks at him as a guy that's going to be able to play left tackle or right tackle. There might be, though, then other players that see him as just purely a guard player and that he needs to be aligned in there. And then he doesn't have, like, especially what I'm hearing with Campbell is maybe there's some question about the length. Maybe he only has 32-inch long arms. You know, and that's what kicks him then into guard. So there's more guys in the first 2 rounds that really stand out that are some of those guys that are tackles that kick into guard types. Kelvin Banks is one. From Texas, could be a guard at the next level, could be a really good guard at the next level. Aronite Urise is another guy that Minnesota kid could be another guy that you look moved inside that is a tackle. Some people do look him as a tackle. Wyatt Milliam of West Virginia is a tackle in college, left tackle, but I do think he gets kicked into guard at the next level. He's like kind of Kelvin Banks in that way. So another very interesting guy. Guard-wise, kind of a little bit more for me in the 3rd roundish, 3rd to 4th round would be sort of a Tate Ratledge, Donovan Jackson. Those would be 2 just pure guards that fit to what we do. There's some 4th round centers, but there's no day 1, day 2 centers right now. It's 4th round is where it begins right now for me with the center position. We got a 3rd and 1 here for the Vikings after an out route by Addison. 1:12 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Vikings need to get up this football field in a hurry, and they've got a long way to go. Darnold checks the play at the line of scrimmage. He's going to brotherly shove push his way to go get the first down. Right guard, Jaden Roberts, 2nd, 3rd round kind of guy. Luke Kandra from Cincinnati, more of a 3rd round guy. And then a couple of other tackles that are guys that I think can kick inside here. Again, back to this point of it. And I'm still getting into more of the deep depths of these interior linemen. But this is just my understanding with some of these interior linemen is that the guys in that 1st and 2nd round are mainly tackles that will be guards at the next level. And so Josh Simmons, Emory Jones, LSU right tackle could be more of a guard. I think he's probably maybe more of a right guard at the next level. And then Jonah Savaiania. Is the other one who could be a guy that's a right tackle that gets into more of a guard stage. So those would be the main guys early on that I've looked at that I like in that 1st to 3rd roundish area of things. And then, of course, Booker in the 2nd round, left guard out of Alabama. And that'll be the last play here of the 3rd quarter. Booker he's the cleanest left guard in this draft right now, Mythic, in my opinion. He's a pure left guard. He's been playing left guard. Has a lot of history doing it. SEC. Good all-around player. Maybe doesn't have like hyper level of mobility you'd be looking for in interior lineman in this day and age, but good enough. Good enough, that's for sure. CJ, Brandon, would you be happy with a Kubiak hire? I would. Yeah, I would indeed. I think he's, of the candidates that appear to be available to us, CJ, as this stuff doesn't occur in a vacuum, of course, right? We don't just go, well, there's an innumerable amount of candidates that we can pick from here. Of the ones that seem to be available out there, truly available, he seems to be as good as anyone. Orchie says, B, being a Polynesian war chief, I have a couple of Wahiaias, white skills, and evil eye curse departments. You say the word and I'll flip the bird. I'm thinking about it, man, but I'm hesitant to use that, you know? You don't want to hit that button unless you're sure. Will Valdez, hey B, someone predicted that the Seahawks will trade DK Metcalf to the Patriots for the number 4 pick. If that were to happen, who would you look to take? Good question. I would honestly probably try to trade back if I could. I'd probably go between Travis Hunter and Mason Graham, but trading back would be the first option on my plate there, Will. I also don't think we're going to get the equivalent of the 4th overall pick for DK. You'll get a first rounder for DK, but I don't think you're going to get that high if you made a move. That'd be my guess. It's a good question, though, but probably Hunter, Graham in that order. 2nd and 10 here for Darnold. Dropping back to throw. He's under some pressure. Finally decides to run with it here, and look at him go. Gets a nice 15-yard scramble. I've been telling him to do it all game. He finally does it, and he goes and gets 15 yards. Steelers says, man, with HD broadcast, I can read McVay's play sheet. That's never good. Lineman down here for the Vikings, unfortunately. Just as they get going. Keon Lund, thanks for the $5 donation. Keon, if we don't keep Geno, of all quarterbacks that are realistic options, who's your choice? One from college or one from the pros? I would go with college. College, I'll go with Jackson Dart. You get him in like the 3rd round. I'm okay with that in that spot. Open market wise, that's a good question on that one. And we got a little bit of a hit after the slide there by Darnold. Looks like that'll get an extension on the run. Oh, who would it be? I think Keon for sure at that point. I'm driven in a direction to say that I would be driven in a direction to say like, well, I don't want to spend money, so I'm not spending $20 million a year for a Justin Fields, which I think he's going to kind of get. Like some team will probably give him something like that. So I really want a guy that's a lot more on a low end deal. Let me take a look here. This stupid thing ain't working for me now. God, Sports Track just blew out their site. You can't use it anymore like you once did. I don't know why they redo their sites to suck their sites up. Like, I'd probably just do like a Daniel Jones on a 1-year deal, Keon. Because I do believe this too as well, is that if you're any of those other two directions you're going, be it a guy you're going to take in the 3rd round or a Daniel Jones or a Zach Wilson, I don't think any of these guys are really going to be, because the reclamations have happened with Geno Smith and Darnold, these will occur with these guys. I don't think that that's going to necessarily occur as much. I think those guys are more of what they are. Same thing with a guy like a Mac Jones. So I don't really feel myself walking away from that going, any of those guys is going to move the needle at all for the team and really helping to push them up and getting us to even a playoff status, much less a contending status. So it does become a little more not as important, if I might say. Like, it's just kind of like, it is a literal placeholder position at that point until we can get the team more ready and get ourselves into a better position to turn this into being a contender into the future upcoming years. But those would be basically the two guys I'd go at. I wouldn't really want to go. There's not somebody substantial to go find out there on the open market, the quarterback position from a free agent wise. There really isn't much there anyway, either on the other side as far as drafting goes. Dart's interesting. He's fun. Might be a bit of a diamond in the rough you can find, but there's not a whole hell of a lot of certainty with Jackson Dart either about where he's going to get to in his upside. Second and 10 for the Vikings at the 46-yard line. They're going to run this inside here as the clock is ticking on through here into the 4th quarter. Thank you for all the donations, Keon. Appreciate that. So I'll go with Jackson. I'll go with Daniel Jones. I think those are potentially two realistic options. Big Combs, see clearly. Thank you for the $5 donation. Herbert and Love also sucked. It is just one game, trying to be positive for Sam D. And also Chip Kelly has stated he has no interest in head coaching jobs again. Interesting to hear. First down reception in TJ Hawkinson here for the Vikings as they will continue to move the ball. I don't know if Chip Kelly's got a lot of offers on the table, be calm, That's one of those ones where the guy knows the girl's going to break up with him, and so he calls her in advance, being like, I think we should just break up. She's like, oh, okay. So I think in Chip Kelly's case, I don't know if past going back to the college level and being a, South Carolina State coach or something. Why are the Vikings running the ball? Am I missing something here? Why are they running the effing ball? You guys don't. Okay, Jordan also said kind of weird they're running the ball. What are they doing? There's 13 minutes and 12 seconds left, you dip. Oh my God. Sam's going to let this thing rip way over the top. No man's land. Yeah, Herbert didn't have necessarily the greatest game. I mean, to me, I watched some of that game and, two of his interceptions are balls that hit the receivers in the hands and they tip back and they're picked off. He also didn't have good pass protection. In addition to that, no running game to lean back on in that game. There's some factors there that definitely held him back. It is just one game on it with that. That part is for sure. I think the difference with a guy like Herbert to this one with Sam, it's much more of going to be, I think, maybe a harsher outlook on him or a harsher. We really got to hold his feet to the fire in the evaluation, because for every team they're looking at him as that potential guy that they would then give that contract. And that's the part that makes get rid of it. Oh God, he got sacked. Oh. There's no internal clock tonight from Sam Darnold. His internal clock got broken. He just didn't. He's just holding the ball and he won't use his legs tonight. You can't take the sack there, dude. It is one game being calm. He's making it hard tonight. And Darnold's always a guy that makes it, from outside of this year watching him, he's been a hard guy to watch play the quarterback position because he makes it look hard. And boy, is he making it look hard tonight. Herbert definitely didn't play particularly well, in his game on top of things. But I do come back to Herbert and saying, just get him the, was it Michael Johnson or whatever, and the other guy had been his best receivers before he got McConkey. Get him some legitimate grade A guys, and let's see what he can do with that. But yeah, I get it. I mean, Sam's going to find some landing spot this offseason, but there's been some moments in this game. Watch him just. Oof. He just sat there and held the ball in the pocket just like he thought he had 3 days to sit in the pocket, decide what he wanted to do. Like, go use your legs, dude. You're mobile. We'll see with Chip Kelly, too. That personal foul on the Vikings. They get him personal foul for a Peanut Tillman punch. Telecast ain't showing. Oh, no, face mask. Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, that's a face mask. That's legit. But Chip Kelly did a good job this year with Ohio State being home. Seems like it's been a move that's paid off moving on as a head coach to go to OC there. Maybe he'll eventually have a landing ground in the NFL. I do think his offense might just be working at its best at the college level when it's all said and done. Because his offense really does want to have the read option stuff from the quarterback position, the keeper stuff. And if you don't, you can't really do that as much at the NFL level, I don't think, consistently. Or it's just a big risk to do it. And the Vikings are going to let themselves get run over here. 10-yard run there by Williams. I think that they finally have sensed the writing is on the wall in this game. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. You think Sam D's struggle in big games makes the Vikings' decision moving forward muddied? Losing in round one of a playoff of a 14-3 season is a very Viking thing to do. It is a very Viking thing to do, isn't it? Wasn't it a couple years ago the Viking team got in the playoffs and you had Daniel Jones in the playoffs, beat them in the opening round? Did that occur, Randall? I want to say that thing happened as well. I think that was in Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken. Another handoff inside here, another gaping hole. Vikings are done. Williams is going to run this 20, 30 yards. Got a hold, though, so this thing may come back a little bit. This is a very Viking thing to do. This is an organization that sometimes just feels a little snake bit, almost like it's outside of their control. And yeah, this was a game that everything was telling, at least what I was hearing in the background, because you have people that are connected into the Vikings front office and what they're hearing from them. And I think that with this both being this game, Randall, and the Lions game, that this looms over the top of the situation. There's no way that it can't. The money that's being talked about is so substantial that you'd have to give Sam. You got to be clear on this. And with Darnold, he doesn't have the 2, 3, 4 years of consistent performance, but then we just have these 2 games. You have the year of his consistent performance in this point, and then you've got these last kind of couple games at the end of it in addition to it. And muddied, I think, is the right word, Randall, in that, yeah, it muddies it up. This does not make it clear. And I think when the Vikings come out of the end of this, when you're talking about throwing a franchise tag out that's going to cost you $40 million on next year's cap, and do you want to do that if you're a team that feels like we are ready to contend? Hey, we just won 14 games. Do we want our cap held down by $40 million for a player who we can find the very same equivalency of that player in a guy like J.J. McCarthy? Or maybe we get a guy, J.J. is 95% of Sam Darnold right now where Sam Darnold is in this game. 95%. Okay, so, we're paying that so much substantially less than the $45 million Sam would command. Is that maybe more worthwhile? I think they come around to that being the case there, Randall. I think that this kind of game is going to spell for Sam that he's going to be a free agent on the open market. There's a team probably willing to pay him 30 to 35, but that's what he can hope to get. I don't think the Vikings want to pay him 30 to 35. It's fluid. It's muddied, Randall. It's not easy on this one to make a prediction exactly of how this one will go. But I would say that that's the way this probably plays out with the way that this game went. This is going to be a bitter taste in the Vikings fan base and the Vikings front office leaving this game the way this did with how good their year was. I mean, this game has been non-competitive from the jump. And Sam, it is just one game, but boy, this is a bad game. He has looked really, really rough in this one. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Jared versus play strength reminds me of Khalil Mack. Very much the kid has been super, super impressive this year, and what he's brought to the table is an all-around player, and the power and the strength is always one of those things when you're scouting players that's really the hardest thing to project as far as what's going to translate and what isn't on guys, because power and strength tends to be the thing that everybody's got at the pro level. So you've got to be uber strong. You got to not just be strong, not just strong for college, but you got to be even a little bit beyond that to then be able to overcome NFL players and how, beefy they are. And he's leaned on that. Was a very advanced player coming out of college. You knew you were going to be able to hit with him at least to his floor very quickly. And then you're going to have to see on where his upside really is at. But the Rams have hit on him. He's been a really good player in this opening year. His sack total doesn't speak, I think, Randall, to how good he's been about generating pressures. I think he's been one of the higher generators of pressures coming off the edge in the sport. And that's valuable to have. That's been a very helpful factor for him to have. Him and Braden Fisk are able to work off of each other really well because they, of course, went to college together. So they've been doing this for years now together. It's a tough front. Kobe Turner in there, Byron Young. It's good young players. Good young players. It's a pass rushing unit that works together too. It's not just individuals just whooping ass of the guy in front of them. It's guys all working together in conjunction. Khalil's probably a little stronger, but I think you're pretty fair to be in the same kind of realm, and he's been able to show that power and strength can translate. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Keon says, Sam's performance tonight is how Jesse sees Geno and how Hawk fans view Brock Purdy. Very true. Very true. This is what you do see from Jesse and his view of Geno. And I think I can't really add a lot to that than what you said. I think that's an accurate way of viewing it. And a lot of Hawk fans, do have that view of a little bit of Purdy. See, I think in a game like this with Purdy, if you have Purdy versus Darnold in this game, this is a game where Purdy deals with the pressure, I think, better than Darnold does. I think he's able to find some moments in this game where he scrambles and uses his legs and extends plays, where Darnold's been just kind of stuck when he gets caught tonight. That's how it's kind of felt to me on that one. But yeah, Jesse's dug his heels in on Geno, and he's not giving an inch. He's not giving an inch at all. But we're eventually on that one, Keon, going to get to a common place on that one and kind of trying to figure, let's find the common angle we both agree at on this quarterback situation and these quarterbacks as a whole. Because Lord knows there's a lot of disagreement. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. After a full season of Jaden Daniels, he is a pretty good Russell Wilson comp, especially how the Commanders have won this season. Yeah, I think that the comp was very, I think the comp is very fair on that one with it. I think what was my comp for him? I I think I had Randall McDaniel or something was my comp for Daniels, something like that. I forget. I got to go back and look. But I love Daniels. He was one of my blue chippers last year. He is showing you a little bit of that pathway of a Russell Wilson type. Certainly is going to help to have a Dan Quinn, I think, in there to kind of probably, hey, here's how Russell kind of did this to find this, especially that perfect balance of not overusing your legs, Jordan, that some, quarterbacks that are hypermobile will lean into where it's too much legs. Where with him, he seems to find that right balance to use it at just the right time, to mix it in there to get the first down here, the first down there, and that he can really keep defenses then off balance for what to expect, because he's not just going to lean on it so heartily that you just put a quarterback spy on him. You put a quarterback spy on him and he can make you pay the price with it. And then he's got that deep ball throwing ability, just an easy throwing motion, a good live arm, and that much like Russell had with it, to be able to get that ball pushed deep when you give him the mismatch on the outside and he gets the one-on-ones. And it's going to be a good player for many years in this league. Still's got to do a very good job in my opinion. He's got to do a great job of protecting himself. You saw him again get crash test dummied out of bounds in that game where he's kind of a little slow to get out of bounds, takes that extra beat. The first down marker's right in front of him. He gets lit up and almost gets sent to the bench on the hit. He's got to be really careful. He really does. But he's a fun player. Talent's legit. And they're going to be a tough out in the next round. I wouldn't want to be playing them. They've got that good energy going for them right now, Jordan. But yeah, well said. B. Combs, see clearly, thanks for the $2 dono. The Vikings are why Daniel Jones got $40 million. Clowns. They are. Yeah, you're right. That playoff win against the Vikings on the road was a season, I think, where they had 12 wins, something like that. The Giant team. And he went in there and they ran a lot of the read option stuff with Saquon and did just enough to go get them that win that game. And yeah, Giants then went out there and gave him the $40 million. And a playoff win can do a lot for you. Playoff loss like this can do a lot against you. It can get a guy $40 million. It can get a guy like Sam Darnold walk in this game and he goes out there and he beats merely the Rams. He loses the next round, plays well in this round, but loses the next round. Vikings probably still end up signing him to $40-45 million per year. Or at the very least, give him the franchise tag, Big Home. But lose a game, win a game. And it maybe shouldn't be this way. The evaluation should be more on probably totality. What is the cumulative? Not a 1 or 2 games. But these are big games. They sit in your mind. They're the last view you have of a guy. And it's hard to get that view out of your head. It's hard to not be thinking about it. But you're right, the Vikings definitely helped Daniel get paid on that deal, that game. Because his people could come back at that point and say, hey, we won the 12 games and we got a playoff win. I'm on the upswing, and the Vikings are running the ball here, so they've basically given up this game. Jordan's saying the same thing. So they're just giving up. They just ran back-to-back down 27-9 with 6:45 to go. I mean, I would rather go down fighting myself too. It's the playoffs here. If this was a regular season game, I get if you want to run out the clock and bop it, but I think you keep swinging in the playoffs, don't you? So Misfits with me says, correct me if I'm wrong, but running the ball down by 18 is bad, isn't it? Yeah. In the playoffs. Again, if you're in the regular season, you're like, look, we have no chance in this. We don't want to risk injury. I don't want to run Justin Jefferson up running all these useless routes at the end for all this empty yardage that doesn't mean jack diddly squat. But this is your season. Is your season on the line? This is no confidence in Darnold, I guess. I suppose not. The Vikings are selling fast on Darnold, huh? Lightning fast switch here up on him. They ran the ball and fumbled it. No, he's down. Okay. See, Lord says, I'd be very curious to see who might give Darnold big money contract. That would take guts. I think after the last 2 games, he's going to have a hard time breaking into that $40 million territory. I do think that there's a team probably willing to go 30, 35. Which team that is? Probably not going to be a big list. And that list is ever shortening. Linda Catalano, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Members of the channel, we're going to be doing some scouting streams here coming up here this offseason. So be on the lookout, please, on your community chat, community section of YouTube here, as I'll be posting the membership benefits over there on that side of it, Linda. But thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you for doing that. Randall McDaniel with the $2 don't know says, Chip Kelly's the type of dude who watches players shower while he's still holding his play sheet, Randall. And he's wearing just a towel. And he keeps sucking on his finger. Saying, my, doesn't that look tasty? All right, the Vikings are going to do a tush push here on 4th and 1. Randall, thank you for another $2 don't know. Project A, Geno versus Sam Darnold contract. Years, APY, etc. Oh, project Geno versus Sam Darnold contract. Man, the Vikings offense is just completely lost in this football game. I mean, they have no. I know that they got to throw. Rams know they're going to throw, but just. I think that both of these players end up landing in similar spots, Randall, whether it's Geno here, Geno somewhere else. I don't know if he's at this point going to get the $40 to $45 million a year on a new contract at his age. If he was a 27, 28-year-old guy like Darnold is, I think Geno could probably get the 40 to 45. I think probably as it stands now, Geno gets 35, and then Darnold probably gets 35 as well. Not because they're the equivalent player, but because maybe Darnold's a little bit less, but Darnold's much younger. And so that allows it to be about the same. They're probably going to be at the most between the two of them a difference of a couple $1 million. And maybe in Sam, he's going to maybe be able to get a 4-year deal, whereas Geno will only get a 3-year deal. But I do think right around $35 million per year is going to be right where it ends up landing. It's hard a little bit to predict this, Randall, because of the scarcity of the position and that there is going to be so many teams that need a quarterback. That can ultimately end up driving the price into funny money places of things, into monopoly money places of things. But there also seems to be some kind of correction kind of also at play here with the quarterback situation, with contracts like in recent years, the Russell Wilsons and the Deshaun Watsons, that this has started to adjust teams' outlook a little bit and making them reevaluate how they look at the position and not just rubber stamp sign off on doing this type of stuff like they once did. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. The best Viking playoff game involved Blair Walsh. There we go. There's another one. Boy, the more I think about it with this, and what's all wild with is the Vikings actually have a great playoff win with the Stephon Diggs miracle throw, you know. Oh my gosh, another sack. Boy, the Vikings offensive line is just falling apart. Brian O'Neill also went out of this game, so they've lost another offensive lineman, which wasn't helped, but another sack there, the 8th one of the game. Darnold goes down, and he looks like he wants to go home. But Blair Walsh, man, short little chip shot field goal in negative 75-degree weather. Players getting frostbite within minutes out there on the field. And the miss, Keon. The miss. Oh, those days when we could win playoff games. That was a wild game. It was so cold. Coldest game I've ever seen, I think. It was, you could just, the players were hating life in that game. Hating life. Old Blair Walsh. 3rd and 11 for Darnold, 3:46. Vikings have taken their sweet ass time with this drive. Completes it for a first down. Michael Hyde, thanks for the $2 donation. Is there an NFL Network tomorrow? Thanks for the stream. Oh, NFC Net. Yeah, we're doing the NFC West Roundtable tomorrow, Michael. So if you guys aren't aware, I'm on the NFC West Roundtable here on YouTube. It's a separate channel with me and a couple of other content creators from Rams, Cardinals, 49ers. But I will be Michael over there on that side of it tomorrow. We're going to have to deal with a completely insufferable Jake Ellenbogen. Not looking forward to that part. Oh, Lordy. Is he going to be feeling himself tomorrow? But thank you, Michael. Appreciate all the support today on the channel. Know you dropped a couple donations. But yeah, we'll be over. I think that's what your question was on, was, yeah, tomorrow we'll be on the NFC, 6 o'clock. We'll be doing the NFC West Roundtable. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation, Randall. Would you rather pay Sam or Geno to 35 or 40 million? I'd roll with Sam. I guess it would be a little bit like this for me. If we're talking 3 years, or a 4-year deal at 35 to 40 million, meaning it's easier essentially to get out of Geno's deal, Randall, because you're not signing up for that 4th extra year. And that could make it a little bit harder, and you're putting more commitment to Sam at that point, because, I wouldn't want to make either two really a long-term commitment, especially with Sam coming off this kind of 1-year outlier of his career versus where he's been at prior. I kind of find myself pulled back in a direction here, Randall, of kind of feeling like, number one, with Geno, I get the less years I'd have to put down. So it's 3 years instead of 4 years that I have to sign for Sam. And I kind of look at Sam dealing with the pressure tonight in this game, especially, and I go, look, I've seen Geno against this Rams team twice over. Now, maybe remove the second game because they, backups, blah, blah. But the first game, I still felt like dealt with pressure at the same way that Darnold's had to deal with in this game, and he dealt with it better. But again, on this, this is that always place we get to, Randall. It's like, these two Hall of Famers, who's the better player? These two Pro Bowlers, who's the better player? These two quarterbacks making about the same contract, just sort of different ages. First and foremost on both, I'm not entirely just blown away to be sold on either, Randall, because what this comes down to it on my outlook, it's a little bit more about, if I'm signing these guys this contract, do I really think I got my team ready to contend? I think that's a big question, first and foremost, before we get to either of the two. It's not your question, obviously, but I'm thoroughly unimpressed by Sam Darnold tonight. He has collapsed as a quarterback tonight in this football game. This is your season on the line. This is everything going on. You need to be, and let's face it, I've seen Geno in these kind of situations, and he's not collapsed. It's one of the places I've lauded Geno time and time again, and rightfully so. And it's, as I've said time and time again, so many quarterbacks in this kind of situation collapse. They're inundated by pressure, and then they're not even like marginally good. They just fall on top. They just fall over. They just go, I can't. They throw up their hands and they go, I can't do anything. And that's what you saw from Sam Darnold tonight, and I've not seen that from Geno Smith, despite facing this kind of situation like Sam Darnold did in this game quite often over the last couple of years. So I would leave more to Geno on this than Sam. I had a kind of a down view on Sam anyway, and this year's definitely proven me wrong a little bit, my outlook of him to a degree. But tonight's been more confirmation back to the stuff that I've not liked about Darnold. Just not a very much of a natural feel for the position. He's playing, but he's not always thinking a lot out there. He's reacting, but not always, really using his noggin. Boy, this has been unimpressive tonight, Randall, from him. I mean, this has been rough to watch. Board Skyler, thanks for the $5 donation. Crazy hearing you say they're running the ball too much after the season we had. Thank you for the content. Your late night podcasts are the best. Go Thank you for that board, Skyler. Yeah, it feels weird to say this team needs to stop running the ball after that was my mantra this year pretty much constantly. Can we please run? Can we please run? Can we please run? But yeah, you're down in this kind of game and you know, I'm never, if I'm in a playoff game, I'm never to a point of giving up. My season is going to be over with after this game. You still drive, you do everything you can to fight and scratch and claw and do everything you can while you're still while the fat lady isn't singing, you know. It's like us going to the Packer game in 2014 and being like, well, 5 interceptions, just not our day. Guess we should just pack it in. No, you keep fighting. You don't anticipate the loss. You keep fighting until the last minute of the clock's run out. And those play calls there with the run game there, Board Skyler, they're on that drive and run the ball. And I just go, okay, so you're sort of signaling your team we're going to roll over in the playoffs. I know it's been a tough game. I know you don't feel good about where your team and your pass protection's at, but come on. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Thank you, Board Skyler. I appreciate the donation and the kind words. Hand Grenade, thanks for the $5 dono. And Hand Grenade, I know I promised you I'm going to get the intro updated, and I didn't get it done this week, but it's still on my list of to-dos. So we will get that done here. I'm a little bit slow on getting it done, but we will get that knocked out. So haven't forgotten. Hand Grenade, thanks for the $5. Says, I'm not saying it's your fault, B, but Rams are 3-0 when you stream them. I'm just saying. Anyway, you going to do the championships? We are. So we will be doing definitely the Super Bowl. We'll be doing the conference championship games. We'll be doing an all-day thing on that when it's the conference championships. And then next week, we'll probably do like a full day of two game matchups. We'll see how the schedule kind of shakes out here after this game and where everybody's kind of sitting at. But next week, we'll be doing some stream games as well in that one Hand Grenade. Yeah, for sure. I like doing these. I was hoping we'd get a good game tonight. And of course, it's been a crap game, but I do like doing these, hanging in here with you guys. You know, it's a little less stressful than we normally have to do on these kind of games where we've all got our game face on and it's hyper intense. But thanks for the $5, man. Yeah. I don't know which games we'll do next week. Probably we'll see. We'll see which ones. But we'll get a couple games next week for sure. We'll get at least 2 next week. There'll be probably like an all-dayer that we'll kind of do. Thank you, man. Appreciate the donation. Be calm, see clearly. Thanks for another $5. And you guys, thanks for all the donations, you guys. Multiple donations over in the chat today from single people. I appreciate you on that. Be calm. He says, JJ had an all-star offensive line, godly defense with Hutchinson and a great running back, and was at best a game manager because Jim knew what was up, a.k.a. Case Keenum. Bum. Well, if you're looking for a disagreement from me, be calm on the outlook of J.J. McCarthy and saying, look, I saw him as a guy that was talented, but I saw him as a second-round talent. I didn't see him as a top 10 first-round quarterback talent. And I think that he is a bit of a poster boy for these quarterbacks getting elevated up at times because teams are so quarterback hungry, not because the talent always dictates that's where they should go. And he had a lot of help. You're right about Michigan. Harbaugh definitely protected him with the play calling. I looked at it in very similar as you did, that, when I see a coach at the college level where it's very easy to complete passes, and especially you're talking about a quarterback at the college level who's playing at a major program with 5-star athletes on the outside and a grade A offensive line and those wide hash marks, it's easier to complete balls. It's easier to throw more than even at the NFL level and high volume kind of standpoints of things. And I know Harbaugh's not a high volume thrower of the ball by and large. He wants to run it, especially if he's running it well, but he protected him. They protected him there. And it should tell people something. But the tough part as well with JJ was that you got this guy that's barely throwing the ball in college, and you're trying to reference stats like his third down efficiency because you don't have really the bag of throws and the bag of tape that you'd like to have to work off of to know that this is going to translate as a top 10 talent. That's why it dropped into that second round range for me. But they're going to roll with him probably after this big home. I think that this is where you let Sam go in for agency and JJ becomes now your guy going forward. And on top of the things that we can talk about as far as, look, I think he's average arm strength, average mobility. But then you have as well, not the biggest of guys. I worry about the slightness of build. I worried about the injury situation just walking in. Already has had the knee thing pop up. We'll see where it all finishes out there, be calm. But I definitely am not a big high side guy on JJ McCarthy. I would not want to trade for him. I think that he's a guy that just got overinflated a little bit from some of those other things factoring in. Playing at the major program, winning the national title, Harbaugh getting things together with that program at just the right time. Darnold with a deep throw to Addison. He can't quite hold on the catch. Case Keenum. It just, there's probably some similarities there. We might come to find there's some similarities there. I think he's got a little bit better arm than Case, but I don't think it's a lot better. I don't think it's like some cannon. Keon Lund, man, you've dropped a bunch of donos today and then dropped a big fat $20 donation here. I really appreciate you and salute you, sir, for that. Man, you're very kind. I know you've dropped many before as well, so I really, really appreciate you for all of that support. Very kind of you. Says, thanks for your time, man. It's going to be a long off season. It is, Keon, and we've got a lot of fun items coming up this offseason to keep this stuff action-packed here at the channel. I'll be doing all 3 days of the initial run of free agency, so I'll get up each of those mornings. We'll do all 3 days of that. We'll do 3 days of the draft. We'll be doing a lot of mock drafts, a lot of look at free agent prospects, all that type of stuff. So we'll be trying to keep it as spicy as we can this offseason, but there's no two ways around it, Keon, and that it's going to be a long offseason. We got to just kind of grind our way through. We got no Sonics basketball to lean on. Mariner baseball is kind of a joke. So we just got to hold on and hope the team makes some really smart, great moves this offseason and sets the stage for this team to get back into contending shape, however that needs to happen, whatever needs to, for it to take for that to occur. But I really do thank you for all your support here throughout this last year and a half, 2 years. I know you've been on here on the channel, and all of your support to the channel, you guys, and as kind as you guys are, you allow me to do what I get to do here on this daily basis, even be able to do what I get to do in the off season. I don't have to go get some normal ass job, be able to just sit in here and kind of cook with you guys and turn this team over every which way we can. And I thank you for that. As I always say, I'm very, very blessed to be able to do what I get to do. And I love what I get to do. I love talking football. I love talking this team and what they got to do and how they got to get there and what moves need to be made. And what about this move? What about that move? So many things to discuss with this sport that make it so very interesting. But thank you, Keon. You're part of what makes this community so great and this channel so great is the community. It ain't me, it's the community. It ain't because you guys are supporting me in the channel with donations. It's because our chat's always on point, always respectful, able to have the disagreement, but still keep it respectful in that way. And part of what I really do value about this place, it is what I really do value on anything else in this place is you guys in this community and what we've been able to foster here. So thank you for that, Keon. Very kind of you, man. Very kind of you. And hopefully not too long of an off season. Hopefully get one of those kind of blinks, something happens, kind of blink, and we're already back to the season. Here we go. Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, think someone else asked about a B. Oh, maybe it was, might have been someone else. I might be mixing you up with someone else. I thought it was you had mentioned it. Maybe it was Feed Me. Might have been Feed Me on that. But I'm going to get that updated. So if you're a member of the channel, we'll get that updated for the intro scroll on there if you are a member right now. But I meant to do it this week, and I got a little knee deep in some scouting on some prospects and trying to get this Leonard Williams video done. Kid from the hood. Yeah, M's still sleeping. Yeah, they're still sleeping. They don't want to win. They don't want to truly win. Or they want to win, but they want to win by just, developing prospects and not spending any money. Yeah, it ain't happening. JL says, offseason with the Hawks Nest is damn near more entertaining than the regular season. Let's go, JL. And I'm hopefully going to find some extra tricks this offseason. So we're going to keep it cooking, and we're going to not slow down here. There's no offseason here. So Rams end up getting the win here. Vikings can't even get out of 9 points on the game, 9-27. Rams basically had this thing won after the first quarter. And Vikings just disappointing for such a great year as they had. 8 sacks on the day for the Rams. Pass protection fell apart. You have no Christian Darrisaw. If you're the Minnesota Vikings in this game, that was a huge loss for them. And then they lost Brian O'Neill into the third quarter. Game was pretty much over at that point anyway, so it didn't matter. But their line wasn't able to hold up. This Rams defensive line in front, we're going to talk a lot about it this offseason and what we've got to do to deal with this line going into the future, because it's not just a line that's about good guys on the line that are talented and really good. Kobe Turner's good. Braden Fisk is good as a pass rusher. Jared Verse is a good all-around player. Byron Young is a pretty good player and a guy that creates his own pressures on that side. But it's their quickness, it's their speed, it's the games that they run up front with those front four, and then mixing in just enough blitzing on top of it. You've got to have a plan of attack to deal with this pass rush. And maybe some of it's the balance. The balance we saw the Vikings unable to hold in this game, partly because you did fall behind so many points in this game, and that allowed this is in much ways this Rams team, the type of team you don't want to fall behind. You want to be able to always be able to go back to that run game and find the balance. But Seahawks are going to need to find a plan for this pass rush because it's an unusual one, and guys with different type of skill sets that allow them to run these things in a real nice way. As I've said, they overtook the Cowboys this year as the best stunting, twisting team in the NFL. Rams do it better than anybody else, and it allows them to really manufacture pass rush and make things really uncomfortable for quarterbacks, especially when they run those stack fronts. Then they drop, they double A gap pressure, then they drop the linebackers out, then they run twists off of it. You've got your offensive linemen's heads spinning in those moments. Very, very good at it. Mark Sanchez, thanks for the $2 donation. Lions, Rams, NFC Championship. Goff versus Stafford. It could go that way, Mark. And I tell you right now, I kind of like the Rams in this matchup if they're matched up against the Lions in that way. I think that they're well suited to deal with this Lions team. How they rush the passer. You saw what happened today with the Darnold, where you start to make Darnold uncomfortable and how he can kind of collapse. Same thing is absolutely true with Goff. If you can get Goff to get uncomfortable there in the pocket and get him in the same kind of way, like he will do the same kind of similar stuff. But can you get that pressure? The Lions, Mark, aren't going to just walk away from running the ball today like the Vikings did. They will stay with it. But that could be the matchup. I think the Eagles are going to make some noise here as well, and I think the Rams still do have to get through the Eagles to get there to the Lions. And Saquon Barkley and the way that we go back to running the ball. The way you can take down this Rams defense is running the football. That's where they're susceptible. It's a lighter front. The linebackers are a little bit lighter. They like to play in that cover 2 shell look a lot of times. If you got the guys up front that can move these guys out of the holes, you can consistently run the ball throughout the day. But that's where I think the Rams don't get past the Eagles. I do think that they're matched up against the Lions. It would be a better matchup for them. But let's see how it's going to go here. So you got the division round set up now. So yeah, so it's the Rams going out to Philadelphia on a short week for next Sunday night. For next Sunday afternoon, too. It's an afternoon game, so it's 12 o'clock. Short week, 12 o'clock. Yeah. I don't like that for the Rams. I think it would have been a better matchup for them to get into the Lions into the next round, quite honestly. Maybe deal with the Eagles down the line when the Eagles are not as much at full health. That'd be my outlook on it. Thank you, though, Mark. Could be. That's going to be a tough Eagles game to get through, though. That's the worst. And Jake's even admitted this. That's kind of the worst team for the Rams to be matched up against. Become See Clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. This is Sam Darnold's first playoff game. Expected. For real. For real. Yeah, it's definitely a different sport when you get in the playoffs, and the nervousness in your regular season game versus playoff football is a whole different animal and a whole different beast. There's no doubt about that part. You're right, Sam's not been in this kind of environment before as far as actually playing it in that way. And maybe some of the nerves, kind of to your point on that a bit, if you're inferring this a bit, got to him a little bit in this game. He had a tough day at the office, and the guys up front made it really hard for him in how they pass protected. And the Rams rushed the passer really well. But Sam also didn't have any plans. And he got rushed, and he didn't take his time at times in this game. He wasn't in control. There's a word that people like to use for quarterbacks that's very hard almost to signify at times. Poise. Poise. Things may be collapsing around you, but you are calm. You're certain in the pocket. Your body language is on the right place. Stuff may be happening that way, but you're going to still be poised. We saw differences of two. There was times in this game the Vikings were able to create that pressure on Darnold. They were able to get in there and hit him as he was throwing. But he stood tall in the pocket. He stood poised in the pocket. He still delivered a ball on time. Darnold started to feel that pressure, and you could feel him feeling that pressure. You could feel him getting jumpy. And maybe to be expected, like you say on that. Maybe to be expected. But also a part of why they lost this game today. And also part of something probably to wonder about with Sam in the long term about him being that right fit if you're going to sign him to that contract extension. If this is kind of what you're going to get in these big moments. Because last week was kind of similar in what you saw from Sam against that Detroit Lions team. And that Lions team, again, brought a lot of pressure and was able to harass him in that game to a degree too. But yeah, you got to pay him $35 to $45 million, depending on what it is we're talking here. It's the evaluation's got to be also like, hey, if I don't have a lot of data to go off of, I can only go off of the data that I do have. But true point. Randall McDaniel, thanks for the $2 donation. Says Randall's picking Philly in the NFC defense plus the run game equals thumbs up and a win. I would see it the same way. I think the Rams probably lose this game by more than a touchdown. This is an awful matchup for them. This is just a purely bad matchup for them in every which way. The Philadelphia Eagles are just constructed. They can rush the passer with the front four. They can drop all of their guys back in coverage. For instance, the Vikings in this game, in their ability to want to bring the blitzes and stuff, that's going to create some natural openings there for Stafford to be able to attack in the secondary, some one-on-one matchups that he can then go after, whereas it's not going to be that way with Philadelphia. You're going to get a lot of zone kind of defense. And in the first game between the Eagles and the Rams this year, the Rams lost 37-20, and Barkley had 26 carries for 255 yards. That does not bode particularly well for the Rams coming up on a short week. Yeah. Or, Chief, I can't do the Geno talk. It's just crazy to me. He's the best quarterback we're going to get in next year or two. Why would anybody want to trade for this garbage? Sam right here is just insane. Yeah, I wouldn't want to flip it out for that. That's for sure. He is going to probably be a free agent. I don't think there's going to be a trade at this point. The trade was only going to be happening if they franchise tagged him, which I don't think they're going to do. Cassiter, Darnold is the same old Darnold when under pressure. He's not the quarterback to take the Vikings to a Super Bowl. Probably not. Probably not. Kings, I think we got to start building a D-line with Mafe, Hall, and Murphy. Continue to reinforce it, King. That's for sure. Probably going to need to get some edge help after you probably release Draymond Jones and Uchenna Nwosu this offseason. Kickup says, call me crazy, but looking at this now, Ryan Grubb really wasn't bad. Wonder how, if we had a competent O-line, we could look. His lack of running was probably because of his lack of confidence in the O-line. I think it was a little bit of that kick up. I think that's a fair factor to make. Your running backs had a tendency to get hit very early after they got the ball. You had a hard time finding consistency with it through a lot of the year. I do think that this is where it's hard, though, at times for Grubb on the back of the schedule through the back 5, 6, 7 games, where you can find games where you were running the ball and yet he was still running the ball well, and yet he was still leaving the running game. And that's, I think, as much as anything might have been another additional factor into what caused him to be let go when it was all said and done, and that the team's like, look, when we did start to run the ball after that Cardinal game where Charbonnet went off and had his career best day, you didn't go back to it week in and week out. So I agree. It's understandable the early part of the year to have that outlook from his standpoint to be like, why go with something that's completely a brick wall? But the holes were starting to open up and you went away from it. Take that Packer game kick up. You know, you didn't run the gap counter all game that had worked so well in that Cardinal game with Charbonnet. You come back and run that game, get a touchdown run in the third quarter, and then you throw like 16 straight times after that or something. 15 to 16 passes or throws after that. You know, where it just doesn't explain all of his pull that would be there at all times to go to the run just constantly. Dicta says, prayers to the people in LA. Awful mess there. Prayers to them for sure. And it is a mess. Misfit says, Verse is already a top 10 edge rusher. Probably maybe top 10-ish. He's a good one, though. Jesse says, just remember for this game, new rule, drop the ball on the ground and tell the refs it's a pass. Yeah, that's some crap that Geno Smith's not getting away with. There's a PI coming. There's an intentional grounding call minimum coming, if not just the pure fumble if Geno tried that move. Be like, no. You're not Stafford. You're no Brady. Cage says the Vikings are so fraudulent, but the Rams are as well. Just glad the Rams are going to get a higher draft pick because they aren't winning the Super Bowl. Amen. I don't think I see a Super Bowl winning team there. I think they definitely took it this game and they earned the win on this one. I think the Vikings did a lot of self-inflicted stuff too to allow them to open this up. But unless Aaron Donald's coming back, I don't think they're going to have quite enough to make it happen. Mrs. Thanks for the stream, everyone. Good game. Go Eagles, I guess. Go Eagles, man. Tony Wright, the Rams wouldn't beat the Lions if they played, but the Rams now have to fly to Philly, and Philly will not come back to Inglewood. Yeah, this ain't going to be a pretty picture, I don't think, for this Rams team. Going out east like that, and there may be the elements in play in this game with them. I definitely do not see this as a good one for the Rams. Randall McDaniel, thanks for the $2 donation. Randall's picking Philly in NFC defense plus run game equals. Oh, I read that one. I'm with you, Randall, by the way. We're on the same page. Kid from the hood, just as a German citizen, what is your opinion on left tackle Brandon Coleman from the Commanders? Don't know if I've got a lot of opinion on Brandon Coleman. I'm trying to think back to the evaluation period with him. TCU. Oh, I remember, man, a little bit Brandon Coleman. I'd have to go back and check my draft thoughts on this one. Let me see if I can find him. And I have to go back on this one. I have to go back a ways, I think. Yeah, I'd probably have to look it up on this one where it is. I think he was relatively decent with TCU when he was coming out as left tackle. I haven't been keeping too much a track on him. I mean, he was graded about an average player this year at left tackle for Washington. But I haven't kept up much with his career. Yeah, this is his first starting season. I gotta see maybe I got my stuff here. Hold on. So, third round selection. He's playing really well for them. Where in the hell? I got so much stuff in so many different places. Where did I put that with the thing, with the deal? NFL draft materials it's one of the things I'd have to search for and just So what brought kid from the hood just a German citizen? Is Brandon Coleman from Germany? Is that I guess what's kind of asked from the questions standpoint on this one? So I can give you I can just tell you what basically the draft evaluation was for him coming out, but he's had an average season, which for a rookie left tackle is really good performance. That part's for sure. Let's see if I've got the draft guide. We're looking at tackles. All right, let me see here. Paul, Isaiah. Maybe this is 2013. Yeah. I'll try to see if I get some more time to go look it up. I'd have to go look up my notes on Brandon Coleman. I think he was all right. I liked him enough. I don't think there was a lot of flash from a kid from and thinking that I thought he was going to be, great player. But I have to go look. That's kind of from like, it's not last year's draft, it'd be the year before's draft. And so I've got that spreadsheet somewhere buried somewhere. I'm not sure exactly. So I can't recall off the top of my head where I was at exactly though on my outlook of him. I'm sorry, man. But he's had a good season for Philly. What up, Cameron? Seeing Darnold's performance tonight really makes me praise Geno's ability to handle pressure. Absolutely. It's one of the main places we laud him, as we say with Geno on this. Look, he's been put in an environment that a lot of quarterbacks just flat out fail within. We got a lot of history of seeing quarterbacks in this kind of environment have that happen to them. And that's just what happened to Sam tonight. E-Dubs says, man, what the F? Vikings can't come to play? Man, F the Rams. F the Rams, man. Randall McDaniel, thanks for the $5 donation. Darnold's only 10 months older than Herbert. Same number of playoff wins. I think Justin Herbert drafted to a better spot than San Diego. What's my point? Not sure, but interesting. Yeah. I mean, maybe a little bit, Randall. I mean, the Jets are a bad organization, but I mean, the Chargers haven't exactly been a picture of well-run health as far as organizationally goes. I mean, they're just an organization that just literally moved out of San Diego. You know, they just left their original town. So, I mean, if Justin Herbert's in a little bit of a better place, Randall, it's a very marginal, teeny tiny, itty bitty step above Herbert. It's not like he's gone to a place like Mahomes where he's got a Hall of Fame coach and he's got a great, well-run organization. And he's got a stable environment. You know, you can't say any of that really with what's happened there with Herbert. So it may be a marginally a little better, but I mean, it's back to it again on this, Randall. When you're looking at these kind of comparisons, it's like the Geno to the Sam thing, where you're trying to you're trying to draw between the pieces of paper tonight a little bit on some of these, where it's like rather than really looking at what is it that, you know, how big of a difference is in the place. Well, it's probably more closer together than it is similar further apart as far as the environments that they've gone into. In Herbert's case, the pass protection has not consistently been there throughout his time there. The offensive scheme has been crap. It's like Geno's got some playmakers throw to the outside a little bit, but then most of his throws through the first couple of years of his career were like at or behind the line of scrimmage, where it shows completely the lack of imagination within the offenses of passing attack and how they're going about it. I don't know. Yeah, that'd just be my outlook on Randall's. I think that they're both in a situation that's not set up in how they've landed from where they were picked. Neither were set up in a situation for success. You know, well, we can say, well, this guy was set up for much more of a failure than this guy. Well, it's like, yeah, but both guys weren't set up for success when you really break it down. You know, and that's really the key component here on quarterbacks and looking at guys on this and making determinations on it is that, you know, if you're looking at a guy that you want to look at to bring in another place and you're trying to evaluate him and has he reclamated and did he land at the first spot and was the first spot more of a failure-like area than it was a place for him to be successful, so that if he did fail, that we can't just necessarily put it on his shoulders as being the reason him being just him. That's where that comes into more important there. But like you said, what's my point? Not sure. So I'm not sure even where the conclusions are, but I'd probably land there, Randall, in saying that I think from my standpoint, they're very close together. Brandon Staley has been Justin Herbert's coach throughout the majority of his time there, you know, and Staley's never going to get another head coaching job, just like Sam Darnold got Adam Gase as his first head coach. Adam Gase is never going to get another head coaching job in the NFL. Yeah. Thank you though, man, for all the donations. Appreciate you on that. King Bomber, the Hawks Nest, Quentin Mitchell and Jalen Carter, or Byron Murphy and Devin Witherspoon right now? I'll answer that question one sec. So King Bomber, the thing with the Jalen Carter deal on this is this. Jalen Carter is a generational like talent. Guy might eventually start competing for Defensive Players of the Year award, but the whole thing with this King Bomber is it's about the character concerns with Jalen Carter. That the baggage issues that were there with him were so significant, were so overburdensome that you didn't want to take that risk. And that can pop up at any given time here, King. He can go through his first 2 years of his pro career, get into this offseason, and something pops up as far as a character thing that completely validates why John made the call when he did. Up until when Jalen makes that call and that sort of situation does happen, there's going to be plenty of people that say, well, no, Jalen's the far better player than a Devin Witherspoon. And it may or may not be the case on that, but it's really irrelevant because the pick was not about whether or not Jalen Carter was better than Devin Witherspoon. The pick was made because Jalen Carter had those insane character concerns at his back. And that's a part that is always the part that gets lost in this Jalen Carter retrospective look back at the debate about it. It was not about player ability. It was about what's this guy's background? Is this guy going to be a problem here? And just because King Bomber, the Eagles have been able to keep Jalen Carter in line with their sort of Georgia Bulldogs East thing that they've got by having all these former Georgia players in-house to keep him online. There's still even been some moments with them that have been kind of like, ooh, So that's a little bit of really the deal there on that one is that it's, if you want to go pure talent here and go, hey, do you want Jalen Carter with no character concerns? And I can grab him and I can have Quinn Mitchell, or I can take a Byron Murphy and a Devin Witherspoon. Well, I'm going to take the Jalen Carter because I think he's a Hall of Fame level of talent when he came out. And I think he's proven to be that as he's come into the pro level. But that wasn't just purely the decision there. It was this extra thing that's not normally, in track. And there's been very few prospects, King Bomber, in recent years that have ever come through that have had the kind of baggage that we heard about coming from Jalen Carter. From the car accident to the coaches talking about his inability to take instruction, there were a lot of glaring issues there that were understandable if you didn't go with him. As I said with this too, it wasn't just us that passed on him. There were, 9 other teams in those top 10 picks in a first round that wasn't particularly strong, absent the quarterback position, King Bomber, who took that pass because of those character concerns. Not because he wasn't a good player, but because it was so legitimate. Randall, thank you again, man, for all of your donations. Be calm. Keon, appreciate you guys. Sea Lord says, I'm remaining the stout belief that Byron Murphy's going to be a stud for us. I think he will be too. Henry says, when you get mediocre quarterback, you'll S the bet in the playoffs, but let's give Geno. I don't think Geno's getting anywhere close to 50 million, Henry. I think he's going to struggle to get 40 and maybe 35 at best. Mason Dale, have you looked at Jalen Royals, Utah State? Not sure if he can consistently play on the outside in the NFL, but a really good player. I'll add him to my list. I have not taken a look at him as of yet. I will say we'll probably be looking at just only outside guys from Seahawks perspective if they're going to look at receivers. I'd be very shocked if we brought in another slot guy necessarily if that's where he's at. But I need to get up on my receivers, Mason. I'm a little bit slow on those guys right now. Got to catch up. King Bomber says it's going to be a long off season to find off Ram fans by telling them Murphy and Hall are better than Verse and Fisk. Yeah, it will. And unfortunately right now, Verse and Fisk are more productive players than those other two players. It's not all Murphy's fault for playing the nose tackle, but it is what it is. And, Hall is a guy that had an improvement over his rookie year. There's no doubt about that, but there's still a lot of room for Hall to grow into. I think Fisk, the first, was the much better player than Hall this year overall. Tony, Brandon, would your Seahawks be interested in making a deal with my Falcons as we are prepared to trade you tight end Kyle Pitts for your second round pick? Your thoughts? Yeah, it's the wrong season to be trying to trade an H-back tight end, Tony. That would be what I would say to you on that. If I can show you this. All right, so if I can show you this, my man, this is my horizontal board for my draft class and how I'm scouting and evaluating these guys. This is certainly not just mine, but this is in general terms going to be what you're going to see probably within the NFL as well as its outlook in general terms. I'm not going completely outside the box here, Tony. So as you can see, I've got 4 second-round tight ends in this draft. Why make the trade for a Kyle Pitts who's been underwhelming, who's not going to be cheap, for the 5th year of his option or whatever, 4th year, when I can go get a Tyler Warren, a Colston Loveland, a Harold Fannin Jr., and a Mason Taylor. And 3 of those 4 guys are also H-back types. So it's not even like Kyle could say, well, I'm so uniquely talented as being available there. I think you're going to struggle to get a third. It's probably more like a 4th round pick would be the best that you could hope to get from Kyle. And I think he's just been kind of disappointing at this point. I think the interception a couple of weeks ago there with Michael Penix was kind of a, not everything set to just one play, but it was like a good indicator of kind of what you get with him, where it's not clicking in there with Kyle. And he's a very talented guy, but I think he's going to be one of those guys we just end up looking back on and saying he was a really talented guy who was moderately productive. And I think I'd rather jump for one of the young tight ends in this draft than that certainty necessarily. A kid from, I really liked him yesterday against the Bucks, had a few errors, but also was important in for some huge throws. He was at the PS and became a starter after 5 games. Thanks for the effort, by the way. Yeah, absolutely. And I wish I had the spreadsheets kid from. I was trying to look and see if I could find the notes on what I had for him. But it's the 2 years back, I think on that, or I don't know why. I thought I had him up on here somewhere where I'd looked at him, but it's not coming up. So it's just buried somewhere, and I don't know where my spreadsheets are at on it. I do remember looking at him. So that's the part where I'm kind of driven crazy because I'm like, dude, I know I looked at him. But it's not coming up. I could probably spend 20 minutes looking around for the thing. Just couldn't pop up. But I do remember being functional at TCU. I do remember that. I think he was there right at the same time Steve Avila was there. So I looked at them both and remember thinking that he would at least be functional and look to play a league average level by PFF standard and grade. PFF is not the end all be all. Like I said, I've looked at his tape here. So kid from, I haven't really watched much past a little bit of yesterday and I didn't really lock in on him, but he's played really well. Good. To play that well and be 64 to start out your first year, that bodes really well for you being a starter and in the future and being a capable, competent guy out there. Especially on a rookie contract that's going to be cheap for a 3rd rounder. I had piano lessons at TCU. Keep from, sorry, I didn't want to steal your time. Just curious if you followed Hurt. No, I did. I didn't follow him during the year, kid from. No, you can always ask. This is what this chat's about, kid from. There's no restrictions here. I feel bad that I've got this stuff referenced up to where I can just pull it up on the old Dealy Dally, and I just, for whatever reason, don't have it. Can't find it, and I got some of it's too, was it 2023? He came out of the draft, and then so I got to go back to the 23 draft notes, but he was also a 3rd rounder, so it's like every year with this, you get the 300 guys, you got to learn all the 300 guys, and you kind of somewhat flush them as you have to re-onboard the next 300, like I'm 100 in right now, and got another 200 down the line to go. Check with me on the next one, though. I'll see if I can locate that spreadsheet for the next stream. I might be able to give you a little bit more of what I saw in my background for him coming out. But, you always ask. Always ask on this stuff. Mason, who from the 2022 draft class gets extended? I'll say Cross, Mafe, and Kobe. I think Cross gets extended this year. I think with Mafe and Kobe, you're going to have them play out another year of the rookie deal to decide. 1 second. King Bomber says, damn, my question said 5 miles out. Oh, no, it's okay. What happens, King Bomber, is there's just been a lot of people that come back in on the Jalen stuff, and it's the part where I always just go to with it, where I'm like, I know it's not, people don't want to hear on this. It's like, they don't want to hear this, and that's why I think it gets forgotten about then. I don't think you're doing this, King Bomber, but I do think the thing with Jalen on this is the character stuff gets forgotten about in retrospect. Where it's like, it's just that player and who he was versus Devin Witherspoon and who the player he was. And I know in covering that draft as thoroughly as I covered it, that was just not the way that played out. That it really cannot be oversold, the character stuff. And when I tell you guys that I look at 300 guys a year doing this, and when I tell you guys that Jalen Carter had as big a baggage as any player that I've seen doing this in these evaluations of players, when I don't usually have this kind of information. So when it gets this publicly far out front on a player, you can't, I know from a fan standpoint, it's like, that's not my purview. I don't really keep track of that stuff. That stuff doesn't matter to me. I just want to know how good or bad the player is. And I get that. But this is one of those places where this has got to factor in more heavily, even 2 years down the line. And if we find Jalen goes out there and drag races this offseason, and gets himself into an accident and Henry rugs it, well, then everybody's going to come back and say John Schneider's brilliant. But until that happens, everybody's going to say John Schneider's an idiot. Well, maybe neither of those two is completely true, is kind of what I'm saying. Maybe it's more of like he had to weigh the factors involved, and it's understandable to how he comes to this decision, but there wasn't really a perfect decision to be had there. You can roll the dice for the high upside guy who looks like a tricky proposition, or go for the guy that's a little bit below him on maybe that upside, but still a really great player who's a lot safer in that way of things. And I think that was really where the pick kind of came down to. Andy says, what a game, nail biter. I don't have to imagine Darnold behind Hawks offensive line just saw it. Yeah, that's pretty much what it would look like. Ricardo says, didn't Jalen Carter fail a pro day? You rarely see that. Yeah, he literally had to stop his pro day midway through because he was gassed out and not conditioned. That's what I say. When I say that there's this stuff that's there baggage-wise with him coming in, it was like, brace yourselves. And folks, a little bit of what I'd like to relate this back to you guys on who might be really on the, I should have taken Jalen Carter. I should have taken Jalen Carter. That for every one of these Jalen Carters, these general managers have a track record of 20 guys who you could see the character concerns coming in on the guy, and then those character concerns were realized. So understand that when you see these guys coming in the league, it's very rarely, oh, he's just a young guy that needs to mature a little bit. It's very often of, this is kind of the cut of his cloth, the cut of his jib, and this is who he's going to be going into the future probably with that, especially as he becomes more of a multimillionaire. People don't change once you make a multimillionaire, they become more of who they are. And so you face something like that 20 times from a Schneider perspective. You got a Malcolm McDowell you've literally had in recent years you took in the second round who was like Jalen in that way of having that rich history, and you're worried about it, but that upside. And it got you bit. It got you got. And it's a part that just, if he goes and drafts Jalen Carter and Jalen Carter falls on his face in year one and you have Malik McDowell in your record as far as John Schneider's concerned, like that becomes now a fireable offense from Seahawks fan perspectives. If you want to really get into the great irony, that kind of situation plays out like that would be those same people that are banging the drums at times for Carter to be drafted there by the Hawks would be the same people holding John's feet to the fire when the character concerns raise their ugly head. And that's part of what to me confounds me with the Carter thing, because it's one where I rarely say that I just trust in John on certain stuff, but with this one, it's an understandable one to say you trust in his evaluation of the character concern here because it was so real. It wasn't something that was drummed up or some, Laramie Tunsil situation where his agents releasing him with a gas mask bong on basically on the game day. Like, that's not that, this is something that was more legitimate. Knock Vexo, we should try to be aggressive for Will Campbell in the draft. And maybe they might just. I like him a lot, not Vexo. One of my blue chippers. Mason Dale, what do you think of DK to Chargers for a second in Zion Johnson? That would probably be pretty equivalent compensation to give back for Mason. I could see the Chargers from their perspective wanting to make that kind of move. So, could be a fit for the Hawks. Zion Johnson, very talented guy. I think he's had a pretty good year for them. Haven't been keeping quite tabs on him in the last year. So I haven't been locking in on him necessarily. But he's good. He's a good average guard, certainly above what we've had there at the position. That'd be about right. You're in the right territory, Mason. Maysdale, I see you have Kelvin Banks as a third rounder. Thoughts? You just got to make him make the transition from tackle to guard. I don't think he works as a tackle in this league. And so I will openly admit to this part of it. And I might end up with this horizontal board right now, Mason, nothing is fit, right? Like we're in the pre-draft evaluation process. I've looked at tape on these guys that I put on my board, but I haven't done my deep dive. So there's always going to be some moving around on my board throughout the process of this. And there's a good chance that Kelvin Banks ends up landing into more of the second round when it's all said and done with me. The part that I will admit to on this that I don't have a very comfortable ability to make a read on is looking at guys on tape in college that are a tackle and then being able to make as certain an assertion and certain of a determination that this guy is easily transition into the guard position at the next level. Like I get into more of I kind of think he can do it. I don't know if he can do it. And there's certain guys that maybe you use natural benders, maybe a little undersized, the shorter arms. You go, okay, he's got to do that with that. But with Banks, I think he can do it. But that's where I'm always a little bit, I get a little nervous on trying to make that kind of projection on guys that I've not seen them do it at the college level. Jordan says Zion hasn't been graded well the last 2 years, so the Chargers would need to throw a first. And if anything, they might. It's not bad this year. So, I mean, he's 64. He's league average guard is about what you're getting there at left guard. Better performance than we had last year. Last year wasn't the best, but you're probably getting about a league average guard. It'd be a slight improvement over that. But so, yeah, you might be right. Maybe they have to give up maybe a little bit more. They also have to pay Geno, DK on that side of it too. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Justin Herbert's APY is $52.5 million. Sam is projected 40 APY, about 27% difference. I'd say Sam is 90% of the player of Justin Herbert, same age. I think I'm off Geno at 30, 35, convincing myself. Maybe. Again, the thing with the Justin Herbert thing that makes it hard is that Justin Herbert hasn't had his O'Connell experience like Darnold just had, Randall. It's been more akin to the same kind of bad experiences from within the Charger organization. And even this year with Harbaugh, where he put together a really great year, you're in the Harbaugh offense. And it's going to be more of a run the ball and just be kind of dirty with how you roll it a little bit. And so, that's... I can't say that I feel the same way, though. I think, Randall, where we'll have a bit of a difference of outlook of this is I just don't see Sam as that kind of player. I think Sam is kind of limited in who he is. I think that this is, and I'm kind of surprised, Randall, because I guess the timing is also interesting here, Randall, is that you're kind of taking a pro Sam outlook of things right now after he probably just played his worst game of the year. And so it gets, and then after he may have just come off of playing his second worst game of the year against Detroit, Randall, by the way. So like the timing is just a bit, it's maybe hard for me to kind of wrap my head as much around this because of the timing of coming off this with Sam and watching him and going, whoa. That was a really bad performance from him. And I don't think Herbert's performance a couple days ago was as bad as what Sam was in this game. The line and the pass protection wasn't good, but, this is where we come down to where you're making determinations, Randall, on things having to do with situations and quarterbacks. In Herbert's case, that's been a lot of dysfunction there. There's been a lot of you went out there and what you did is what a lot of these organizations do and what a lot of I harp against, Randall, for this very reason. You don't just go take the quarterback because the guy's there. You do that and you don't put him behind the right supporting cast. You don't have the right coaching staff in place. You're setting the guy up to fail. And if he doesn't but fail, you're setting the guy up to be improperly able to be evaluated. You don't know in what you have because you're held back. I watched that Charger game yesterday, Randall. You averaged 2.5 yards running the ball. The Vikings ran the ball better in this game than the Chargers ran the ball yesterday or 2 days ago against the Texans. He's got poor pass protection. He's got wide receivers not creating any separation. So he's got to throw a contested catch into a guy like Quentin Johnson, who's miserable in contested catch situations. They don't have the playmakers on the outside for him to utilize. So you might be right to the 90% part of this when we all come to find this down the line on it, but it's so much of this, Randall, is this sort of guesswork we're trying to do on this with this kind of player or with this, or we're guessing on stuff, and we're coming back to guess it because there's not been that place that Herbert's been put in to make a proper evaluation. It's a bit like the Geno thing on this, Randall. It's like, look, we're having to do a lot of this, and this is where I come back to again and again, where we start to spin out so much, Randall, on the quarterback, and it becomes the sole focal point of things, and it starts to become like this. It's like this planet who just pulls all the gravity to it. It becomes the obsession. It becomes the exact point that's at the tip of everybody's tongue. And this becomes the end all be all when I come back over and over again, Randall, saying, look, this is where too much of our concentration is being placed upon. Too much of it is about this quarterback position and not enough about the supporting cast. The amount that Geno, for instance, in any of the offseason discussion we've had throughout this channel, the amount that Geno dominates within that discussion versus the rest of the things on this team that need to be picked up, cleaned up, fixed before we can really even start getting to this whole quarterback is this end all be all thing. And this is the place where I land at with, because I can even see it in your post where you're like, well, Herbert's at 52.5 million. And if Darnold's at 90% of Justin Herbert, and then, if you can give Sam Darnold the increased offensive line, but then you're only paying Sam Darnold the $40 million, but then there's a $10 million difference. So there's actually a value structure and model, but then for only the 10%, see all that stuff we're doing where we're spinning around in that circle of it why don't we get back to the place of get the supporting cast up, and it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. Especially when we're talking about all these guys around the same landscape and the same linemen of what they're going to give you performative-wise. It's back to my original point in this, Randall, is that these are not specialized little unicorns out there individually who somehow on this guy on high does this and this guy does this on high. Get the guys the right supporting cast, build up the team and make that the focal point. Yes, you got to get the quarterback. Yes, it's an important part of the process, but what I see us doing here is we're leading with quarterback. We're leading with who's the QB? Who's the QB? What about the offensive line? Who's the QB? Who's the QB? We got no nose tackle. Who's the QB? Who's the QB? Hey, we might need to get a couple of cornerbacks. Who's the QB? What about the quarterback? Hey, we got to get this figured out. What are we going to do with DK on that quarterback? What about the quarterback? And I myself come back to it going, look, these are more things I'd be wanting to turn over, Randall, if we had more of the team that was in place to go contend. When you start talking about these things where we want to make evaluations on quarterbacks who we can't really make accurate evaluations of because they've been in weird situations or they bounced all around the league or they've had piss poor coaching or a bad supporting cast, rather than getting lost in all of that sauce, I go, let's go back to getting the team right and the team good and get that stuff resolved first, make that the focal point here first and foremost. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I appreciate where you're coming from with it. I think it's just our different evaluations on this and Sam Darnold. I don't have the same outlook of you. Maybe this is a little bit colored by the past couple of games, but it's also still colored by I've seen Sam in other spots and other places. And this year, Randall, is 1 year of Sam Darnold. We've got all these other years around Sam Darnold. We got these last couple of games of Sam Darnold where he's been a different kind of player than this one substrate of data that we have of a 1 year period where he was really put in a position to shine with Justin Jefferson and Addison on the outside and Hawkinson and a great coach in O'Connell and a defense that's firing. It allowed him to really fly. And that's what we come back to. Sporting cast is the more mattering point here. More than it being about this quarterback or that quarterback or how much you're spending on this quarterback, how much you're spending on that quarterback. You put the right supporting cast together. That's the most important point. That's the most important thing that we should be focaling on. This should be our obsession, in my opinion. But I know that I have a different outlook on this, Randall. I do feel like I'm just being driven more and more in this way by some of how there is this just very much confusion in place when it comes to how to evaluate these players and where they're at and what they're doing and what's going on. Oh, goodness, we got tons of donos in here. Michael Orn, thank you for the $50 donation. Michael, you guys are unbelievable, insane in your guys' support for this channel. I can't believe how much support I've got on this channel. You guys are absolutely, absolutely marvelous in everything you do. Thank you for that. Sorry to text, but Michael, my goodness, you guys, I figured I'd go live today. We'd have like 60 people on for a game that nobody wanted to watch. And you guys, we get a couple dollar donation, there. But man, I've had donations stacked through this stream. Every stream I go live, it's on for a game watch between the Rams and the Vikings. We got $50 donation drops, $20 donation, multiple donations for people over. You guys, absolutely unbelievable. Thank you for all of your support, Michael. Says the Vikings proving once again they are a fraudulent 14-3 team. If Grubb ran the ball more, we would have beat them. Indeed, Michael. Indeed. I mean, I could even say if Mike, you could just take even that last drive of the game against the Minnesota Vikings. I think this was the part that Corbin Smith This was the part that Corbin Smith mentioned in his article about the Viking game at the end, where you're driving down the field and you're in a situation where in that moment as an offensive coordinator, you got to be aware of what's going on in the game. You got to be aware of the time that's on the clock. You got to be aware of what you're trying to accomplish there at the end, which is to try to get yourself into feasible field goal range. And you're right there on the onset. Couple runs, get yourself 5, 6, 7, 8 more yards. Get yourself just a little closer to make that a makeable field goal for Myers. Instead, Grubbs falls back into his typical bag, gets too pass happy, gets there on a long 7-step drop, gets himself sacked, gets Geno sacked at the 40-yard line. Geno's then sacked. Now you go out there and you try this long-ass field goal from 60 yards at the bad end of the stadium, and you badly miss it, or at least you miss it by about 5, 6 yards short of where you're trying to get the kick, Michael. So you could almost, throughout that game, I'd say, Michael, very true. He could have chosen spots to run throughout that game in addition to that. But then even at that final drive, and this was referenced in Corbin's article, and rightfully so. And that, look, you've got to be aware of that as an OC. What are you doing there? Like, what's going through your process in mind? And if I was in Mike Macdonald's scenario and sitting in his shoes and watching Grubb call the plays throughout this year, I would over and over and over again go, what are you doing? What are you doing? What is going through your process? The words I've used many times over on this, Michael, is counterintuitive. Everything seems to be running counterintuitive to what you think you should be doing here. And when it comes to running the ball, that Viking game is one of those games. There's multiple games down the stretch. The final game of the season against the Rams, where you found a little bit of a running game early on in the game. First, you start out the game, you throw 5, 6 straight times in a row, right? Completely tone deaf right from the jump, right? Because if Grubb's going to be a dumbass, he's got to be a dumbass all the way. Like, you've had 17 games where you're not running the ball. Fans are screaming for you to run the ball. Your head coach is doing press conferences saying, run the ball. And still you get that final game and you decide, I'm going to throw it 6 straight times against this Rams team that rushes the passer like nobody's business. That's a smart call on my part. Then he finally begrudgingly then in that game goes to the run, finds some success with it, gets into the middle point of the second quarter, bails off the run completely, then leaves it through all the third quarter, and then kind of comes back right around the start of the fourth quarter, the last drive of the game, actually deep in the fourth quarter, if I'm not mistaken. Your final successful drive, Michael. So when then you had a whole dead period through the middle part of the game where you got all pass happy, where you weren't able to get any drives. Then you get to the final game, find that final drive. Then you get back to running the ball. Then you go and actually get some points. Counterintuitive. I've mentioned in this stream, Michael, about the Packer game, where you get the counter run, where you hadn't run the counter all game, despite the success you'd had in the prior couple of games in running gap counter. The prior couple of games you'd had in running gap counter. You go in this Packer game, you just bail off it 100%. Don't go back to it. We're not going to try to call it. Who needs to do that anymore? Then you go to it late in the game to Charbonnet. You get a touchdown on it. And then you go and you pass 15 straight times. There was somebody mentioning earlier on my stream on this that Grubb, was being, that maybe he wasn't running the ball because we weren't running it successfully. And that was true through the early part of the schedule, Michael. But through the back half of the schedule, that was not true. And there were just times that Grubb was leaving the running game, that he was doing that quintessential thing spread concept guys do. Because if I just take an archetype spread concept guy, a faceless guy who's a spread concept guy, and I bring him in and somebody says to me, tell me about this guy. Explain to me who this guy is from an offensive standpoint. How does he run? How does he operate? How does he go? And you go, okay, well, he's probably not going to run the ball. Ha ha. That'd be just kind of the thing you'd lead with. Like, well, he's going to be probably 2 pass happy. And Grubb fell right into that cliche. He fell face first right into it. So I don't give him any off the hook for it, Michael. There's a couple games this year that we absolutely should have had. The Vikings and losing to them at home. If you want to be a playoff team, I don't care if they're 14-3 or not. You want to be a playoff team, you got to win one of those 2 games against the Packers. You don't have to win them both. Packers, Vikings, you got them both at home. You got to win one. You got to win one. And we should be in the playoffs. I think you're right on your bottom line point. If there were a couple of more games this season that Grubb found more of a willingness to run the ball, you would have had a couple more wins. I think Mike Macdonald feels that way as well. And I think that this is proven by the fact, Michael, he fired him the first second he could this offseason. That they thought about firing him around the bye. That was even in play. I think that in itself shows that this is exactly what was going on. It's not that he's a scapegoat. It's that he's a rightful scapegoat in the situation, Michael. There's other problems with the team that need to be fixed. It's not the only thing that's out of whack here. The offensive line needs to be corrected in addition to it, but it isn't one or the other. It ain't just the offensive line or Grubb. It's a bit of both on this one, isn't it, Michael? But my goodness, man, I really want to thank you. It's never enough just to say thank you on a $50 donation. And you guys are incredibly incredibly kind to me. I don't know if I deserve it here on this channel on what I do, just, chopping up with you guys, but I really do appreciate it. And Michael, you are part of what helps me to do this throughout this offseason and be able to do this full time throughout this offseason. I was tinkering around the middle of the night last night, 3 a.m. on the Leonard Williams video, having a good time with it. Love what I get to do, man. And you guys put me in that position to be able to get to do it. So never lost on me. You're awesome, Michael, and thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Space, thank you for gifting out 5 membership space. Very kind of you for doing that. Sea Lord of Bravos, Kid from the Hood, Hawk's Eye View, Tasha, Tony K. You've been gifted memberships by Space. Man, Space, thank you for doing that. I really appreciate that. Members of the channel, we'll be doing, I guess water, man. We get 4 hours and I can't talk anymore. Members of the channel, we'll be doing some streams for you here especially. So if you are a member, keep an eye on your community post. That's where I will be posting the membership benefits here for the members as we get into the off season. So thank you for Space for gifting those memberships out. I really appreciate you for doing that. It's very kind of you for doing that. And Tony, Tasha, Hawk's Eye, Kid from, I know Sea Lord, I think you're already a member here, but welcome on in to the mix. You're awesome. I appreciate you, Space. Thank you so much, man. Ooh, Jordan showing some love as well. Jordan, 13 months as a Hawks Nest member, also is going to give some memberships out. Daniel Bailey, Melsley, Young Bido Game, Braden Larson, Hawk's Eye View, or not Hawk's Eye View, sorry. I think I got those ones right there. You guys have all been gifted memberships. So Daniel Bailey, Melsley, Young Bido Game, Braden Larson. Thank you for gifting those 5 memberships, Jordan. You and Space, you guys are awesome, man. Again, I really appreciate you guys for doing that. Very kind of you guys. We're going to be getting these membership benefits cooking this offseason. We've already got them going and rolling good, but we're going to keep amping them up here as we get in this offseason. And I really thank you guys for doing that. Getting those guys included, getting those folks included helps us continue to expand that stuff. And I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Jordan, as well as being over a year long member on the channel, man. You're awesome. I know you've dropped many donos too before, so appreciate you guys. You guys are heroes tonight. No, you guys are the real heroes, as they would say in The Boys. No, you're the real heroes. Andy Pino says, nice haircut, Brandon. Thanks, man. I'm going to officially have to start growing the hair out. Father time has started to kick in this year, and I think the hairline is starting to go a little bit far. We're starting to get a little receding. It's time. I'm of the age. It's not out of pocket for it to happen, okay? I'm not going on the TRT or anything, but we got to grow the hair a little longer now. Can't get away with the short stuff like I once could. Thank you, though, Andy. Keon Lund. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says DK for Pickens. Pickens and JSN would be great. DK for Pickens, well, certainly I would expect if there is a potential market out there in trade for DK and that the team does try to move him, I would expect that the Steelers, if they are going to try to run it back, go again with Russell Wilson, that Russell would be at the forefront of banging the drum to try to get DK in there. There also appeared to be, Keon, I think you didn't mention this in your dono, but I think you're inferring it a little bit. There was some in-house stuff there between Pickens and seemingly where him and Russ might not have been exactly on the same page all the way down the line. Just a general sense and feel that you get a little bit with him on that. I can't say for sure. But Pickens is an incredible talent. He really is. And he's had a very good start to his career. There just does seem to be some things with him on a work ethic side that are maybe a little bit, you'd have as a bit of concerning. The other part about making the trade for Pickens there, Keon, is that he is coming up pretty soon to probably have to pay him or not, if that's what the team would want to choose to do. And so that's also a little bit of what would be a question at play here too with it. But maybe a way that they would go with that on that as well. I've kind of thought that if the Steelers were going to trade for a guy like DK, that they'd want to pair him up with the Pickens, but maybe it would be as well to get a little bit of the headache of Pickens out of there as well, where they're just kind of like, yeah, this just isn't a fit for us here. We're going to let this move on. Very talented, but we've got some issues here with him. I will say he's been a great track record, Keon, going for those somewhat head case Steeler wide receivers, maybe problem childs. You got your ABs. Plaxico, I guess, did okay with New York when he wasn't shooting himself in the thigh. Then you got Deontay Washington. Deontay Washington's not exactly been a good fit since he's left there either. They sometimes have some of those guys, Chase Claypool. You don't always want to be there at the forefront picking away the secondhand parts of the Steelers wide receiver core. If they're letting a guy go, there's usually a pretty good reason for it. Philip Castle, hey B, have you checked out Karen Lacey, wide receiver LSU? I think he could be a strong safety. I think he had... I have not had a chance to look at him yet. I will make sure I've got him on my list as a guy to take a look at. Something to consider on this is that he just had a car crash situation go on. So, Philip, he just had, I think, a potential manslaughter charges thing, allegedly maybe coming up for like drunk driving, something like that, kind of up on there. So I think they're still under investigation, so I don't want to say for sure with it, but that would definitely hurt the value. But I'll take a look at him. I'll add him to the list. I'm trying to knock out about 3 a day, Philip, on the scouting list if I can. The goal is to get to, if we can, about 330 by draft day and have a really good look at all of them if I possibly can. Jordan says Pickens week 17 had 6 balls thrown to him and 4 dropped in his hands, and he also quit on a route that would have got them a first down late in the game. He's got a very interesting personality, to your point. I get some weird vibes off that guy. Did we lose you, Randall? You still in the house, Randall? John says, Brandon, don't you think a scrambling quarterback fits a defensive coach because with all the change that comes with change of offensive coordinator, it can mitigate that? John Garbage has 4 OCs in 6 years. I think mobility is becoming more of a prerequisite than ever before, John. And if you don't have it from a quarterback position, I'm going to knock you for it big time. So it's becoming more and more something that you just have to have. I don't know if it's something that I would lean to on the skill set of going to that as the forefront skill without any passing ability. I'm getting the hypermobile guy. I don't know if I'd go that route with it, but yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense if you're going to go with especially a young quarterback and around the middle rounds or, late day 2, going with the guy that's got the mobility at the forefront if you're just trying to get the offense by until you can get the much better quarterback or develop that guy. Not the worst way to go. Michael Orn with another $5 donation. Thanks, Michael. He says, speaking of spread concept coaches, Dennis Erickson comes to mind. Dennis was a guy that Chad Brown, having talks with him, a guy that was a player underneath Dennis when he was here. He called Dennis Erickson a genius mind when it came to offenses. And a guy that ran, like you ran, a lot of spread concepts, a lot of the deep passing attack built within in Dennis's offense. And I think it was a good offense that could fit for the Kingdom. That wasn't the worst of offenses in there to pair that up for that environment. I do think, Michael, it becomes different when you talk about playing outside and those kind of with the spread concepts and trying to utilize that as much out in the elements, especially if you're not able to run what I would call the college spread. Because so much of the college spread, if you go back to Chip Kelly at Oregon, with him running it with Marcus Mariota, so much of the offense is conceptually set up of the quarterback having his share of carries throughout the course of the game, him getting yards throughout the course of the game in that way. And the NFL level, it's hard to lean on your quarterback for 10 carries a game out of read option kind of plays. And so when you go to spread concepts that we saw this year with a guy like Geno, once you take that to the NFL level, you're removing those quarterback runs really by and large. You can risk it, I guess, but you don't want to risk it. But Dennis had a fun offense, Michael. A guy that came to Seattle and, you could say maybe didn't get as much of the fair shake here because Paul Allen bought the team after he was here for a couple of years, just as he was kind of getting himself really instilled and getting his stuff set up and really rolling. And they had that brutal Jets game in the playoffs where you had the game cost you, and sucks. Where you had the chance there against that Jets team at the end, and you had a bad call go against you. Vinny Testaverde's head and all that. But Dennis was a hell of a coach. Won a national title with the Dolphins. Former WSU guy, local connections. Just never got a really good landing spot as a head coach to really go out there and take off. I mean, when he went to the Niners at that point, that was they were in a different state organizationally speaking. Be calm. Thank you for the $2 donation. Wait, Grubb was also the run game coordinator? Yes, I do believe that's true. You technically didn't have a guy hired on that, Be calm. That was absolutely, I think, the way it was. D Nugget, thanks for the $2 donation. Says Brando always gives mad love to the Hawks nesters. Well, you guys are awesome. As I say, I don't know if I deserve it or not, the love I get on this, because you guys are just tremendous. And every time I go live, I get the support and donations from you guys on that side. And no one gets the bang for buck in that way. And you guys, I know I'm blessed in doing it. I'm honored to do this. And you guys are very kind. You're very kind in how you don't have to be this kind. And you are the kind in this way. And I really do appreciate you guys showing that support. And it does nothing but just motivate me to do more on this channel, and that we're moving in the right direction, that we're all kind of in alignment what we're trying to get and what we're trying to do here. I really appreciate it. I get a lot of love. There's never any doubt about that. Whenever I'm on doing this stream, every time you guys show up, I'm not just talking about donations, just kindness, encouragement, positive vibes, even when we're having troubles with our team and what we're looking at here. I mean, every year I've done this channel, we've had to turn over basically some really tough stuff on this channel through this time. It's not been talking about a winner or a dominating team or a championship level team. It's talking about, God, do we have to move off this legendary coach? God, do we have to move off these legendary people? God, do we have to move off of our best quarterback in Seahawks history? It's a lot of tough things we have to oftentimes turn over here. But you guys are always in the right mental state, in the right place of mind to allow us to have these kind of conversations. And it's not easy to do on this online hemisphere. It can be really tough. But I do appreciate it. John says, who's a slam dunk hire for OC? I think Kubiak's a pretty slam dunk hire. There's not a bright, shining candidate, John, that's just far and away better than anybody else. That's as good as I think you're going to come to find out there on the open market. Oxeye View says, rip the Band-Aid off for one more year and hit 2026 hard. It's where I go. I'm not going to press in this way of I'm going to be anti this team if they want to take an aggressive route. If they want to sign Geno, sign DK. If they want to damn the torpedoes and it's all in on 25, I'll be right there with you guys and hoping for the best and rooting for the team and hoping that they can get there. But what you guys ask me to do is assess the team, look at the team, and give you my honest opinion on what I see from the team. And what I see for the team is a good team. I see a team with some good parts to work off of. But I do see a team, given where their cap situation is, given the uncertainty at the quarterback position, given that I have to potentially this offseason give out two of the biggest contracts, the literal two biggest contracts that I would give out to anybody else on this team have to be handed out this offseason without having much cap space. I put that all in the wash in my mind, and it says to me that maybe the smarter decision here is the one step back for the two steps forward. But I understand why a lot of fans don't want to hear that and why that gets some people a little bit annoyed. Because they're like, look, we've been sitting in one step back for 10 straight years. I'm tired of one step back. And I get that. But I think that the rush and the hurry to try to get to contention could be the thing that prevents us from getting to contention. The great irony. And that happens because you end up pulling from the tomorrow where you would have been contenders because you thought the time was for today when it really wasn't. And that's my real worry here in trying to push too hard in 2025 is we sacrifice that future where we really would have realistically been more contenders for the here and now where it really wasn't likely to happen or likely to show itself that way. Brandon, what players get traded and what players get contracts in the next 2 years? I don't know on trades. I don't have a feel for what the team's looking. I just don't, John. I don't know what the team looks at in-house on their guys right now. I don't have a feel for where they think they stand on this. So when it comes to trades, I can't I can't quite make the prediction on that. I think you probably end up signing Charles Cross to a contract extension. Boye Mafe eventually probably gets a contract extension. Devin Witherspoon, I think that they find a way to get an Ernest Jones deal, contract extension done. Obviously, a JSN contract extension gets done in a pretty short order. I think if Abraham Lucas stays healthy another year, he's here for the long term and on an extension himself. Past that, that'd be all I would probably predict as far as contracts at this point. Space says, you look great for your age, Brandon. Thank you, man. Going to be soon staring down the barrel of 50, not too long out. I'm telling you that, so that's okay. If I go super thin, I'm shaving it. We're going Bruce Willis style on the channel. Pop Pass B, if we take a step back and win 7 games or less, do you think John Schneider's job is safe? It may not be, but this is where John's got to have this conversation with Jody on this in the real way, where Jody's impelled by wanting to see this team win and do some things, and I get that. But at the same point in time, she's got to stand back and let him do the job right, not make the evaluation on forcing him to do stuff that will then rush his decision-making to make the wrong decision so he can keep his job. So the worst thing is he rushes his decision-making, makes decisions for the now to keep his job, which then has nothing to do with contending or competing truly at that point, does it? It only has to do with him just doing enough to keep his job. So I don't want him in that mental state of making moves to try to desperately cling on to this thing. I'd rather him being able to make moves where he doesn't feel as much that heat is right at his back. And so I think that if he's going to take that step back, it's got to be with him going to Jody and saying, look, you got to sign off on this. If you don't sign off on this, then we'll go super aggressive again and we'll just try to push this. And then we don't do it. You can put me out of my ass next year and that'll be the way it is. But, we've got to make this move to do this right, to do this correctly. And that's how I'd do it if I was him. Ethan, last question for the night, Brandon. 2-minute drill, down by 6. Are you going with Geno or Hasselbeck? I was born in 03, so I caught the back end of Hasselbeck, but I hear great things about him. Geno was a tremendously clutch quarterback for us since he's taken over. Over the last 2 years alone, he has 9 fourth-quarter comeback winning drives. Just over the last 2 years alone. He would have Matt Hasselbeck beat in that way. He's better down the line in clutch moments than Matt. Matt's got some clutch moments that you can go to, but I can also find a lot of places with Matt, like we want the ball and we're going to score, and then you're choosing to throw it to Alex Bannister, your 4th wide receiver, when you've got plenty of other better targets and options to go to. I've got the Rams game at the end where he's like, there's a couple games in there with Matt where it's not that he was bad or he would get tight in those moments, but it was also like, I wouldn't say Matt was hyper clutch. Matt was kind of a, 1 through 4 quarter kind of guy. Geno can be a guy that, a little bit like Russell on this, where at the end of the game, they can kind of lock into their best version of themselves. I think both Geno and Russ, they're kind of that way. CeeLo Bravo, someone mentioned earlier that Pickens was a diva. With that name, sounds more like a hillbilly. Well, he's definitely got some of the diva components to what he does. I'll tell you that. It's a little bit there. It's a little bit there. Keen Bomber, yeah, you're absolutely right on the Carter character stuff. It just feels like desperation mode to get an incredible defensive tackle. It is, and it's when you kick yourself for, because Hall of Fame talents don't come down the line every year, and you're not really picking in that area of the draft like they were, King Bomber, to be able to snag that kind of guy. I mean, it sucks. I'm sure from Schneider's perspective, it really sucks. And, you hate to do it, but, I talked to a guy, Randy Mueller, this offseason, former Seattle Seahawks general manager in the mid-90s, and I asked him about Randy Moss, because one of my childhood things that drove me crazy, for those young folks out there that are new Hawk fans that love Jalen Carter and were driven crazy by the Jalen Carter not being taken, I had the very same thing happen to me with Randy Moss, where I said, Randy's going to drop. He's this great Hall of Fame talent. We got to go get this guy. But when asking Randy Mueller about it, and I said, you guys passed on this guy, I said, was the baggage really that bad, or was it the small school stuff that turned you away? And he goes, no, the baggage was insane, over the top. It was smacking you in the face not to take the guy no matter what the talent is that you're saying. And I got the same impression with Schneider on this Carter thing, that it was very much equivalent. Kings just haven't lost hope on Murphy, but it just feels a bit disappointing, at least statistically. Yeah, I haven't either, but it is a little bit that way. And the other part of this is it's, again, you're playing a guy out of position from where he could be more effective, and Leonard Williams played like one of the best 3 techs in the sport, so you don't feel as bad about that. But then again, moving into future years, Leonard Williams isn't going anywhere next year. So what do you do now with Murphy? He's back to the nose tackle. He's going to get a little smattering of snaps at the 3 tech when Leonard isn't playing. How does that rotation going to exactly work to get the most out of Byron Murphy? And it seems like you kind of put that in the wash, you come out the other end and you go, so I guess he's going to be playing a lot of nose tackle. Yikes. John, thanks for the $2 donation. This is luck for a good offensive coordinator hire. I hope it's right. I hope it's good luck, John. I hope it drives it in the right direction, and I think we will hire the right guy. I think they're gonna get exactly the vision of what Mike's looking for now. Last year, you had to kind of settle a little bit for grub because there just wasn't as much out there as where we're sitting right now. And hopefully they can knock this one out the park, man. I really do hope so. Thank you, John. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, did we not have a running game coordinator because Grubb was like, run game? Oh, no, you poor, silly fan base. What would he even coordinate? Hard to say on that, Daniel. It's a bit of an unusual. Football's becoming more specific by the year. We're getting more coaches added for very specific things and quality control, passing game coordinator, run game coordinator. It would seem that the price of admission now is that you got to have all that kind of stuff. That maybe that 30 years ago you didn't need to have it, but now you absolutely do need to have it. And even if you just need a run game coordinator this year, Daniel, that was in his ear saying, hey, run the ball. That was his only job, was just you sometimes forget to run the ball. Let me be the guy that you're going to hear me say run the ball and you'll actually go and run it. But nope, decided not to. Maybe to your point, it was a bit of that. He's like, look, I'll run the ball 30% of the time. I don't need a run game coordinator for something I'm going to do 30% of the time. I can do that, but not for the best. Probably should have a run game coordinator. Probably should have a passing coordinator. These things seem to be for the benefit of NFL teams to have it. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Good to see you still in house here, Randall. Says, any and all offseason decision based on improving the line. Wouldn't talk about quarterback if we didn't need to make decisions. Geno's age is a big deterrent for me. Well, let's go backwards on that. The Geno age aspect is a part of this contract that cannot be overlooked. This has been the place that people want to go to very often, Randall, to say, well, Geno's got, all that extra tread on his tires because of all those years that he didn't play. But my opinion is that whatever extra tread he was able to maintain because he didn't play in his 20s for a lot has been taken off over the last 3 years with the beating and the pounding that Geno has taken. And the last 2 seasons with Geno Smith, he has finished the season in an injured state. Has he been able to be a good soldier and fight through those injuries? Yeah, but he's been injured both years at the end of the year because he's been broken because those older guys can't take this kind of pounding. They just can't do it. The quarterback is going to be an important decision on this too, Randall. You're right. Part of really, I think the most important part of this decision is, hold on, man, I'm going to get some more water. I think the quarterback thing for me, Randall, comes down to this. Are the Seahawks competing? Are the Seahawks truly, Randall, contending in 2025? Let's start at that point. If the answer is no, then I think that the quarterback decision becomes a lot, and this is contend, not be bad, not tank, not be poor, not we're going to go in the bag, but what you do is you look at it and you say, we're not ready to quite contend. And if you're signing Geno, if you're signing any quarterback for big money, it's because you're deciding, and I think we're in agreement on this, Randall, it's because you are deciding with certainty that you can contend in 2025. So we get to the first decision here, which is, can you contend in 2025? If the answer is no, then it becomes irrelevant to me of Geno, Sam Darnold, or anybody else at that point because, one, Why pay that kind of money for a quarterback when you're not ready to get the most out of them, when you're not ready to go out there and contend? They're not the thing that's going to take you over the top or not. So that's where we come back to that step back thing, Randall, where when it comes to a Darnold or a Geno, from my perspective, this becomes more about that than it does become about, as you were asking on your prior donation, about trying to kind of rank where they sit. In Sam Darnold, do you have a guy that's very close to potentially Geno in what he's going to get you around the same price for a little younger player? That's maybe more of an okayish kind of comp to make in that versus the Herbert one. I do believe in Herbert, Randall, that this is a kid that's going to be a very good quarterback in this league, that it's a process Harbaugh had to undertake to get things set up rightly for him. He's got a young rookie right tackle and Joe Alt out there. You know, the line has not always played its best this year. The running game has not always consistently been there for him. They bailed out on their pass catchers this offseason. Who's their tight end? Will Disley? And he had a good opening year, but even he broke down and got injured as the year went on, and he wasn't there through much of the back half of the schedule for them. I could be wrong on this, Randall. I could. My instinct on this with Justin Herbert is that once Harbaugh gets more of this offense in place through another offseason, he got him Ladd McConkey last offseason, gets another Ladd McConkey-like receiver added in the mix, gets the tight end position a little bit more improved, maybe get another running back in there that can handle the rock, line block a little bit better, that you're going to see Herbert really, really, really take off at that point, especially from an efficiency standpoint. But I would say if that's just kind of my place where I stand, and I maybe just have more of a leaning to Justin than you might on that. I might like him a little bit more than you do with it on it. But sorry, I won't give down the thing here. It's a decision that needs to be made, but I just more come down to that. If it's what you're talking about a little bit with the look at this of being, okay, we are going to contend. Okay. But then we're going to contend and we're going to pivot off Geno Smith to go to Sam Darnold because he's a little younger, and we're going to pay Sam Darnold $40 million a year. I'd have a hard time making that jump. That'd be hard money for me to pay out at this point, given where the state of the team is, given where I just saw Sam come off finishing this year off, where it's a good year, but this is a bad finish to a good year. And when your team needed you the most, when I need to see a little bit of that clutch spirit gene that might be inside of you, and you falter and fall away and collapse in on yourself in those moments, it shouldn't be the ultimate thing that drives the decision, but it certainly should be a factor. Certainly be something part of the math equation, I would think. So I think the quarterback decision does need to be made, but I think that absent you just completely hammering the offensive line, and it's Trey Smith and it's Tevin Jenkins, and now you're going to sign a Geno, then it would be still back to a Geno for me at that, Randall, even at that point of the difference of age and the Sam being younger and all that, the cost being about the same, because then you're going to want to keep the continuity in play, I think, Randall. You're going to want to take advantage of the guy that you know in the building and know what you got with him, and there's not a learning process, and you're contending next year. It's not about learning. It's not about, we got Sam Darnold. Let's learn what he does good and learn what he doesn't do good. Okay, we got to lean away from that. Okay, we can learn into this. You want to be in a team that's contending at that point, that you're going for it, that you're ready to roll. This is part of that confidence I speak to, of be confident that you're ready to contend. Not that you kind of think you can contend. If everything works right, if the wind blows to the left a little bit this way, if the sun comes out at 2:30 in the afternoon, we can be a contender. I'm saying no. You need to know you're a contender. You need to know with true blue certainty that you're a contender and ready to go. And we just don't know that at this point. That's what gets hard for me to get to the quarterback prospect, or even Randall going to a different quarterback, and a guy like a Sam that we got to spend the significant money to, because I go, boy, the line needs to be fixed first. Then you get the QB. And you need to know that the line's been fixed, not that we think we got it fixed. Absent, again, Randall, of them doing some major move like that Tevin Jenkins, Trey Smith kind of move, which, let's be honest, there's really very much a low likelihood that they'd be willing to make that kind of move. It doesn't fit to John Schneider's track record that he would do that type of stuff. It's more likely the draft, which means that it's much more likely there'll be a question about whether or not that offensive line has truly been driven up and forward through this offseason if you were to go sign that Sam Darnold quarterback, this is what makes me nervous. Randall with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. A couple double donations back to back here. Says, prior to last 2 weeks, I just assumed Sam would go back to the Vikings. For the next 3 to 4 years, I think we'd see something closer to 2000 Sam than early Sam. It's possible, Randall. It is. I think that it's one that you're going to have to make a $40 million gamble on that. You think you're going to get 2024 Sam rather than end of the year Sam, or where Sam's been in prior moments of his career. You know, if it was one where you're able to have a season of evaluation, that'd be one thing. If it was like going the last year of his contract, we can kind of get one more year of kind of feeling who he really is. But instead, you got to make this kind of determination in the dark and blind a little bit. The Vikings had the 18th best pass protecting unit in all of football this year versus the 26th best pass protecting unit by your Seattle Seahawks this year. The Minnesota Vikings had the 15th best run blocking unit in the sport. According to PFF, the Seahawks had the 24th best run blocking unit. So I guess this is that part we get to, I guess, in trying to, as we kind of met this out a little bit, Randall, in the, you're putting him behind a worse offensive line as far as pass protection and as far as run blocking. It's probably hard to see you getting an offensive mind in here that's going to be past what O'Connell is giving the Vikings there and giving Darnold and helping him with. So he loses three of the big factors that helped him get to this success this year, Randall. And that's the part where he's losing those three factors, and I'm going to have to pay him $45 million per year. That's where he may sustain that, but you can see within that where I can certainly say there's some question there, and there's some stuff there that would make me way too nervous to want to do that. I'm not doing an equivalency of providing him the same environment that he got to be in there with Minnesota. Instead, I'm putting him into more of a kind of a bad bind, you know, place that's not going to, that might make him look bad at times for the money that I'm giving him. But you might be right. And the way he played throughout the course of the season was very impressive. And he had that locker room bought into him, you know, and that it wasn't just like, well, there's your quarterback. It was that they accepted him and he was loved there and all that stuff. So you might be right on that with it. We'll see what they do. I do think he is going to move on from the Vikings. I don't think they franchise him. I do think he's a free agent, Randall. I would be surprised if he ended up with your Seattle Seahawks, though. It would be very surprising to see them go off of a Geno, even for just a little bit of a younger exact option rather than just staying with the Geno option. It's like if there's not enough of a separation between Sam and Geno at this point, I think, from the Hawks' perspective, to say we would really like to go with this guy instead of this guy, especially about the same price, especially when the other guy you'd go to, Randall, would carry that extra year on a contract, would probably get that fourth year. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, value at quarterback should go into a quarterback decision. I think we're closer to contender than not. So to me, Sam at $40 million is value. Kind of boils down to me. I like Sam. I appreciate the fact you like him, for sure. I don't think $40 million a year on a 4-year contract is really value, I would say. I think that we have a little bit of a different look on that. A 4-year, $160 million deal. I don't know if that's value. You're not paying top of the market, Randall. I'll say that. You know, he's not the most expensive, but it's going to be that's going to put him somewhere around the top 10, top 12 highest paid quarterbacks in the sport. So you're paying the price for whatever he's giving back in return. It's not a value-based deal. And this is where I think we just have a bit of our difference in the outlook of what we might see in Sam here, and what we might see as a value-based deal. But I think also the part that you mentioned is the part that I go back to here, where you say, I think we're closer to a contender than not. So not even, I think we're a contender there, Randall. Do you see where you chose in your sentence, how you word that? Which I think you're giving, I think you're right in the words you're using. I think they're absolutely correct, but they're kind of the words that are just to my point on this whole conversation. I think we're closer to a contender than not. And my point on this has been this, Randall, is that a contender should not be sitting there going into next season going, I think, we just, as I said on this point of it, Randall, you went into this offseason and you came into this season, right? We came into this year and we looked at it and we all said, okay, let's go to our pre-NFL season outlook on these NFL teams. Who are the teams that we know are going to be contenders this year, Randall? Now, did the Buffalo Bills going into this in the year, did they go, I think we're closer to contender or not, or did the Bills say we're a contender? Did the Ravens say we're a contender? Did the Chiefs say we're a contender? Did the Detroit Lions say we're a contender? Did the Philadelphia Eagles say we're a contender? You know, they weren't having to say that, sort of kind of parse it where it's like, you know, I mean, if stuff goes right and it works in the good direction, you know, this thing could happen. They go, no, we know we're going to be this team because we've built ourselves that way. We've put this thing together. And what I think we're more in a place of, and I think it's evident in the way the words you choose there, and that we're more in that place of, we kind of think maybe we are, but really the fact that we find ourselves saying it that way and phrasing it that way is more of, to me, an indicator to us there. And this is where I know we might have a different opinion, but that's more of an indicator to us and should be internally to us that, hey, we're not quite ready to go here. We're not a contender. You know, it's like if you got two quarterbacks, you got no quarterbacks. That's how that whole saying goes, Randall, right? Where they say, well, if you say you got two quarterbacks, you don't have any. It's the same thing. If you're saying, I think we're maybe going to be close to contending, you're not a contender yet. You'd know it if you were it. Or like they say about the woman you're going to marry, like, you know it when you know it when you see it, or whatever they say, you know it when you feel it. You'll know it. You'll just know it. Well, we don't know it. You're choosing, even in your confidence, the same kind of words I'm choosing, where it's like, I think maybe, but if this goes right and that breaks correctly and this guy develops here and you just spend your money perfectly this offseason, because remember, Randall, you're walking into this offseason with no money to spend. You can clear it out with some money off the books, but then also remember with this, you're robbing from tomorrow for today for that lack of certainty about being a contender in 2025. You're saying, I'm going to rob the bank tomorrow for today, and today I don't know for sure if I really am ready to contend. That's really what makes me nervous about this, is I don't like being in this sort of quasi feeling of maybe things could kind of work out if this just goes. I really feel like we were in 2013, Randall. We knew we were ready to contend. We were in 2014. We knew we were ready to contend coming off that Super Bowl win. It wasn't about us looking at that team going, I think we're kind of in the near neighborhood. You know, we're sort of on the path. We knew. I'd like to get more into that place of things. There's no guarantees in the NFL. There's always an element of luck involved. There is, for sure. But I think that the contenders, you can see who they are every year coming into the season. And that those tend to be the teams that are the cream of the crop at the end of the year that are playing for those Super Bowl championships. That's where we're trying to get to. And I don't think it's an easy path to get there. And I think really at the heart of this, Randall, is what happens to the majority of the teams that get upended from getting to that place, from getting to that mountaintop, from getting to a contending mountaintop, not for winning the Super Bowl, but getting to a contending mountaintop. The place that prevents team after team from getting there, aside from those ownership groups that are just piss poor and crap, the thing that gets there, that's the common strain that I see through these teams, I see through even our own team here in recent years, through the last 10 years, Randall, 10 years, Randall, 10 years, Randall, is that they can't properly assess where they are at, that they misidentify where they're at as a team, that they like to think of themselves way up here, but they're actually way down here. And it gets so many of these teams in trouble, not only in the season that they go into thinking that, but then seasons beyond that, where they've robbed from Peter to pay Paul, where they've robbed from 26 and 27 to pay for the here and now in 25. And that's why I'm a little bit in more of this camp of it. I appreciate where you're coming from, Randall, and there's plenty of people in the same spot you are in the fan base. In fact, probably, I'd say, Randall, maybe even more of the majority in the place you're at as far as the fan base goes. But I do find myself pretty inclined to be more in this other area of it, saying, I think that there's some real work that needs to be done here. I don't think that we're necessarily right on the precipice. I think that there's more. We're close, but it's not an inch away. It's more like a foot away. And if it's a foot away, then it maybe take a little bit more time. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate all of your support. I love the conversation as well. Big Calm, see clearly. Thanks for the $2 donation. Says, fix the line first. Unless we trade for ice cold Joe Burrow. Yeah, Burrow definitely is going to have me right there in Randall's camp of this, of just all in at that point if we did something like that. But that's where my mind goes to. You have the three parts of your interior of your offensive line that have to get fixed. We're still not quite sure for sure with 100% certainty that Abraham Lucas is 100% a go on into the future. So at the very least, you got to find three starters and you got to find some more quality depth for your offensive line this offseason. That alone. That's just right out the chute. And you're not going to have anything as when you walk into game one next year Game number 1, you'll have very little cohesion and continuity on that offensive line because you might have 3 whole new starters on the interior of that offensive line. So it might be a good offensive line, might perform well, but won't have some of the things that you need for an offensive line to work right. The Philadelphia Eagles have had Dickerson and Juergens and Metella and Johnson there for years. So then when there's a new addition brought in like a Micah Becton, he fits right in because everybody else is on the same page in their communication. Same thing with a team like the Chiefs. But we're not going to get quite the benefit of that, but we've got to hammer this offensive line this offseason, be calm, and do so without much cap space to get it done. El Nino, thank you for the $2 donation. Peyton didn't have a line when the Colts drafted him. No, they didn't, but they got the one in there pretty quickly. So it wasn't there in the first year, but they definitely found a way to round that thing out really fast for him. And probably wasn't the best for Peyton in that first year. 26, I think he set an NFL record for rookies with interceptions and got himself hit quite a bit. He was also, I think, one of the rare quarterbacks in the sport that walked in like a coach almost from day one from the quarterback position, and his ability to especially get the ball out of his hands and get himself out of trouble by using a lot of his, that's part of what made him such a great talent, was his ability to, use his brain to get himself out of trouble at times with that stuff. Get the ball out of his hands so quickly and whatnot. But they certainly didn't throughout his time there, El Nino. They didn't put a bad line in front of him. He had usually multiple Pro Bowlers throughout the course of his career, at least, say nothing of all pros. Randall McDaniel says, I can only use so many words on a donation. I understand on that. I get it totally, Randall. And I'm trying, if I can, to kind of pull out what you're saying. So hopefully I'm not misrepresenting. Randall, thank you for another $5. Says, so if we're not one of the top 4 teams, we shouldn't make a decision at quarterback. Everything is an educated guess. Well, I would say that this year, I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's more like 5. I would say when you're dealing with the parameters at play going into the offseason, Randall, that it's all about the specifics of the situation. So when I'm walking into offseason and I got to rebuild an offensive line, and I got to probably go find a couple cornerbacks, and I need to go find a nose tackle, and I got to go sign Ernest Jones, or I'm going to go need to find a middle linebacker, Mike, for the future there. And I got Tyler Lockett retiring. I got to find a number 2 wide receiver. I got to find a Z wide receiver, and I'm going to let go of Noah Fant, and I got to find another H back. I look at that and I say there's a lot of work there to be done, Randall. I look at that as a team that I don't think is just right there on the door to knocking and pushing on through. And so when you're talking about making a decision on the quarterback, yeah. When I'm talking about paying him substantial money, see if I can show you where we're at right now. Ah, dude, this stupid freaking site sucks now. Can't look it up. I don't want to look it up. How do I these? Why would you do that? I don't know. It's probably a deep dive we'll have to do at some point offline on this, Randall, to get into the depths of this a bit. Yeah, when you're paying quarterbacks, this is the big thing that I've been on Randall railing on for years now with this. And that's these teams spend this money on these quarterbacks and they don't ask themselves the question whether or not it's the smart decision to make. They just spend the money. I mean, this is the big thing that I've had an issue with, this stuff that gets stuck in my craw and over again. So should it be that you have to be one of the top 5 teams to make a decision about paying a quarterback this kind of money, Randall? In my opinion, yes. Yes. Geno Smith was about the 17th highest paid quarterback on a $30 million an average deal that he signed 2 years ago. So he's been 17th highest paid. So at 40 APY on a new deal, and I'm not sure what 40-year APY in 2028, not value. I'm not sure why you're going to 2028 because I'm talking 2025. And yeah, okay, so you're going to lower down the first year of his cap hit in 25, but then you're just going to increase it that much more in those future years, which is part of the thing that I talk about where the contract now potentially prevents you in future years from getting as much other work as you'd want to get done to become that contender because you've got this albatross, you've got this anchor around your neck. And when you're being paid at the top 12 rate of quarterback here, Randall, yeah, that's not a value-based meal. You're getting more into the place now where you're going to be making almost more than double the next guy that you have on contract on your books on your team. If the team doesn't sign a DK, for instance, that $40 million is twice the amount that Leonard Williams, who's the second highest paid guy on your team, is making at that point. So if I'm making a guy more than double the second highest paid guy on my team, Randall, I don't think that that's a value-based contract at that point. You can say, well, for quarterbacks, that's not making them. Well, it's top 12-ish. It's top 10, top 12-ish. And how much you're being paid average per year. I'm going to bring this up. Yeah, it's not bringing up the thing where I can show you this. Like I'm trying to bring it up, Randall, to show a little bit more of the average per year these guys are making right now. But Dak Prescott's at 60 million. Lawrence is at 55. Burrow 55. Packers 55. So 40 million's 15 less than basically your second place guys. So I mean, it's again, maybe just to be a difference of our opinion on this, but that to me is not an outlook of one where that's a value-based model deal that you're doing at that point. You're paying good price for that quarterback. That's substantial pay. Is it top end prices? No, but it's substantial pay. It's going to impel. It's going to impact your cap and how you can spend money. And so yeah, I do think that when it comes to paying these quarterbacks, just to make sure I'm clear on this too, Randall, is that when you're going to make a quarterback this kind of high paid of a guy, when you're 40, 45, $50 million, yeah, I think that you need to make a proper determination about whether or not you're truly a contender, that you're not doing the imagination game and going, well, if everything works out right and then this goes this way and that goes that way, this will be the end result. Like that end result is possible, but now you're kind of hoping and wishing on a star that it happens as opposed to really knowing it will happen. So yeah, I think that this is more of a question, Randall, quite frankly, that with some of these bad contracts that have been handed out to quarterbacks in recent years, that many times that those teams that you go back to, Randall, and say, hey, when you look back at that decision, what do you think? They go, yeah, rather than us just rubber stamping it and saying, yeah, that's just the price. You got to pay the price for these quarterbacks. We should have better and more properly self-identified ourselves as to being a contender or not, that we were really ready to be that type of team. And if that being in retrospect, we weren't ready, we shouldn't have paid that quarterback that money like we did. We should have taken a different route with it. And that's where I do stand on that. So yeah, I think you get to that amount, Randall. We're talking about getting even much more higher above to where even Geno's been at the last couple of years on his deal. That gets to be too much for me. For a guy that's got limitations. For a guy that I've got to put a perfect structure around him for him to get the most out of it. I got to give you a smart offensive coach. I got to give you a grade A offensive line. I got to give you a good running game. And then I can get the best out of you. Well, I don't need to be paying top market prices for that. I feel like I can find a quarterback that gives me very close to that value in other areas without having to pay the $40 million a year to make it go. And if you want to, Randall, I'll read down on the notes on the comments. If you want to, you can just double down on the comments in the chat too. You don't have to donate. I can read on that one too if you want to kind of expand further and elaborate on the point with that. If I'm missing something, for sure. But the thing with $40 million per year in 2028 is that's that thing I talk about is with, again, you're pulling from future, you're then lowering down the first year hit to have the cap impact hit you down the line. Well, now that comes back up, I think that rears its ugly head down the line. I do. Phoebe, thank you for the $2 donation. Seahawks on list for potential hard knocks. Not a fan. No, I'm not either. I'm kind of ready for Hard Knocks to go away. It's not it's not nearly as interesting as it once was. Jordan says McDowell, IMO, was the best defensive tackle in the draft, more so than Thomas, who the Niners drafted. It's true. And King Bomber, Byron Murphy can still develop for sure. I just wonder if he's going to get trapped at that nose into the future a little bit, or they're going to have to get creative. Macdonald talked about this too as well. They're just going to have to find a way to get creative with him and how they use him as a pass rusher at times. Philip Castle, clone Chuck Knox, let him be the OC. He was a great offensive line coach. And Chuck would run the ball. He'd get a good ground game going. That's for sure. Have a good night, Donnie. Appreciate you, man. Megan, I would love to get Burrow, but we have to get the line right first, IMO. It would be a waste for Joe without it, Hawks Nest. You're not making a trade of Joe Burrow to put him behind this offensive line, Megan. It'd be a 1-2 punch. So if you go get Burrow, you would be going hardcore on the offensive line. I know this is a guess. This is me making a jump here, but I don't see John doing one without the other. It would be one to the other 100% there. Or I would be railing on him for doing it. Rodney Prescio, are you going to do a call-in again, Brando? Well, we do a call-in show once a month over on the Hawks Nest member side. I don't do it on the main channel because there's just too much risk of somebody being troll-like and coming in and doing something inappropriate that gets my channel in trouble. That's the first issue I've had with it, the main issue with it, where I just don't want to go down that line and risk having something like that happen like that. So I haven't up until this point just because of that reason, but I'm trying to also find a creative way to do it where I can avoid that. Maybe I just got to record it ahead of time and have people call in that way. But we are doing it over as members on the channel. Every month, at the end of the month, we're doing a call-in show. So we'll be doing another one at the end of this month for those members. But that's been the main reason I've avoided it. Our guy Jesse had his channel shut down at one point. His first channel shut down because somebody pulled some dodgy crap on him with that. And I definitely don't want to have that happen again. King Bomber, hoping Kenneth Grant a Maze Smith version 2.0. He's built better than Maze. Maze was like a 300-pound nose tackle where Grant's got the 320, 325. He should be better. But Maze's been a tremendous disappointment. Bravos, I'll be watching Trey Smith very closely when the Chiefs play their next game. Do, man. Very much do. Bravos, Kenneth Grant's on some athletic freaks list at close to 340 pounds. He's a big boy. He's a big boy. John says the Chargers are going to get a great running back in a deep running back draft this year, and watch out. Imagine Jim finds his gore. Probably will, and there's some good backs in this draft. There's some perfect backs for Harbaugh in this draft. Just downhill runners that run really hard. He's going to love it. King Bomber, yeah, the LSU guy got arrested for the driving deal. Bravos, we need more beef on both sides of the line. That's why I'm okay with Booker, even if he's a bit plodding in his movement. Yep. It's not perfect as a player. That's the reason he dropped in that second round, but he's a good player. I think he's a pretty safe bet. Albernicus, I want the team to take a step back this year and get the trenches fixed. That's a bit where I find myself as well, Albernicus. Enough messing around with this offensive line, enough playing footsies with it, enough just softly trying to get it done. Let's hit this thing. Let's hit it with a hammer and drive that nail into the wood. Brian E says, talking value is one reason we have had a crappy O-line for so many years. You want a good O-line, you got to pay the piper and score big in the draft. Amen. Isaac, Hawks Nest, would it be best to just roll with Hal next year then? Well, this is the one where people don't, and I try to talk about this as little as possible because it just seems to set so many people up to make them very mad when I mention it. It's just my basic perspective on this. Yeah, I have a hard time going and spending money on a quarterback position at this point this offseason unless it's some very major, substantial move. That would then have me probably more, again, a little bit of a step back for 2 steps forward. That possibly has me in a position of a Hal duking it out with probably a guy that you bring from the outside in, Isaac. So yeah, you're bringing a guy from the outside in like a Daniel Jones or a Zach Wilson or someone with something in that alignment there where you're, they're duking it out. You get through your bad cap situation in 25, get it turned around in 26, get the offensive line fixed. Now go back and find that quarterback in that way at that point. I think that's the better way to go here in my assessment of it. I'm okay if they take the alternative view, of course. What's another trade for a quarterback that we could get and nobody's talking about might be a sneaky good move? I don't know if there's a lot else out there. There's maybe a Hendon Hooker guy that you look to target with the Lions, but I don't know if they're going to be even willing to move him. There's not a lot of, grade A quarterback talent out there that's sitting around for a trade, John. Maybe a Malik Willis with the Green Bay Packers. Dre Bay, Hawks Nest, what quarterback should we go for if not Geno? Dre, it's going to be more for me at that point if it's not Geno. It's really not about it mattering who the next quarterback is because you're not going to find your answer for the future in this offseason. There's not a guy in the draft you're going to pick. There's not a guy in the open market you're going to go get. It would be if you're taking the evaluation point at this, it's to look at the team and say, look, the team, whether Geno's here or not next year, is not ready to contend. So let's get the building blocks in place. Obviously, we'd love to have a quarterback by this point. We'd love to have a QB on the market. We go find this offseason by this point. It's just not the reality of the situation. So we get the building blocks in place, the fundamentals right, and then we get everything set up for the stage to be going into next year to maybe we'll make more of an aggressive move at that time for a QB, be it either in the draft or somewhere else. But you're kind of punting it along for this upcoming season in making this choice. So, and it's one where, again, I'm not going to hammer on this saying this is what they have to do. This is just my particular outlook on the situation. Not asking everybody else to be on board with this on this. I'm not saying you guys all got to think the way I think on this. Quite the opposite. But this is just my personal outlook on the situation. I've watched the team for 10 years look at itself and say, we're contending next year. No, we know we're contending next year. And then every single year they come back to not being ready to contend for a 10-year period. To me, that's an inherent issue within the organization. That's almost as beyond the offensive line, the biggest issue you've got to fix. You can't seem to evaluate properly where your team is at. That's an issue. It's not an issue that isn't overcomable or that they just will always be tripped up by it, but we got to stop ignoring it. It's been a part and parcel of this organization for 10 years. Every year, we're ready to contend. We're ready to contend. Not get to the playoffs, folks. Not slide into the back door of the playoffs. Contend. So 10 years you've been misaligning this, misevaluating this. This is the place where we start with fixing where it's gone wrong, correcting what's been off. This is the place to me that we've got to kind of begin with. But I wouldn't be as much caught up on that quarterback because it's not going to be the QB of the future. You are going to have a guy duke it out with sort of Sam. It may be a bit of some rough roads on that year to get through this, but the benefits long-term to getting us to a contending status, in my opinion, will be well worth it. Brian says, I don't know why we're even discussing replacing Geno. Hawks didn't have the pieces in place where he could thrive in play action and a balanced attack. He's got tread left, so age is not an issue to me anyway. I think that the last 3 years you've gotten him beat up pretty well, Brian. He's had, for the tread that he's got on his tires, supposedly the last 2 years has been finished up with injury. And then he's fighting through injury at the end of the season, be it a knee or an arm. I don't know if the tread stuff lands as much for me on this one. It made sense a couple of years ago when he was first coming on, but you've had him hit and hammered as much as any quarterback in the sport over the past 3 years. I think that's done its share of cumulative damage there a little bit. I'm not saying he's a shell of himself, but I definitely think this year you started to see some of the cumulative nature of that add up on Geno, especially as it affected Geno's game. Some of this conversation is really bearing out, Brian, from the position of There's two different ways to look at this a little bit with the quarterback position in Geno Smith. There is the position to look at this and say, well, if not Geno, then who? I get this. This is a common thing I hear very often. I completely understand this track of it. I have a different outlook in it. It's more team-centric to me because it's got to be, are you ready to contend? Because you got to pay the guy a new contract. Like, we're not getting, for some of those that are hoping that you're getting Geno to ride out in the final year of his contract, that's not going to happen. You got to make a decision about whether to pay him or not this offseason. That's the reality of it. And if I'm making that payment, if I'm going to spend that kind of money, I need to know that my team's ready to contend there, Brian. And if they're not ready to contend, and I have a quarterback that's going to be 35 years old next year, I think that's where it gets me into a little bit more of a place where it's not about necessarily just Geno. It's also about where the team is at, how ready they are to contend. And it's very, very much what you say is true about some of the pieces not being in place for him to thrive and not having a good offensive coordinator. I think that's very true. But that stuff I think can be true, and these other things can also be true. And that, he'll be a helpful quarterback to your team, and he'll help you win some games. But is his presence on next year's team, signed to a new contract where he's making $40 million a year, going to take you to a contending place? That's the question at hand to me. That's the most important question we can ask when we consider this Geno contract. And that to me is also then irrelevant of anything having to do with who you replace him with. It has to do with, in the immediacy, are we ready to contend? If the answer is no, I don't know if I want to put Geno onto a $40 million contract for us to eventually contend in 2026 when he's going to be 36 years old. John says, I'd trade for Will Levis. I feel comfortable with running an offense that was similar to Darnold's last year, running the ball, taking shot plays, and using his legs. Well, you probably get him for cheap. It wouldn't cost you a lot. Then their quarterback, is that Geno? I don't know. I'm not one to say those two things were seen. Sea Lord says, I've not watched a single Hard Knock season. It's been a while for me. Ricardo, if we can't compete in 2025, but we feel we can make a push in 2026, shouldn't we still keep Geno for a couple of years in that scenario? Not from my perspective. And I could be wrong on this. Just my outlook of it, Ricardo. I think if you're signing Geno, it's about the here and now. It's because you think you're contending in the immediacy. And if you aren't contending in the immediacy, then I don't think that it makes a lot of sense to go down. Part of getting the deal done for Geno means you're probably then getting the deal done for DK. You're signing up to two of your biggest contracts you have on your whole roster, and that does mean that you're starting to pull from space in 26 and 27 to make that happen. I mean, we've already tucked in some voidable years of money into DK's deal over the next couple of years as it is. Now you're adding on top of that. So I would say, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, I'm open to be wrong on this one, but my outlook on it is that if, Ricardo, you're signing Geno, it's because you do believe you're contending in 2025, not because you're looking to 2026. These quarterbacks that get old, I know that we've got this thought in our mind of Tom and Peyton, and man, I know that those players sit in our brain, and so it's like, man, this is the new rule of thumb. You just put them on TRT, you have them run a little bit of that clear in their skin, and those guys can go till they're 47. But that's not actually the rule of thumb of what we see with the quarterback position. Instead, what we tend to see is that these guys fall off the cliff. They don't play like Peyton and Tom. They fall off a cliff. The injuries come out of nowhere. You have things happen to these older quarterbacks where non-contact injuries happen that decimate their whole season. Aaron Rodgers steps back on his back foot wrong. Boom, there goes the Achilles. You're gone. Kirk Cousins in the very same year steps on his back foot wrong. Just steps on his foot. He's not planning weird. He's not cutting. He's not in the open field trying to juke a guy. He's not being brought down to the ground by a hellacious tackle. He's stepping on his back foot to plant, and his Achilles snaps. Matt Ryan, Drew Brees. There are so many more of these quarterbacks that hit their mid-30s and fall off a cliff than there are guys that continue to persist in their level of play. So what do you want to do on that? Do you want to lean to the rule of thumb, or do you want to look for the anomaly? You guys know this is a question I ask very often. Do we lean on the rule of thumb for quarterbacks going into their mid-30s and beyond? Or do we lean on the rule of thumb? What do smarter organizations do? And to my eyes, there's a lot of math going on here. It isn't simple. It isn't easy. I can completely understand why there'd be others that would have a different outlook of the way that they would look at the situation of how it, what their look, hey, we are close. We are ready to go. I get all that thought. But when I put all this advanced math together in my mind, I come out the other side of it going, it just doesn't quite add up. The math just doesn't quite math. Raymond, who do we think is better, Seahawks or the Rams? The Rams are better. They just are. This year. Maybe not next year. But I'll give it to them this year. Raymond says, Brandon's so good. Thank you, Raymond. Very kind of you say. Very kind of you, Raymond. I love doing the play-by-play, man. I really do. I'm looking forward to YouTube's going to set some stuff up, I think, next year for folks like us that are doing it too. So I love doing that stuff. I wish we had just a better game. Congratulations to you guys, though, Raymond. Wish we had a better game to call, though. It was by the third quarter. It was like, what's the use even call it this game? This thing's done. John, yeah, Denver definitely has climbed themselves out of the Russell Wilson hole, man. They've done a good job. Ferocious Neophyte, the Seahawks are a hybrid of the post-Ben Steelers and the post-Breeze Saints. Kind of, yeah. Kind of, yeah. It's well said. We're a little stuck in that middle, in-between place, that purgatory. It's not a fun spot to be in. It's hard to get out of. Very hard. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thanks for the $2 donation. He says, I have a strong feeling that the organization might feel differently, B. I think that they definitely have a chance of that being the case. And it's why I'm not going to get overly emotional on this one. And this has got to be this where it's just a complete failure of an offseason. I'm open to them taking a different track and aiming all of the cannons in one given direction and firing them at once and making this 2025 a great year where they truly can contend. I'd love to see it. I'd be in support of it. But I also am a guy that's a big guy on, look, it ain't about getting it right. It's not about being right. It's about getting it right. Will you stop, please? Just stop. Okay. It's not about being right. It's about getting it right, which means there's so much in the sports landscape, feed me, that's about, making a call on something and being ahead of everybody and then being ultimately right about it. That isn't as impressive to me. It's great if you can be so smart, but everybody's going to get stuff right and wrong when you're trying to make predictions. It's more about fixing mistakes, correcting where you've gone wrong, especially if where you've gone wrong has been gone wrong multiple times over, multiple seasons over, a decade over. And that's where I think it's very fair to say that this has been enough of a problem that's continued to persist, that it's going to take more than just sort of like shrugging the shoulders and going, yeah, but this year this will be different. It's that definition of insanity that people like to reference, right? They love to give it to Einstein, but it's just a generalized quote that gets used over and over again because it's true. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing that's failing over and over again and continuing to do the same thing, expecting a different result. And that's a little bit of what we have going on with our team here in my estimation of things in recent years. Not that we've been bad, not that we're the joke of the NFL, not that we don't win more games than we lose, but that we do find ourselves a little bit in that state. But I agree with you, Feed Me. I especially think it'll be hard for them to take my trek here because it's going to be a tough sell on the fan base. It's going to be a tough sell to ownership. You want to do what? Step back. Carter says, if Geno's too expensive, how plus a veteran journeyman competition? Mythic, I'm here in 2026 will be a good draft for quarterbacks. I certainly hope so. As much as Geno is good, it's clear he's a short-term answer at best. I want to bring him back on a shorter deal, but your points are valid. And I'm, again, not against Geno comeback. It's merely purely, as you guys might, because I think sometimes people hear on this and they're like, well, this is the hole you want to, this is the hill you want to die on, or the trench you want to die on. It's like, not exactly. I'm okay with bringing Geno back. I'm not completely against it. But if we're talking about, hey, Brandon, tell me what is the smart move to make on this? What do you think when you break it all down to the bottom line? What's the smart move? Well, this is the way the smart move would appear to me, and trying to understand and look at it and break it all down. And it's not an easy one because there's so much at play, including the part of how good Geno's been, including how well he's been able to weather the storm. When you watch a guy like Sam Darnold tonight behind a Geno Smith-like offensive line, as I've said many times over, every other quarterback in this kind of situation, absent a couple like your Josh Allen types, are going to fail in this kind of failing environment. They're not going to be workable. They're not going to be better than average. They're not going to be a top 10 level of quarterback play like Geno has given you. They are going to collapse. They're going to fall in on themselves. They're going to be just a shell of themselves. And that was what you got of Sam tonight. It is. So I do think that stuff's true in addition to it. But it's so much beyond that. It's the cost. It's his age. It's the risk. It ain't easy. That part's for sure. Seahawks blue and green. If Geno would take a 2-year deal with a club option on a second year, I would do that. Give him time for a younger quarterback. Maybe they can find that compromise within that deal there. Seahawks blue and green. I think Geno's going to want a 3-year deal, but maybe you can find it. Philip Castle, B, if we take an O-lineman in the first, do we take Deion Walker in the third possibly? Walker's getting a lot of love, Philip. I got to say, I'm not a big Walker guy as much as some people are, because he's getting first-round hype from people, and he's got the worst cottage cheese belly I've seen on a prime defensive tackle talent in many years. I mean, you talk about a bad body. Deion Walker's just got an awful, awful-looking body. It's like the belly comes out like a beer belly. It's like flopped over his, it's flopped over his belt line. It's ugly. It's not a good look. But he's really quick off the snap, and he's a talent. And if you can get him in all the way into the third round, based on where some of the evaluations have him at into the first, I do have him. Where do I have him at on my list? Did I not project him out? I know I've looked at him. I watched him the other day. I didn't write him down on my list on where I put him. Oh no, I got him in the third round. So, I mean, if you get him there, that's going to be great value. But I've been thinking when I put him there, I was kind of thinking that I'm definitely dropping him much further than other people are going to have him, Philip, where everyone's going to have him kind of in the first or the second. But I got a hard time with the way. It kind of reminds me a little bit. It's like Rashad Penny coming out, really talented, but it's got that bad body where it looks like, do you even lift weights, bro? Do you even lift, bro? And it's a little bit like kind of a work ethic indicator to me a little bit. Maybe it shouldn't be, but it's like, do we have a hard worker on our hands here really with Deion? Do we? Really quick off the snap. Good size. No doubt about that. But that cottage cheese belly, man, I don't know. Hawks Eye View, we could use Flacco to bridge to 2026. That's an option as well. Possibility. Ricardo says Minshew feels like the new Whitehurst. Feels like he belongs in Seattle. That may be an option as well. Hawks Eye View, Seahawks have never had an awesome true top 5 quarterback. You really never have. No. Not a true blue one, no. You might have like one season of top 5 quarterback play here and there, but not really a guy that's perennially really looked in that as that guy. Perennially. It's true. See, Lord, I'm hoping to come down for Seahawks training camp this year. Hopefully I'll see some higher caliber quarterbacks than what we've been discussed here. Hopefully so, man. I'm going to try to get back as well this year. I think if John Schneider refuses to address the offensive line once again, then we need to pay a visit to the VMAC. Hey, we need to start bringing pitchforks and torches at that point, in my opinion. I'm going to be, I'll put a petition together. We'll sign up there. We'll just stand outside and hold the pitchforks and the torches. I think that'll be enough. Just the sight of seeing it alone outside the VMAC, I think would be enough for John to be like, yeah, Brett Veach, Shay, how's it going out there with Andy Reid out there in Kansas City? Good, yeah. I know you guys are going to re-sign Trey, but why don't we go ahead and just, does that guy got a trident? Does he got a trident out there? Nothing. let's do a first for Trey Smith. Okay, just a first for Trey. Is that nunchucks? Who brings pitchforks, torches, and nunchucks? Nothing. I'll get back to you. Just tell me on the trade. That'll be John. Feed me. Thank you for the $2 donation. It's Ivan the Terrible's fault, not Geno's fault, my guy. I forgot. Ivan the Terrible. The man who can break any player in the weight room. Metal Dragon, it kind of sounds like you want to just throw away the season and play for the future. Don't get mad just saying you're basically asking to tank without tanking. Nope, that's not what I'm saying. So I'm glad you put it this way and give me an opportunity to really say what I say on this, because I think that that's where we get to a little bit of a black and white thing of this, is that there's more of a gray area in Metal. I think that there's sometimes a drive in talking in sports is that we can't ever get to the gray area side of it. And so it's got to be a black and white to one or the other. It's a yes or no. It's binary, ones and zeros. I don't think football is always ones and zeros. So let's first start out from the place of tanking or not tanking. The place that I started out from with this Metal Dragon is to say this: for 10-year period, your team has misidentified itself. And I'm not guessing on this. The team has been vocal in telling us this every single off season. So whether it's Coach Carroll or it's John Schneider or it's the ownership group themselves having something that they're releasing out to the media, they tell you time and time again over this 10-year period. When was the last year over 10 years, Metal Dragon, that we went to and did any rebuilding? When was the last year over a 10-year period we did any kind of real resetting? Instead, every year, even the year after you traded Russell Wilson, they told you that they felt like they could contend this year. And that would be okay if that was just them saying it. But the problem is that the actions then back up to what they're saying. Because not only do they think they can contend, but what that also means from their terminology is that we think we can contend, but we also have to sacrifice from the future for today to contend. We got to sacrifice future cap space for today to contend. Okay, this is a key point, Metal. Please stay with me on just this point before we get to the tank or not, okay? So what ends up happening then is the season plays out thusly. You're not a contender. You're not close to a contender. You're a fringe playoff team for a 10-year period. That's who you are. Yet every year you think you're a contender. Every year you're borrowing for tomorrow for today. And thusly, when you get to tomorrow, you don't have the assets available to be a contender because you were so busy robbing from that today when you're back yesterday. So this is why this is so important, is it's not about tanking. It's about the fact that when you make the moves you'll make this offseason, Metal, it's that you're going to once again self-determine you're a contender when you're really not. And then you're going to then pull from your future cap situation because, Metal Dragon, you got no cap space. You're $13 million of negative money under the books right now. You owe $13 million of money to the house right now just to do your basic business, just to get the basic stuff done. That's where you stand right now. So you're going to have to rip and pull and tear from tomorrow to make today happen, to be that contender you think you might be. And that's my problem with this, is it ain't about tanking. It's about sacrificing tomorrow for today when we're not yet ready really today to go and get it done. All of that sacrificing, all of that pillaging for tomorrow will not make you a contender today unless you maybe just get quite lucky and some magical thing happens. It's certainly not going to be based on intelligently putting it together. It's you scrambling. Part of the reason you don't save more money from Tyler Lockett's contract this year is because you had to base to bonus his base salary last year because you didn't have enough money in order of business to get the deal done. You give up 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick for a guy like Jamal Adams because you think right now you're ready to contend. And then it hamstrings you and hinders you on into the future, both from the draft capital you lost to the money you're now spending on that player for a move you made for today and not for tomorrow. So I think really where I push, Metal, is I don't feel like I'm saying and advocating for tanking. I'm saying that the team's not ready to contend next year. Whether you sign Geno or you do these things, it's possible they could, but it's not intelligently something I think you can count on. And again, it's also rectifying where the team's gone from a 10-year standpoint. I'd love to hear from you, Metal Dragon, of where you stand on that and understanding of, hey, this has been a 10-year mistake. It's not that we thought this last year and the year before and the year. For 10 years, this is how the organization has thought that they're at. And it would be one thing if they just told you, Metal Dragon, yeah, we think we're a contender, and they weren't making so many of those moves to rob for tomorrow for today. But that's what comes on the other end of it. is that they first come to you and they say, hey, we're ready to contend. And this is why we now are going to make this Jamal Adams move. Because you guys can all see that we were already to contend but prior to Jamal. But now this move, it takes us right over the top. It spills that water right over the top to the other side. That's my inherent issue here with the just go forward and do it. Just go sign Geno. Just keep trying to check away and something will change. I don't think it will. And I don't think that's me advocating for tanking. That's me advocating for the team to change a broken approach for 10 long years. And if it means it's going to be 1 year where we don't quasi try to become a fringe playoff team, I'm willing to make that sacrifice, yes. If that's to you then calling it tanking and that's, we want to get to the semantics of it, I guess you can, if you really want to draw it down to call it that, you can call it that. I don't look at it as a tanking. I look at it as you can still potentially go out there and contend. I do think that, especially if you deal with the offensive line. Is it going to take a little more imagination? Is it going to take more development in-house from some of the younger players for that to happen? Yeah. But does that stuff also occur in the NFL at times? Sure. But that's just kind of my stance on it. I think that they've taken this approach for many a year, and it hasn't worked for many a year. In fact, it's been at the centerpiece for what's been going wrong with this organization in recent years. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $5. Appreciate you for that. I don't see the owner being on board with punting on 2025. What's different now in the coach? Legit top 10 D, new OC, division in flux. We're not that far off. As far as the ownership goes, it's a fair enough point. I would say that would not to me be an indicator then of necessarily good ownership. If my general manager were to come back to the ownership and say, look, this is where we're at, this is the smartest move to make, and the ownership were to say to him instead, well, but we want to contend. Well, their want does not always meet to what is intelligent. And if Jody's doing that, then she's being an unintelligent owner, if that's what the general manager is propositioning her to be the best trek for this team to take into the future. I would say that, Randall. I would also say it's not out of pocket to say, we just got a new coach in here who wants to get his personnel and his vision fitted in here. And this takes a little bit of time. That's not just going to happen over one season, Jody. This is part of why I think it would be silly for the ownership to take that kind of trek on that. What's different now is the coach. We got a legit top 10 D. I'm not as certain that we have a legit top 10 D. I think you got into a top third state by the end of the year, Randall. I think you also got to face a lot of real poor offenses that you were able to beat up on. From Denver in the first week with Nixon in the house, to a Miami Dolphins without a Tua, to Jacoby Brissett with the Patriots, to a Rams team at the end of the season, Randall, that was playing backups across the board offensively and no Stafford. Chicago Bears, a team that's a piss poor offensively as well. I think you got the benefit of that a little bit. I think your defense is improved. I think that Mike Macdonald's brought them along, but I don't think that they're good enough to be able to lean fully on that into the future. For an offense still finding itself a little bit to the other side of that into next year. As far as division in a flux, I mean, the Cardinals just doubled their win total from their first year coach. They look like a team rising and is going to be tough into the future. The Niners had a down year, but also they're just coming off being a Super Bowl loser. If their talent comes back into house and those older guys come back into play and they have another good draft like they've had recently, and that's the thing that's set up both with the Rams and the Niners, that they've done better than us recently, Randall, is in their ability to draft and their ability to find talent in the depths of the rounds and get that talent out there and playing very early on. I don't think we're far off. We're in agreement on far off, but I don't think far off means we're right there close, especially close when we've got to make a lot of calculated decisions and big decisions that will impact the future and will impact our future ability to build a contender. And that's where, I end up kind of standing on that a little bit. So I think you could be right about the ownership in that place of it, but I don't think that would put me in a position of saying, well, can't wait for the owners to sell off at that point sooner than later. Because that's an owner coming in being impatient, and that's an example of bad ownership at that point. If they were that impatient to me, Randall, it should have just been John moved last offseason with Carroll. If they were that at the end of their rope with John, or that, hey, you got to win now, or we're about done with this, then that should have occurred then, in my opinion, with it. But well said on your part all the way around. And as I said on this, as somebody else said above on the donations, and you said with it, it's not the way that I'm necessarily guessing the team will take this direction. I'm not saying that this is a prediction by any measure. It's only merely just, my humble outlook on the situation. Board Skyler, thank you for the $10 donation. Board Skyler, thank you for that. Very kind of you. I don't know how all teams don't start building in the trenches. It's such a force multiplier. Always love seeing you live. Does our community have a name? Oh, we don't. We've got to develop one, man. Hawks nesters don't probably quite have the roll of the tongue. Nesters probably don't have quite the roll of the tongue. We got to figure out some. We got to figure out something. You know, the Nest Army. The Nest Army doesn't kind of work either, does it? I don't know, Skylar. We're gonna have to have some suggestions on this one. It would be good to have a nice little kind of like we can with the 12s, you know, have a little shorthand, you know, reference to the community in that way. But thank you for the $10 donation and trenches and why they don't. I don't know either, board. This is a thing that I think has created as much a market opportunity for those teams that do want to build in the offensive line, that there's so many teams that just ignore it so thoroughly. Some of it comes from the place of that these guys just aren't as talented coming out as they once were. That you've got guys that you have a lot of work that you have to get done with them to get them right. Even guys that might look pro ready, like a guy like Christian Haynes, for instance. And this just leaves a lot of general managers throwing up their hands where they feel like we just don't know what we're getting in these guys, sometimes no matter how high we pick them. But putting the proper investment, getting the real true talented guys in there really works out if you can do it right. And it takes really the, not just sort of getting by secondhand and just kind of quasi addressing it, but really hammering it, really hitting it home. And we've been hesitant to do it. I hope we don't this offseason. I hope we kind of start to learn this particular lesson, board Skyler, no matter what we do with the quarterback situation. Get the offensive line fixed. Continue to reinforce trenches. Get a nose tackle in here that can help to free up Byron Murphy so he doesn't have to play as much out of position if that's possible. But thank you, man. Appreciate the $10 donation, and we'll try to think of a community name. I've been trying to think of one, but nothing. You got to come with one that's nice and phonetic and just kind of rolls off the tongue, Skylar. And nothing's quite hit that yet for me on this. Brandon's playpen. How much would Danny Dimes cost? It'd be about a 1 year, $5-6 million deal, Hawkseye. Something like that. Carlos says, yeah, that's the main problem. Jody isn't about the rebuild lifestyle. If there was one draft to tank for it, it'd be 2026. Very much one could be the one. Very much could be the one on that one. And yeah, I think Randall's right. I think you're right on this. I think there's probably a lot of indicator here that Jody probably wouldn't be willing to do that. John says, I honestly think if we had Mike Shanahan's offensive coordinator with Geno, we could contend with a couple of key O-line additions. It's possible. Definitely possible on that. I've said if you want to go back and if you're going to sign Geno, the next two contracts I'd like to go out there and try to make happen is go sign Tevin Jenkins, go sign Trey Smith. It's all in this year, then it's all in this year. Let's go. That's just pick a lane and pick a certain lane. Don't take that middle ground approach where you're just kind of like, well, we're kind of in. Well, go all in then. Carlos says, with Clint Kubiak and the Shanahan system, we could compete with a good O-line and Jimmy G tier quarterback. Possible. Megan, Hawks Nest, Deion Sanders had talks with Jerry Jones, I heard. Wow. Just wow. I could see Jerry do it. He's a crazy enough guy to hire Deion to go in there. And one of the few places where Deion probably want to go into as well. So I could see it happening, man. Ma'am. Not man, ma'am. But I totally see it. Remember with Jerry, he doesn't have a lot of great options to always pick through. So sometimes he's got to go for the guy, and especially in Deion, that's going to bring a lot of heat to the Cowboys organization. It's going to give him a lot of clicks, a lot of eyeballs. Jerry loves that. Metal Dragon, I think John and Mike are going to try and win next season. We'll see on the quarterback decision. Will tell us their intentions. Indeed. And I think you're probably right. I don't think that the what I'm advocating for is not where I necessarily think the Seahawks are going to go. Megan says, the Hawks, does that mean that's where his son ends up? Very well could, yeah. And we're getting more and more reports maybe that there's maybe a little bit of cooling, let's call it, on those top two quarterbacks going up as high as we once thought they were going to go. maybe there's a little bit more of a chance he does drip and fall down to the Cowboys at that point. Ricky says, Mahomes and Burrow took bad lines to the Super Bowl. They both lost, but no other quarterback can do that, let alone make the playoffs. Geno has. Every team in the playoffs has a good line. Get Geno on an O-line and make it elite. Sounds good, man. Sign me up. Hawks Eye View, when the Adams trade happened, the Seattle media was buzzing with joy, saying it was just a great trade. Shaking my head. Yeah, I got that one wrong too as well, Hawks Eye. I did. You know, definitely was a lot to give up. You hated that, but that was, again, more in the trust of, hey, yeah, we are ready to contend. We're all ready to get this thing going. Yeah. Zorn says Darnold stocks back to a penny. Skylar, Geno plays his best ball playing hero ball. It's a gift, and this year a curse. True. The knife that cuts both ways. Hawks Eye, well, at least the Mariners are spending money. El Nino, trade assets that will cost too much to resign and move up in the draft because we lose them in free agency. Thank you, Nick. See, Lord, I'm playing Sea of Thieves while listening to Brandon's Football Wisdom. I got to play that game at some point. I hear that's a lot of fun. Johnson's outcome when Macdonald was at the end of the year press conference, he talked about having to be better at home, but never talked about how to fix the opposing fan problem, what's causing it. I think it's outside of his control on that. You know, that's somebody else gets paid to do that job, and he's got enough probably on his plate to concentrate on. Little Lance, hey B, have you ever said your opinion on what this game means for Josh McCown going forward as an offensive coordinator candidate? Seems like he had a hand in making chicken S in a chicken salad this year. He's getting a lot of heat, Lethal Lance, and a guy that I think bare minimum is going to get an OC job somewhere this offseason. He's never called plays before, so he's kind of one of those guys that does fit in the alignment of where I don't really know what to think about him. I don't know whether or not to really feel like this is a guy that'd be a grade A candidate for us, because I don't really want to bring a guy in who's never called plays before. But he seemed to have done a good job there. I think that you also factor in, you got O'Connell there, which is, you know, what's his impact in McCown? What's O'Connell's impact there? McConnell's been a good offensive coordinator prior. I think McCown just did somewhat get there fairly recently, because McCown was with even Carolina a couple of years ago, like 2 years ago. But I don't have much of an opinion with him, just because I don't have much of that track record to go off of with him, outside of, like what you said, the decent job he did this year. BB says, so is B saying we should tank or we should have? Well, if you guys want to press it to be in a tank, I mean, I don't feel like it's tank necessarily, because I don't think that there's no chance we couldn't still potentially become a contender. In fact, I would say finding one of those reclamation quarterbacks out there and pairing it out with a Hal and building up the supporting cast and rebuilding the offensive line, especially if you hit on your picks in the draft, you absolutely could still contend next year. So I don't fully feel like it is a drop in it, but is it less certain then that you're contending versus now if you signed DK and Geno and built up the line? Yeah, that's fair. It's completely fair to say that there's less of a chance you'd have the opportunity to make that happen. Connor says, do you 100% think Metcalf will cost $30 million AAV on a new contract? That seems to be a common agreement, even though he's only averaging 74 receptions, 1,051 yards, and 6 touchdowns in the last 3 seasons. Yes, I do, Connor. This sometimes doesn't have to always be about the production of the player, and it's sometimes about the consistent longevity of production, the age of the player. And in Metcalf's case, double teams he draws and all that other stuff. Yeah, not only is he going to make $30 million a year here, Connor, he's going to make probably $32 to $33 million a year. And that's just going to be the price. He's at, I think right now, $23.5 million per year, $24 million per year. I think it's $24 million per year on a deal he signed 3 years ago. So he's not only going to make, on a cap that's gone up significantly over that time for a guy that's still only 27 years old, he's not only going to make $6 more million per year on average 3-4 years later. given that situation, given the fact that he's been productive through that time period. So yeah, you're unfortunately going to have to get up into the $32, $33 million range. Timmy says, Riley Leonard, Hawks country, let's ride. He's fun. Man's mobile. He'd be an interesting guy in the middle rounds. Meadow says, I guess where I'm at is I give John one more year to get this team in a playoff state. If he can't do that, then I make a change and rebuild. I'm not down for another rebuild, reset, whatever with John. I can understand that. Lost a little bit of confidence in him to a degree on that, and that's fair enough. I think he's earned the right to have lost that confidence because he's had a few different times, like you say, to reset this and not been able to get it done. Lord Bravos, you have a good night, man. Appreciate you. Be calm, see clearly. The OC hire will tell me the direction. It'll indicate a little bit for sure, be calm, especially if you go for something more certain versus what would be more of a question and more of a risk, maybe, But that will definitely help us a little bit on that. I think you're right about that, man. Yeah. And thank you for all of your support and donations. You also had another donation of $2 where you asked 1 or 2 first rounders for Max Crosby or Myles Garrett. Unfortunately, the edges, for whatever reason, tend to pull more value than the wide receivers. The wide receivers have the track record of it being a pure one. With defenders, it's going to be more into an equivalency of a 2 first-round picks to make it happen. So Garrett, definitely 2 first-round picks there. And Max Crosby might be more of a first and a 2. But be calm, see clearly, you're kind of in the same territory for both of those 2 guys because there will be other teams you're competing with for their services. A team like the Arizona Cardinals or a team like the Detroit Lions, I think they're going to be both very heavily in on both of those 2 guys. Does a team like the Lions go for Max Crosby for 2 first-round picks? You could see the Lions making a move like that, couldn't you? So probably first and first probably for Garrett, though. Even though he's got to have, I think, surgery on both of his feet this offseason, which that could maybe make that a little bit wonky as well. Brando's Birds, I like that. Brando's Birds is pretty nice. The Hatchlings. You guys got good suggestions. Oh, Megan, I would not be upset with Kubiak signing, but isn't there anyone better, even for the short term? Not right now, Megan. It's a bit dry. We're in a dry county right now. We're looking for a shot, and we're looking for a shot in the dry county. And right now, the offensive coordinators that are out that are available are really unknown. This is why you're hearing a lot of people bringing up Megan, people like a Fraley or like McCown, guys that have never called plays before, because it speaks to, I think, a little bit of the dearth of options that are out here. It's lean. It's very, very, very lean. El Nino, do we continue to rely on K9 going forward? I don't know if he's going to be your number 1 back going forward, El Nino. He's a guy that'll be part of the backfield. I think Charbonnet's probably your number 1 back coming into next year. And then you're going to move in K9 as probably a touch guy, 10 to 12 touches a game. I think the team's probably going to be cognizant of the fact that he's been broken down every year of his career, I think, had some kind of injury. And just means that it's going to be hard to make him a bell cow back when that just tends to be the case. But he doesn't have any trade value, and I would expect that they just ride him out on the final year of his rookie deal. Megan says the Hawks Nest Blue and Green Army or 12's Army. I kind of like that too. Hawks Nest Blue and Green Army's not bad. Mike says Hutch and Crosby screaming off the edge. Good luck. Man, imagine getting... Yeah, that'd be... And hopefully Hutch can come back from that injury. But if I'm the Lions on this one flag and looking at my team and, look, this defense needs some more edge rushers, and Hutchinson's going to get so much attention when he's out there, and you're going to free one of those 2 guys up to be single blocked every single play. He kind of takes a page out of the Broncos book in this 2017 where you had DeMarcus Ware and then you had Von Miller at the same time. And you're going to have to single block one of those 2 guys. And when you did that, you're going to have one of them is going to create pressure. So maybe the way they go with this, I could totally see it. It's just a move that seems to make too much sense from Detroit's perspective, especially because you're not going to exactly be able to trust in Hutch's health coming off that major injury. Is he really going to be at 100% of what he was prior to the injury? Maybe. He's a hard worker to get there, but... John says, what if Jerry Jones bought the Seahawks? I would have to change my fandom. I couldn't do it. I could not deal with Jerry. I bless the Cowboy fans. I do not. It's awful. it's just owner being a GM. No. John, honestly, I think John and Mike want a fresh start with a quarterback. I think you want to put their head, you want to put their heads together with the OC and find their perfect fit. Makes sense. John certainly has waited a long time. Schneider there, John, and looking and finding that true quarterback of the future. Hawks Eye View, since we have the Legion of Boom, does that mean Lex Luthor is going to buy the team? He has the cash. You never know, man. You never know. Zombie Central says the only issue for me is that is on the basis that Schneider can still effectively draft and sign good key players that are willing to stay in Seattle. Hey, questions on John are right. He didn't have the greatest of off seasons. His signings haven't been the best. His approach to the offensive line hasn't been the best. Criticism of John are completely valid at this point. There's plenty of reasons to have questions. Somebody had mentioned above they didn't trust him on a reset, and I get it. I get it, especially when you can see sometimes he's got a very specific path he takes, and he doesn't always diverge from that path, even when he should. All right. Well, we're going to wrap this one up, folks. We've almost gone 6 hours today, so I think this is a good time to put a bit of a button on this one. I want to thank the sponsor of the show, Underdog Fantasy. You might be out of your fantasy league. You might have lost this year. You might be like, man, my pride. I get that. But hey, you can still recoup some of that pride right now. Get into your fantasy league right now in the playoffs, week by week. Go win some money. Go up head-to-head against other people that are out there playing this Underdog and fantasy. You can get a 2-to-1 match right now. So put $100 down, $50 back, $500 down, $250 back, all the way up to $2,000 down, $1,000 back in your pocket when you use my code NEST or click in the bottom description section below, and it'll take you directly to the Underdog site. You can also get some pairing in and some parlays, so get some playoff action over and unders, get it matched up against some basketball bets if you want, get a nice big fat parlay put together. Go win that money today. Use my code NEST, but thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show throughout this year. As another note, we will continue to be feeding over onto the Hawks Nest Clips channel side of it, especially as this offseason goes into the depths of it. I'm going to be really putting a lot of clips over onto the Hawks Nest Clips channel. So if you're not subbed up over there, the Hawks Nest Clips, it's just a channel where I put some of the clips from these live stream shows over there and a few of other little extras on there as well. Please do get subbed up over there, as we've got almost 2,000 subscribers rolling over there. We got over like 300 videos over on that side of it, I believe. So a lot there to kind of turn through if you want to look through for some cool stuff. And we're going to keep that thing going, keep that thing cooking. Lou, thank you, man. Pumpkin appreciates it. Thanks, guys, for watching. How is Jackson Dart not rated higher? He seems like he has all the tools, kind of like Bo Nix. Quick release. He's my new favorite quarterback, even a thick boy. He's a little bit bigger, John. He is. All right. Well, he's well put together. I think he's going to end up measuring out about 6'1.5", 6'1". He's listed 6'2", but I think he's more 6'1". So the size component comes into this a little bit. I think he does have a quick release. I don't think he's got the biggest of arms. He's got mobility, but John, it's more of like Baker Mayfield mobility than it is a Jaden Daniels mobility or, even a Bo Nix. I don't think he's even got kind of a Bo Nix quite ability. It's more Baker Mayfield-ish, which is still good, which is still very mobile. And he's tough as nails, John. I don't think there's a tougher quarterback in this draft than Jackson Dart. So there's some good things he brings to the table. That's for sure. Hawkeye says, bye, Brando's Birds. I like it, man. Brando's Birds. John, but it may be Macdonald's problem, but why not at least comment on it like it's a potential franchise occurrence? You might have to expand on that one there a little bit. John and Ricky says, if there's one person currently in the organization you would like to see leave, player or staff, who? Good question. I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm about done with Rick Woolen. I can take a lot of my football players on the field. I can take, you busted coverage. I can take, a lack of productivity. I can take, you have your days where you struggle. I can have a lot of stuff that I'm understanding about with players. But when I question your heart and your desire, that's kind of a place that when I get to as a player, when I look at you as that, and I've got to make those questions, you kind of have me out on you at that point. This is a wonderful sport. You're paid millions of dollars to do it, and you can't seem to be inspired to play it. Past generations didn't have this problem. New generation seems to be having it as much as ever, and they're better paid than ever the prior generation was. I don't have a lot of patience for it. I understand it that you might be just naturally gifted and you don't love a sport, but you're naturally gifted and you're going to be highly paid at it, so you're going to do your job, and that's what you're going to do. And more power to you if you're that kind of guy like that. That's just kind of the impression I get with Rick Woolen. I don't think he's passionate about playing. I don't think he loves the sport. I think he loves being a football player. I don't think he loves football. I mean, this is why we've seen a little bit of his lack of development of the position here over the years. He's as talented as you'll find in the sport. But I want the buy-in to be 100%, especially on my defense. You can have 10 players that are willing to tackle and one guy who's kind of willing to tackle. No. Tackle. That's your job. Hans is just tuning back in, still going strong. You know how I do, Hans. You know how I do, man. Johnson, they need to stop allocating many seats to charter seats and then double dipping for the resales to get the money from those as well. I think it's going to be hard to do, John. I try to come back to this on this. If you pull away the resale value of it, you're going to dial back then the amount of season tickets you sell. If you dialed back down the number of season tickets you sell, that's more tickets you got to sell on game day, which is all well and good if your team is in contention. But as we've seen with many of these teams in the NFL, they're out of contention by week 14, week 15. And now in other stadiums, you're seeing this. Other fans can come in there and still fill up the stadium so that there's not a loss of ticket revenue. But I think that this is the math that the NFL has done on this one, John. This is why I don't think it's going to change, is that it's more important to fill the seats up than it is to risk not having the seats filled up, but yet keeping more of the loyal house in the house. Metal Dragon, Brandon, does John Schneider take a quarterback in round 2 to 4? I think he does, Metal Dragon, this year. Because this is the year where there's actually guys set up. There's enough guys in there. You know, there's enough little collection of guys in there where I'm like, yeah, I could see why John would do that there this year. It hasn't made sense in prior years because there's been like one guy in rounds 2 to 4 really worthy of being picked there at most of the time, which means you're really competing for all those teams that are desperate to go grab that guy. This year, there's more of those guys where their natural talent just kind of flows them into that place. So Jackson Dart, Milroe, Will Howard, Riley Leonard, Dylan Gabriel. There's a lot of guys kind of in that territory, I think. Yeah, I think so. John says DK doesn't exactly have the leverage to demand that $30 million, though. Yeah, John, do you want to roll the dice playing around with a diva wide receiver and to hope that he's not going to diva up when you don't pay him his money? To me, that's we've seen where that one's gone before. I mean, you can do it, but I don't know if we're going to get away with it or get out of it clean by pulling that move. Rather got sad about Woolen. He has a lot of potential, but seems to not be locked in. He does. Like I said, I think he is as talented as a cornerback as we have in this sport. I really do. But I've watched a lot of tape on Woolen in the last few years, and the All-22 especially. You guys, when you're watching the All-22 shot, and I'm looking at the full field, and I can see the cornerback the whole play, right? Not where he disappears out of line, but I'm watching the cornerback the whole play. And I'm watching lack of effort after lack of effort to tackle, where you can just see him creatively find his pathway to not go and try to have to make the tackle attempt. Too many times it's happened. Anthony, I don't mind drafting a defensive back in round 2. Me either, Anthony. There's some good ones. Earl says, I'm sad about Woolen. I was hyped off his rookie year, thought he was our future, and then he just stopped caring. It's kind of how I feel about it too, Earl. I just think he just kind of got caught in the hype and just was like, I'm just going to kind of tread water now. And he's got I was with you, man. That first year was magical. Like, let's go. Ricky says, I knew it. Out loud. Ricky says, thanks for all you do. You've become a staple in my home with your live play-by-plays on game days and all the other informal videos you put out. Well, thank you for the kind words and for all you're watching, Ricky. I really appreciate that. You guys are very encouraging here. You're very kind to me on that, which I really do appreciate. Even when I sometimes have my little moods I can get into. So you guys are very patient with me on that side of it. And I really thank you for it. I love what I get to do here, Ricky. I mean, it's a great, great job that I get to do. And I'm just a pig in mud every time I get to go live with you guys. Ricardo says, Brandon, giving Reek that boomer talk. It is. I am kind of bringing boomer vibes. It is totally. It's the same shouting at cloud energy. You can call me Clint Eastwood. Get off my lawn. Get off my yard. John Robinson says, what do you think of Landon Jackson? He's big. He's kind of like Brennan Jackson of Washington State last year. He's a power edge. I don't know if he's going to give you a lot. He's big and lumbering, very little explosiveness, no lateral bounce. He's got plus length, plus power, but you'd expect that at a guy 6'7", 280 pounds. Good bull rush power. Doesn't have a lot of awareness of where the ball's at. He just kind of gets locked into his block, John, and he gets stuck locked into his block. Just okay effort. A guy that you have a lot of wonder with as much as anything else because he's played on the edge, but really probably more a guy that should be playing inside. Doesn't have enough juice to play off the edge. Definitely a guy that I think is just finds himself stuck in a little bit of that tweener phase and probably may ends up finding himself, John, is just that early down Red Bryant 5-tech run defender. El Nino, Riley Leonard has a gutsy backup. Gives me Brock Purdy vibes. I like Riley. Riley's fun, El Nino. He's got a pretty live arm, not the most accurate, but he can move. He can scramble. He's got some, seems to be a pretty clutch guy when the game's on the line, making the right decisions. John says the Hawklings. I like that one. And he says, thought they were in tank mode. Is it luck? A few plays go the other way. They aren't in the dance. If they take advantage when it matters. Oh, sorry, Anthony, I missed the top part. It says, what are the Rams doing that we aren't? Well, the Rams are I think in a lot of ways, at the forefront of what they're operating in. I mean, McVay is ever evolving. First off, he's a smart coach, but he's a smart coach that isn't stuck in his ways. He's always looking to push forward. They were pass happy when he walked in the door. They've dialed back down to looking to go to more 2 tight end looks and running the ball this year and finding balance and not being as pass happy. That speaks to his looking at the NFL and seeing, hey, everything's going to a cover 2 shell. I'm going to invest in hammering the A and the B gap on power runs with Kyron Williams, and we're going to make some hay that way. Defensively speaking, they're creative defensively in how they go about what they do. They don't just rely on their guys to go get the job done. The Rams also do a phenomenal job in the last couple of years of drafting and developing. They will find value in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round, and they will develop those guys, and they'll get productivity from them. Whereas with us, we have a harder time always doing that. We've had some drafts where that happens. We have some drafts where we get very little to almost nothing out of it. They've spent their money better than we have, I think, too. They put their money in the right places. We sometimes put money in places that's, Draymond Jones, $17.5 million per year. Yeah, it's a lot of money. They don't make that kind of move. They let a guy go like Ernest Jones, for instance, because they don't pay inside linebackers. They're really at the forefront, I think, in their view of how to construct a team and how to get the most bang for buck from their team. In addition to that, makes it all that much harder when they're so willing to spend with the purse strings and go crazy. But really, the drafting development to me, Anthony, stands out as much as anything. They put their players in the right position to succeed. They don't take a guy like Braden Fisk and turn him into a 1-tech. Like Braden Fisk, you're a 3-tech pass rusher. We're going to run a lot of stunts. We're going to put your lateral movement ability and your explosive up on the field on wide display. Maggie says, thank you, B. Great stream as always. I'll duck out to watch the hockey. We'll see you on Roundtable. Sounds good. Be on Roundtable tomorrow. Grand Eyes of Brando. Hope all is well. Did you give an idea of when you'll drop your Walker sign Seahawks RFA, UFA list? Top 10, 25 NFL free agents that would be a good fit for the Seahawks. Say it. Say it. Go Hawks. I haven't yet, man. I will put that together. The free agent one I wait on a little bit just till we get through all the franchise tags and the guys that we know are going to be on the open market, because you could put a guy like this guy out there and he signs a contract extension in 3 weeks from now and then he's off. But I will look at the RFAs and UFAs as well. Again, with that little bit of waiting on that to kind of get an idea of what the team's intending to do with the Geno DK situation, then you can kind of better, more accurately guess who will be the guys that they tender, who they don't. But I'll try to put something together like that. For sure. Grand Eyes or Hawks Nest, if our guy Brandon Kane were to pat you on the back, you would list it on your resume. Just go for those may not know. Go Hawks. Just for those that may not know. Well, thank you, Grandizer. That's very kind of you to say, man. Very kind of you to say. And I'll get those two, we'll get those videos put together for sure. Maybe we'll do them as a live stream. Anthony, is that general manager coaching? Why aren't we developing our talent? And thank you. The development of the talent's harder to say, Anthony. I think the prior lack of development of talent is really tough. It's something that stood out. You know, you have a guy like Rasheem Green, you draft, that just never came really forward. LJ Collier never really came forward. Jordan Brooks never really came forward. I mean, these are highly drafted guys. These aren't, diamonds in the rough type. So I think some of how you drafted bad prior to the last 3 years was you were drafting for need, Anthony. When you look through the teens, that was a heavy amount of what was going on there. In recent years, you have drafted better. They've probably just developed a little bit better through that time period. So that would be the main thing with it. They've been more, the advantages that I've looked for in part of us making this coaching change, Anthony, where we weren't getting as many advantages from offensive guys, right? You have Coach Carroll with his fingers in the offensive pies, hiring guys like Schottenheimer, who he gives 70% of a playbook to. These type of things that happen that didn't allow your coaches then to give your players advantages on the field. That's something that the Rams always are doing. That's why their defensive coordinators have been hired as head coaches in the league a couple of times over. That's what McVay does for his offense on a weekly basis. That's not been something when it comes down to the prior regime, especially Anthony, that we provided. That's not something that Grubb on a weekly basis was providing to his offense. I think Macdonald gives it to his defense, but that's been another missing part of this. I don't think that there's just one silver bullet reason as to why the Rams are doing this and why they're able to maintain this level of performance even after losing Darnold and Ernest Jones and seemingly being in a quasi-rebuild year. But it just comes down to there's not things that they're doing as a multitude across the board stupidly. For instance, ignoring offensive line. The Rams have put as much investment in their offensive line as anybody in this division, and they won the division. It's like there's teams in this division that just do weird, funky stuff with their offensive line. Like us spending on old-ass veterans who have almost nothing left. Why do we do that, Anthony? It's dumb. It hasn't worked for years. We keep doing it. So there's things, Anthony, here when it comes to the Rams, the Hawks organization. Rams have been to 2 Super Bowls in the last 5 or 6 years. I don't think that's just 1 or 2 things, man. I think there's been about 5 or 6 or 7 things that they do that's better beyond us, from spending money to drafting to developing to coaching, that they have the advantage over us on this. And this is why we've not been able to take them in a couple of years. This is why they've owned us since McVay's walked in the door. And it will remain to be seen if we're going to find an answer for it moving on into the future. The Hawk Flock. Like it. El Nino, so does Dan Quinn unlock Bobby Wagner's full potential better than Pete could since they're back in the playoffs together again? No, Bobby's having basically the same year this year that he had last year, which is the same year that he had the prior years. He's really good as a run defender. He's still very good as a blitzer. You want to protect him in pass coverage. He still can be susceptible to getting picked on in pass coverage at times. So he's that same kind of player, basically. Still effective. There are some limitations to his play, but still very effective. But no, that's more about the situation he's going to there in Washington. Dynamic rookie quarterback. Team just coming together for whatever reason. BB Bonick said he plays 6 weeks with traverse fractures. That sounds painful. Sounds very painful. Anthony Robles says, yeah, 41-year-old right tackle is crazy, laughing out loud. Yeah, it's our approach to it, Anthony, I mean, look what the Rams did, second round pick to Steve Avila last year. They signed Jonah Jackson to free agency, re-signed Dotson. You've already got no boom there. They put the investment into it, and we don't. Look what we do on the other side of it, where we short sell it every single year. We try to do the bare minimum at it every year. That's why I've said over and over about this offensive line thing. There's no team that regrets it. There's no team that puts the good grand investment in the offensive line and comes out of it a year or 2 years later and says, you know what we did wrong? You know where we went? We should have taken that left at Albuquerque. It's where we decided to put too much damn investment in an offensive line. It always pays off. It always works well in your favor. But teams just refuse to do it. And we've been one of those teams, Anthony, We've been one of those teams. And hopefully John learns it this offseason, because I think the fan base is getting mighty tired of it. It's like, really? Give me any shot. The Commanders shocked the world against Detroit. Yeah, Detroit doesn't have a good defense right now. I know they played well against the Vikings a couple weeks ago, but that defense is not in great shape. And that's the kind of offense that I think can get after it when you talk about a lack of pass rush that the Lions don't consistently get because all their guys are kind of injured. And so I think, yeah, absolutely. I think that they got a shot. Detroit probably wins it being at home and all that, but Detroit's definitely a dangerous team to be playing. Hans says, well, it's an awesome draft for O-line from what I've seen on tape. Looks good, Hans, especially for the interior offensive line that we need. Not center. Center's like round 4 might be your first center taken off the board, but overall, pretty good. Pretty good. Hey, Grenade, we got rid of Bobby because he doesn't fit Mike's scheme, regardless of how good run stuffer he is. True. True. It's really a dynamic run defense, and you need the athletic, fast guy that can kind of run end to end, which just isn't Bobby's game as much anymore. Yeah, Peters, you're right, El Nino. Peters might be back next year as an O-line coach. He seems to be pretty good at that. Appreciate you, Anthony. Thank you, man. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here on that note on it here as I'm getting a little bit hungry here, 6 hours in. Thank you guys again for today. Be calm, see clearly, multiple donations. Randall, multiple donations over. Mr. Oren with the $50 drop board. Skylar, multiple over. Absolutely. Keon Lund. Appreciate you guys. Be calm, see clearly. You guys drop 1 donation, you drop 6 or 7 on it. I'm just tremendous support to this channel. Tremendous support to this channel. You allow me to do what I get to do here. I really thank you for it. And as I say, it is part of, just what keeps me motivated here. We're on the right Mac. We're on the right path. We're going to keep rocking this off season. We ain't slowing down. I got a Leonard Williams video. I'm just getting the wrap up done on that. So I'm hoping to have that out in about the next day to you guys or so on that. So stay locked in with me here through this offseason, folks. Stay locked in as a member. We're going to keep those membership benefits coming down to you guys as well. I really appreciate you guys for some great open discussion and just to ask for that as we go into the future of this offseason. I'm not going to expect you to have to think like I think. In fact, I don't want you to think like I think. I'm going to try to convince you. I'm going to try to sell you, but I love the difference of opinion. I love people looking at this with a different outlook. I want to look at all of the potentialities of the directions this team can take to find what is the right pathway for it. And I don't have all the answers. You guys might have the best answer on this one. That's what we are here. We're a think tank, and we're just all trying to put our heads together to come to that final kind of answer that is the smartest answer or the best answer, if we can, if that's possible. But you guys are always helping me get there. You're always keeping the discussion in that place of things. And from the bottom of my heart, I really, really do appreciate it because it's hard on this online world and this online discussion world to stay in this pocket. There's that drift to toxicity that is always there, always ready to play. And so really appreciate you guys. Really appreciate you guys for always being in that mode. Thank you guys today for watching as well. And if you can for me on the way out the door tonight, hit that like button if you could. Just a small little thing, but it definitely does help out the channel, helps me show up on the algorithm. We're still on the road here to try to get that 20,000 subscribers. We're still making some progress to it. So let's keep rolling. Let's keep it going. Thank you, Megan, out here for modding up. Spaces you as well. I saw you early on here tonight as well with that. Appreciate everybody for watching on the end of it. We will be back soon. Might be back by Thursday on the B&B. Might be back even a little bit sooner than that. But until I see you next, please don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.